Trick Play. A West Penn Hockey Romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2021 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner. Chapter 1, Kennedy. The beige walls, covered in bland, mass-produced abstract monstrosities, were closing in on me. I'd never been claustrophobic before, nor had I ever had an anxiety attack, but apparently, there was a first time for everything. "Did you hear me, Ms. Thompson?" Ms. Olivo, the department head of the art school, watched me over her tortoiseshell glasses. I shook my head. Then nodded. I heard her. I just wished I hadn't. 1 class. 3 credits? I repeated. Yes, you can take it next semester. She smiled as if that was even an option. No, I wasn't deliberately trying to be rude, but she dropped a bomb on my head and expected me to be cheerful about it. Sorry. No. Excuse me? Her smile wavered. I blinked. What do you mean no? She asked again. I can't wait until next semester to take it. I'm supposed to graduate in December. I didn't take classes through the summer terms to not get out of here early. Her overplucked brows rose up her forehead. Well. I see how this could be a problem. Finally, we were on the same page. I can't excuse you from this. The changes were made last year. It was up to you and your counselor to adjust your courses to fulfill the requirements. Flashes of me standing up and throwing the chair across the room filled my head, but I stayed poised. You killed more bees with honey, or whatever that idiotic saying was. I did speak with my counselor. She realized she never notified me of the change since I was matriculated before the said change went into effect. She didn't think it applied to me. Ms. Olivo gave a sympathetic smile. If it had been your final year, then maybe, but the additional requirements to the major do apply to you. I took in a slow, deep breath. I could not lose my cool. I was a mature adult, and I would handle this as such. What can be done? Is there a class I can sign up for this semester? If there was one thing my dad taught me, it was that there was always a solution, and if you couldn't find it, make it. She turned toward her computer and began clicking. I tried to distract myself while she worked away, but everything in the office was generic and tacky. Given her position, I expected more creativity. Maybe some student pieces or prints of her favorite works. Not something she likely bought on sale at a discount store. Did she even know anything about art, or was she someone the university gave a promotion to without double-checking her qualifications? There is a half-semester course you could take that would fulfill the requirement, she said while still staring at the screen. I scooted to the edge of my chair. Really? What is it? History of Photography, she read before meeting my eyes. It starts next week. I kept my expression as neutral as possible. I had so much on my plate already, but I could fit in one more class. Most of my art history courses were easy as. I'll do it. She pushed her glasses up her nose. It looks like it's full at the moment, but I'll add you and email the professor to let him know it's been approved by me. Great. Whatever needed to happen to keep my timeline in place. Thank you. My heart rate and patience were returning to normal, and my impulse to kick or scream was dwindling. I wasn't normally so mean, even in my head, but I was beyond my limit. My last few months of school were supposed to be easy, predictable, and a smooth sail right on to walking onto the stage for my diploma. But it had been one thing after another lately. My apartment flooded, so I had to move back into student housing. The car I spent 2 years saving up for sold the month before I was ready to buy it, so much for verbal contracts. Oh, and the company I spent the past 3 summers interning for with the hopes of getting a job offer after graduation was sold, and restructured to the point that no one I worked with was still around to vouch for me. It had been a very bad, no good kind of day, month, or 2. Things wouldn't stay like this forever. That was the one comforting thought keeping me from throwing in the towel and finding a quiet place to cry. All things, good and bad, changed. So at some point, my life would no longer be a series of unfortunate events. I might even look back at this time and laugh. Maybe in a few years. That is done, she said with a final click. I apologized that this was a last-minute upset, but at least we were able to find a solution. I really appreciate your help. Ms. Olivo smiled, and this time I returned it before standing and leaving her oppressive office. Most of my classes were in this building, now that I was only taking those specific to my major. It was nice not having to run around campus, but drifting through the same halls did make the hours feel long. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I stayed in the same room for 4 hours straight. My next class started in 10 minutes, so I headed down the stairs and claimed my normal seat at the end of the middle row before pulling out my tablet and phone. I clicked on an email notification from the school and read over the details of the course I added. History of Photography taught by Professor Clements. At least it was someone I knew. He was an older man that wasn't too strict or hard on grading. He made you work, but it wasn't impossible to get an A like some professors made their classes. I didn't have access to the syllabus yet, but hopefully, it wouldn't throw off my schedule too much. Thanks to my paid summer internships, I didn't have to work through the school year, but that didn't mean I had a ton of free time either. I was already taking 6 classes, and since they were all upper level, the workload was intense. Most people didn't think graphic design was a challenging program, but I had several projects due every week that each required at least 2 or 3 hours to complete. Adding in a condensed half-semester course wasn't exactly the best idea, but I had no other choice. I refused to stay here for another 5 months for 3 stupid credits. Not that I necessarily had a plan post-graduation anymore. I was giving myself until after the Thanksgiving break to start sending out my resume and portfolio. Another notification appeared at the top of my screen. Lauren, my roommate and best friend, texted me. Lauren, what do you think? I clicked on the listing of a 2-bedroom apartment in downtown Pittsburgh. It was fine. The price was within the budget we set. Plus, it was in a good location, and it checked off of the most crucial must-haves of in-unit laundry and at least 1 dedicated parking space. Kennedy, looks good. I didn't know how to tell her Pittsburgh wasn't far enough away for me. I wanted to get away from West Penn University, and 20 minutes wasn't what I had in mind. But I was trying to compromise. She and I had planned out our futures back at the beginning of our sophomore year. We'd been a random pairing in the dorms when we were freshmen and instantly clicked. She was the best friend I'd ever had, and I loved her like the sister I always wanted. Which was why I was trying to keep an open mind. Since she majored in health administration, we could both work pretty much anywhere. Another reason for getting as far away as possible. I wanted to get out and see more of the world. Experience someplace new. We didn't have to go somewhere like New York or Los Angeles. I was perfectly fine with a more affordable area, but couldn't we at least go to the other side of the state? Good afternoon, class. How is everyone doing? Professor Mackey strolled into class and set her bag down on the front table before pulling out her laptop and connecting it to the projector. Good, a few voices called back. She smiled, not looking up as she logged in and pulled up a presentation. We have an exciting project this week. As much as I liked her as a teacher, I'd learned last year not to trust her when she said things like that. One exciting project had been a month-long programming nightmare that took years off my life. You have the opportunity for the entire campus to see your work. She took a step back and swept her eyes over the room. I crossed my arms and sank into my chair. This wasn't good. It usually meant we were providing free labor to the school. Actually, we were paying them and giving them free labor. What is it this time? Dustin, a fellow senior, called. Mackey's facade cracked, and she bit her lip at his sour tone. The athletic department is looking to refresh some of the banners. So why doesn't the school hire a professional agency? Dustin asked. I nodded, not that anyone was paying attention to me. Because, Mackey stated, I thought you all would appreciate the experience and opportunity to add to your portfolio. Being able to add a major campaign for the university is a pretty big deal. She wasn't wrong. This class was about branding, and we were supposed to use all we learned from drawing, typography, and design courses to create completely personalized and cohesive proposals for future clients and businesses. This project would encompass all of that and was the best form of practice we could get. She hit a key and the presentation moved on, showing images of the various banners around campus. We're focusing on winter sports: basketball, swimming, diving, wrestling, and hockey. I'll divide the class into 5 sections and assign one to each group. I want each of you to come up with 3 concepts for your sport by class on Friday, she announced. I groaned along with half the students. 3 professional-level concepts in 2 days? I guess this was like the real world when disorganized bosses and clients made unrealistic demands, and you had to find a way to make it work. Usually by giving up sleeping, eating, or socializing. Since the last one wasn't a priority for me, it was the first 2 to go. She walked to the far end of the room and counted off 5 people. Basketball. Then another 5. Swimming. 5 more. Diving. Next 5. Wrestling. Oh no. 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 No, and you guys will do hockey. I was ready to raise my hand, but she was already walking away. I'm releasing you early so you can walk around and check out the current banners in person to see the scale you're working with, and decide what you would improve on. The specific requirements are online. If you have any questions, reach out before Thursday night, please. The students around me gathered their things, but I jumped out of my seat and hurried toward Mackie as she packed up. Yes, Kennedy? She watched me with narrowed eyes. It wasn't like I was a troublemaker or anything, but I did have a reputation amid the department for being a bit much. I just happened to be detail-focused and voiced my opinions. Apparently, some professors found it tiresome. May I please switch to a different sport? I asked with my most charming smile, even batting my lashes for full effect. She sighed and leaned a hip against the table. And why would you like to do that? Because hockey is the devil's sport, and all the players were evil, selfish, rotten, despicable vermin? No, that was mean to rats and mice. They were more like snakes. Hidden dangers waiting to strike out and tear into you with their venomous bite. Personal reasons. She cocked her head. Kennedy, in the real world you're going to have to work with, and for, people you may not like. Sure, but until then I was in the pretend world where I didn't have to. Will I have to actually talk to, see, or breathe the same air as any of the players? She started to smile, but quickly covered it. I don't think that will be necessary. You'll have access to any logos or images you may need through the drive, so you won't have to interact with anyone unless you'd like to. I shook my head. Nope, that will not be happening. That's fine. I look forward to seeing your concepts on Friday. She offered a curt nod before picking up her bag and leaving me alone in the room. Maybe I could use some of my Photoshop tricks to my advantage or entertainment. I didn't care about getting chosen for the project. I needed a passing grade on the assignment. Let someone else deal with the athletic department. I didn't need the glory or extra padding on my resume. Dealing with the team would just be more work I couldn't handle. Too bad my competitive streak wouldn't accept losing. I dropped my head back and groaned. I needed to stop at the student store and stock up on energy drinks to get me through an all-nighter.
Chapter 2. Ethan. Nice work, Clarkson. Benjamin, my team captain, clapped me on the back as we reset to run through the play again. I'll try to get into position faster this time, Reed, my roommate and best friend, called as he passed me to center ice. I waved my gloved hand to let him know I heard but kept my focus on the face-off. I knew exactly what I needed to do and how to execute the maneuver we'd been working on for the past 2 weeks. This was the first time all the pieces came together with the guys, and we were running it until it was ingrained into our brains. This was what I loved most in the world. I knew what my team wanted from me and how to deliver. There was no better feeling. We nailed it another 3 times before Coach Weston blew his whistle and told us to head to the showers. Clarkson, hang back. We need to talk. A few of the guys bumped into me as they passed, making comments about me being in trouble and telling me whatever I did better be worth the punishment. The usual treatment for getting called out by coach. I was used to it, but this was the first time I had no idea why he wanted to talk to me. I hadn't broken any rules, recently at least. No parties or scandals that I could recall. Maybe I wasn't actually in trouble. Good news for a change. Wouldn't that be nice? Coach nodded toward his office when I stepped off the ice, not even giving me a chance to change or shower. Was this time-sensitive information, or was I in that deep? Before I stepped into his office, I glanced back to the locker room. Benjamin, Hunter, and Reed stood in the doorway, watching me. I couldn't deal with the concern and questions on their faces. I didn't have answers, so I turned around and took a seat in front of Coach's desk. He shut the door behind him before moving to his chair. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his desk with his fingers steepled. We stared at each other. Was he waiting for me to speak? Admit something? Magically know why I was there? He titled his head. I received a message from your counselor. Well, that wasn't what I expected. You're towing the line, Ethan. You're 1/10 of a point from being on academic probation. I rubbed at my jaw, then the back of my neck as my knee bounced to an unknown rhythm. Okay. He continued to stare. Okay? That's all you have to say? I should have gone into the locker room and grabbed my phone before this. He wouldn't have liked me not following his instructions, but then I would have it with me. Haley got a textured sticker for me that I put on the back of the case, and it usually worked really well at distracting my mind enough for me to focus. Right now all I had was the ripple of my pads on my thighs, which wasn't as effective. I'm not sure what to say, Coach. I meet with my tutor every single day. I spend every free hour I have in the library. It's to the point where my sister and some of the guys are suspicious I'm up to something because I'm never around. Reed accused me of having a secret affair, as if I had time for a relationship. What else can I do? He rested his lips against his fingers while considering. I know you're putting in the work. I think most of your professors do too, but it's not enough, I finished. He didn't disagree. I shoved a hand through my hair. This wasn't fair. If school was graded based on effort, you would have a perfect GPA, but unfortunately that's not how it works. Which was absolutely ridiculous. It wasn't fair to the students like me who didn't learn or read or work the way neurotypical people did. Having dyslexia and ADHD made nearly everything at school more challenging for me. The university made some accommodations, but it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. My very best was barely passing. What else can I do? This was a conversion we'd had several times over the past 3 years. He reminded me how close I was to losing my spot on the team. I asked for help and advice, and things got better for a few weeks before we were back to where we started. She told me there was an elective course you could take that fits within your history major, and it's known to be an easy A. If you can do that, it would lift your average enough to keep you in the clear for the rest of the year. I finished all my electives last year. That was also why it was so much harder to keep my GPA up this semester. My classes were all higher level, major-specific courses. She said you can take this class, and she would switch it out for a different requirement. She can do that? He nodded. Then why hasn't it been an option before? The situation hasn't ever been this, he cleared his throat, dire. I leaned back with a sigh. Things were really bad. I'm not sure I can handle another class right now. Obviously, I'm barely managing the ones I already have. It's your only option. Unless you can pull out a miracle and get your grades up by finals, he trailed off, but I caught the meaning. I was closer than ever before to getting kicked off the team. Okay. I didn't have a choice. I needed to ace this class and hope it was enough to keep me safe from probation. Good. He opened his laptop and typed for a minute. I let her know she should add you to the course. Thanks. I dug my nails into my pads. I believe in you, Ethan. You've never backed away from a challenge, even though you have to work harder than everyone else. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Coach. I stood and let myself out of his office. I wasn't in the mood to see or talk to any of my teammates, but Benjamin, Reed, and Hunter were all waiting for me when I strode into the locker room. Ignoring them wasn't an option, so I went to my locker and sat on the bench to take off my gear while they interrogated me. What was that about? Reed started. My grades. It wasn't exactly a secret that I struggled with schoolwork. These three had been at my side since freshman year and had heard me complain enough to understand the gist of my problems. How bad is it? Benjamin asked. I wanted to believe it was because he cared about me, but he always put the team first. He was thinking about restructuring the lines and running plays without me. I'm right on the edge. I had my skates off and tugged my jersey over my head. But I thought you've been working with that tutor. Reed crossed his arms. I have, but it's not enough. She doesn't understand how my brain works. She gets impatient with me and repeats herself 100 times rather than coming up with a different way of explaining things. Hunter eased onto the bench next to me. Can you request someone else? Yeah, there have to be better tutors out there, Benjamin added. She's the fourth one that's been assigned to me, and she's better than the others, so I decided to try to survive the year. She's really trying and promised not to give up on me. Which was better than the previous three that bailed when they realized I wasn't an easy fix. But she should try to find ways to work with you. If you don't understand the way she's explaining it, she needs to change tactics. Benjamin was switching back into captain mode. He was a fixer, and now I was his biggest problem. I'll talk to her again and see if it helps. I doubted it. She was assigned to me at the beginning of the semester, and we were almost halfway through. She got me through midterms, but if my counselor reached out to Coach, I must not have done as well as I hoped. What else did he say? Hunter asked. There's an elective I can take that is supposed to be an easy A. It should help raise my overall GPA to keep me safe for the rest of the year. Are you sure adding another class is going to help? Reed sounded as convinced as I'd been when Coach first told me. I don't really have a choice. I haven't checked my grades this week, but if my counselor is talking to Coach, then they must be worried. You need to stay on top of your grades, Clarkson. You can't wait until it's too late to ask for help, Benjamin added. I was already at that point. But I hadn't waited. I asked for help. It just wasn't enough. I'm taking the class, so don't worry. Reed gave me a sincere smile. We'll help as much as we can. You're not alone. Yeah. I think there are a couple of guys majoring in history. They can probably help you. Hunter slapped my back and stood. Maybe hold off for now. I appreciated their enthusiasm and willingness to jump to my aid, but I didn't really want this getting out to the rest of the team. It was hard enough that my closest friends knew how much I struggled. I didn't want the younger guys doubting me. Sure, let us know. Benjamin waved the other guys out, leaving me to shower and change. As soon as I was alone, I closed my eyes and dropped my head into my hands. I never wanted to be a burden, especially when it came to my closest friends. I hated that I couldn't just get it. It didn't matter to professors that I took twice as long to complete assignments and that I'd been studying more than ever before. They didn't care about the late nights, or occasional all-nighters, that I spent rereading my textbook and reviewing practice tests. No amount of medication, to-do lists, or focused breathing was going to change the way my brain was wired. Why was I the one expected to change? Why did I have to adjust to the way the majority of people learned and functioned? Why wasn't my way enough? Why did I always have to be in the wrong? I wasn't stupid. I understood what I was taught. I could memorize facts and dates. I genuinely enjoyed learning about history. I did it differently. It had been this way my entire life, but the struggle had never been this difficult before. The pressure and frustration never got to me because I didn't let it. Sure, I wasn't like my classmates, but that never bothered me because I had something none of them did. Hockey gave me the escape I craved. A place where being myself was fine. I wasn't looked down on. I was encouraged to use all my energy and keep moving and fighting and pushing myself. On the ice, I wasn't normal. I was excellent. I wanted to get to the professional level. I wanted to leave school behind and be where I belonged. The last year or so had pushed me to the edge. I wasn't sure how much longer I could listen to people tell me I wasn't enough. That my very best didn't measure up to their standards. That giving it my all was failing according to the world. I only had a semester and a half left, but I wasn't sure I could make it.
Chapter 3, Kennedy. Things couldn't get worse. That was the only comforting thought I had as I headed into my new history of photography class. I hit bottom and things could only go up from here. The next 6 weeks would be intense with the additional work, but I would manage. I always did. I waved to Professor Clements as I walked in. "Good morning, Kennedy. It's nice to have you in a class again." "Good morning, Professor. I'm glad I got to squeeze one more in with you." That wasn't a total lie. As much as I was dreading adding on to my mile-long to-do list, I truly enjoyed my art history classes with him. He grinned and leaned back on the stool he had positioned in the center of the whiteboards. I noticed a few familiar faces and almost asked if they'd been tricked by the major's requirement changes, too, but that wouldn't be making the best of a rough situation. I couldn't do anything about it, and I'd been given a somewhat decent solution. Now I had to survive until December. The clock over the entrance changed to 10, and Professor Clements stood as the door swung open. A tall, muscular guy practically fell into the room. He looked back as if searching for the reason he tripped before smoothing his long blonde hair back and offering a painfully perfect smile to our instructor. "I'm so sorry. I got a little lost. I haven't taken a class in the art building in a few years." "That's all right. We were just getting started, so go ahead and take a seat." Clements waved in the direction of a free chair in the row next to me. I held my breath and stared down the intruder. The audacity. The absolute nerve. How dare he come here? This violated 3 years of neutrality. This was my space. I didn't cross into his world, and he didn't come into mine. He glanced around the room as he sat, likely looking for one of his fellow Neanderthals. When he checked over his left shoulder, his eyes connected with my death glare, and I willed all my energy into vaporizing him. He flinched and quickly faced forward. "That's right. Run away. Coward." Clements walked along the front row, passing out the syllabus, and I took the opportunity to pull out my phone and send an emergency message to my best friend, Lauren. "Kennedy, Lucifer is in my new class." "Lauren, Lucifer? Lauren, is this a code blue?" I wasn't sure what code blue was, but I appreciated that she understood the gravity of the situation. "Kennedy, at least a code red." "Lauren, girl. I'm coming." "Kennedy, you're in the middle of accounting. Do you get out before noon?" "Lauren. Yeah." "Kennedy, would you mind being here when I get out? I might need backup. Or someone to restrain me." "Lauren, or help you drag the body to the trash chute." I let out a giggle and looked around, but no one was paying attention to me. A syllabus sat in front of me, but I didn't remember how it got there. Clements was talking, and I tried to focus, but Lauren sent another message. "Lauren, I'll bring the gloves, tarp, and shovels. The acid might take a while to get a hold of." We might have been watching too many true crime shows lately, but at least I knew she was loyal. "I've made a major change to the curriculum this year," Professor Clements continued, "and I'm excited for you guys to be the first group to experience it." A few people groaned. No one liked being a professor's guinea pig. They always thought their ideas were cutting edge and so innovative, and maybe after a few semesters they got to that point, but it never happened the first time around. The grading structure wasn't ever fair. There were errors in the tests. Generally, the professor was working out kinks as they appeared, making us run behind schedule only to have to cram the last week or two to catch up. It was necessary. A course that never changed was as boring for the students as it was for the poor professor teaching it over and over again, but it sucked being the test subjects. There will still be texts to read and study, but no book. That earned a few cheers. No need to buy a $300 book? Yes, please. I'll provide the reading material through our online classroom. I've also changed the project from a research paper to something much more meaningful. He scanned the class with a growing smile. You'll apply what you learn through the lectures and reading, and submit a collection of photographs you take. Huh. I liked that idea. I hadn't done any photography since my sophomore year when I decided I wanted to pursue the design side of art, so getting back to that would be fun. Much better than a 10-page paper about an assigned topic that had no practical application for me. And to make things interesting, we're going to hold a gallery event at the end to share your work with the class. One group's collection will be selected for display in the main hall for the rest of the school year. That sounded fun. It was rare to get to see everyone's work since we usually submitted it online for grading. A guy on the far side of the room raised his hand. Yes, and please tell me your name? Clemens said. I'm Brady. I was wondering, you said one group. Did you mean more than one person's work will be displayed? There was a hopefulness in his voice that made me pause. I hadn't picked up on that. Oh no. No, this will. Please don't say it. A group project. Just like that, all the excitement and joy were sucked out of the room. There were no two words any college student hated more than group projects. It was complete crap. Professors claimed they wanted us to experience working together since that's how most businesses worked, but there were so many things wrong with that idea. I was pretty sure it was just so they had half as much grading to do. In the real world, we would spend 8 hours a day working at the same place. We would have time together to get a project done that didn't require coordinating schedules. Plus, not all of us lived on campus. There were a good number of students that lived at home or in Pittsburgh and commuted in. Not to mention, a majority had jobs. Real world? Yeah, that seemed a whole lot easier than college life. There will be class time set aside to collaborate and work together, but the photographs will have to be taken on your own time. Clemens continued as if he didn't make himself enemy number one of the entire class. Well, maybe number 2 for me. I was still staring at the back of number 1's head, willing it to explode or him to fall face first onto his desk from heart failure. Oh, but that would require him to have a beating heart. He did not. Can we at least pick our partners? Brady, the brave, asked. Clemens smiled, and I glanced around at the people I knew from past classes, already narrowing my choices. No, I've found the best art happens when one is pushed from their comfort zone. Wow. He was falling so far down my list of favorite teachers so very fast. He moved to the front table and picked up a piece of paper. I've paired you already. He started calling out names, and every muscle in my body tensed until I was pretty sure I was going to snap in half or break a molar. He didn't call my name. One by one, the people I knew were taken. Don't panic. This was a pretty big class. At least 50 students. What were the odds? And our 2 latecomers will be our last group. He turned toward me. Kennedy, you'll be with Ethan. He glanced down as he read, but he didn't need to finish. I knew his last name. Cursed it 1,000 times. Clarkson. I couldn't move. Not even blink. I sat there, staring back at Clemens, waiting for him to tell me this was a joke. He spoke to Professor Mackey about my aversion to hockey players and thought it would be funny to scare me. He smiled and set the paper down before going to his laptop and opening it to our first lecture. No. 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 What had I done to deserve this? I donated what little extra money I had. I volunteered, and not just around the holidays. I was kind and patient with the elderly. I was a good person. Why was the universe determined to push me over my breaking point? Kennedy, I'm cursed. Lauren. Oh no. Kennedy, we're partners on the class project. I watched her bubble appear showing she was typing. After a solid minute of no response, I turned my attention to the board. Where the camera came from,
Yeah.
Nothing noteworthy. Lauren, I'll take care of him for you. I covered my mouth. That was her long reply? I'm sure she went through several other options before this. But it was direct and to the point. Lauren, I can make it look like an accident. Kennedy, we need to start watching new shows. Lauren, I've listened to plenty of country music. We'll go all.
Goodbye.
Earl on him. Kennedy, he doesn't like black-eyed peas. Lauren. That protein shake tasted all right to me. I nearly burst out laughing. Joking about killing someone wasn't okay, but any woman scorned knew sometimes you couldn't help it. I didn't want him dead. I wanted him to suffer the way he'd made me. I wanted to rip his world out from under him. I wanted to dangle his entire future in front of his face, then throw it away without looking back. At least, freshman year me wanted all that. After 3 years, I was more mature. I moved on. I didn't let his betrayal hurt me anymore. I was happy with my life. Mostly. This would all be a whole lot easier if he at least got ugly over the years. His hair had always been on the shaggy side, but now it fell past in shoulders in sandy beach waves anyone would be envious of. He reached back, as if sensing my stare, and pulled the glorious mane up in a messy bun I never would be able to master. How could that have possibly made him sexier? Man buns were supposed to be ridiculous, but the mindless way he did it, like he really couldn't care less how it looked or what anyone thought, was far too attractive. Wait. I leaned forward just a bit. Was that a scrunchie? Where did he get that? I couldn't for the life of me picture him walking into a store and buying it. Was it his girlfriend's? A memento from a recent hookup? Something he pulled from his room's lost and found? It didn't matter. It did. Stupid bun. Class ended before Clemens was done with his lecture, so we didn't have time to meet with our partners. Thank heaven. I wasn't mentally or emotionally ready for that. The second we were excused, I was out of my seat and rushing toward the door before anyone else stood. The second I stepped out, Lauren was by my side with 2 caramel iced lattes. She handed me one, and I could have kissed her. Thanks, I needed this. I figured. She wasn't looking at me but back through the door into the class. Lauren was tiny. A petite blonde that was often underestimated. She was a fireball. Fearless and fierce with a wild temper to match. I called her Tink behind her back since she didn't appreciate the comparison to the fairy, but the resemblance was too much. She was full of drama and fire and also started to die if she didn't get enough attention. Come on. I tried to tug her away. I didn't want to see or speak to the devil until I absolutely had to. I just want a peek, she protested. I wasn't going to wait around for this. I started heading to the stairs when I heard him. Oh, hey, Lo. His deep, sultry voice was the same. I hated it. Only my friends call me that, she bit back. Sorry. He cleared his throat, and I had the fleeting impulse to run interference but quickly pushed that away. I wasn't going to save him from my tiny friend. He deserved her wrath. You should be. She spun on her heels and marched over to me before linking her elbow with mine and leading us down the stairs. He has the most punchable face. I giggled and took a long draw of my morning pick-me-up. He really does. You'd think after all those years of hockey, he'd at least have a messed up nose or be missing some teeth. I nodded along. It was true. His face was obnoxiously perfect. There was a thin, white scar along his hairline, but other than that, he was beautiful. It almost hurt to look at him. I used to drive myself crazy wondering what he saw in me. He could be a supermodel, and I was normal. Average. Cute but nothing remarkable. I suffered from that insecurity for years, and freshman year certainly didn't help. One day, I'm going to punch him. I promise. I shook my head. The idea of my pint-sized friend taking on the hockey god was amusing. I didn't doubt she could hold her own against him, mostly because he would never lay a hand on a woman and she'd take full advantage of that. Remember to leave your thumb out. I had to correct her form when we first met, and it took months for her to break the habit. She turned with a wicked glint in her eyes. I've been practicing. If only he were that easy to deal with. One punch to get him out of my life? I would have done that years ago, but nothing was ever that simple. The phantom that haunted me from a distance was now impossible to ignore.
Chapter 4 Ethan. I called Haley 4 times before she finally picked up. Reed told me the plans for their 1-month anniversary, and somewhere deep in the back of my mind I knew I shouldn't bother them, but they were the only ones I could talk to. I needed my best friend and my sister. It just happened that they were together. EW. Together. I didn't want to think about that. Maybe some sick part of me wanted to ruin their happy night. Because I was miserable and misery loved company and all. Haley stepped into our room with Reed behind her. What's going on? She stood next to me, leaning against my bed, but I kept my attention on the ceiling. Ethan? Come on. We're here, so tell us what happened. I heard the worry in her voice. I probably freaked her out. Good. We could lose it together. I let out a grunt as Ethan shoved a fist into my ribs and lifted my leg like he was planning on dragging me off the bed to drop to the ground 4 feet below. No way. I didn't need physical injury on top of emotional. I kicked my free leg at him and sat up to face them. I'm in mourning, dude. Careful. I dropped my head into my hands and sighed. Too much movement too fast. What are you mourning? Haley asked, did something happen to Mom or Dad? That would be easier to deal with, I mumbled, hoping neither of them heard me. I shouldn't be wishing a terrible fate on my parents. Ethan smacked my wrist, making my head drop. I shot him a glare, but he didn't seem to care. No. They're fine as far as I know, I told Haley. Her shoulders dropped as she sighed. Then what is it? We rushed over here for you, so start talking. Reed shot her a look that told me he was thinking indecent thoughts about my sister. I cringed and refocused on her. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen. She had to know what I meant. She was there for all of it. Well, not the ending. Reed and the guys got to witness that mess. No, she was there for the best parts. Ethan rolled his eyes. You're not dead. None of your family is dead. You're not injured, and you're still on the team. So, we know it's not actually anything close to being the worst-case scenario. I snapped my eyes to him. Oh yeah? Well then, where does being in class with, and assigned to partner with, the one person that hates me more than anyone else in the world rank? Huh. They shared a confused look before Haley faced me. Who's in your class? Thinking about her, even her name, put me back into a haze of panic and deep regret. Kennedy. Haley's arms wrapped around me. Oh, Ethan. Saying it aloud made it real. Maybe you two can avoid each other. You've managed to for this long. She tried to comfort me, but there was no fixing this. I can't. We have to work together. If she didn't kill me first. Or I mean Lauren. My money was on her. A cough came from Reed, and I glanced at him to see him trying to cover a smile. I glared at him. Are you laughing at me? He shook his head with a bit too much enthusiasm. You're enjoying this. He shrugged. I'm not finding this entertaining. Some best friend he was. I should have called Benjamin. No, he would make me talk to her and work things out. Hunter would have ordered pizza and played video games with me until I passed out. Yeah, definitely should have called him. Stop it. Haley swung her arm back in a half-hearted attempt to smack Reed. What? He dug this grave 3 years ago. It's about time he has to lie in it. Reed crossed his arms and leaned against his bed. Their relationship didn't work out. It happens. Haley looked between me and Reed. I get why she was mad, but it's been so long. She can't still hold a grudge. Reed blew out a long breath, and I stared at him, urging him not to say a word. Maybe this happened for a reason? Fate forced you guys together so you can both clear the air before graduation. Haley's optimism was grating on my nerves. Yeah, this could all be happening for a reason. Maybe she has some things she needs to say to you. Reed's smirk was growing. Haley nodded. I'm sure you do too. You were together for over 4 years. You both have moved on, but that doesn't mean you guys don't have a past. You shouldn't leave here with her still hating you. I'm sure once you guys talk, it will clear things up. Reed chuckled darkly. You're right, babe. They do need to talk, but I doubt either of them will leave feeling better after. Haley spun to face him. What do you mean? He was ignoring my warning looks. Haley knew a lot about my relationship with Kennedy, at least the high school parts. I didn't exactly tell her everything that happened when we broke up. Sometimes the damage can't be undone. He glanced at me, and I realized he wasn't ignoring my threats. Smart man. She grunted before turning back to me. If you can't change the situation, you have to get it to a point where you can work together. Try to talk to her. An apology can go a long way. Sweet, innocent Haley. She really thought me saying sorry could make this all go away. I hadn't stepped on the back of Kennedy's shoe and tripped her. I hadn't forgotten to call or run late for a date. This wasn't the sort of thing words or chocolate could fix. I'd messed up. Big time. Now I was having to face the consequences. This was stupid. It would likely end in disaster. What was I thinking? I had no reason to be here. The class was on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I had no excuse for lurking around the art building. What if I did run into her? What would I say? I was in the area. Most of the classes for my major were in the history building, halfway across campus. There was a really good coffee spot right outside, and sometimes I ventured over here if one of the guys had a craving for something better than the lukewarm, sad coffee in the dining hall near our dorms. I didn't really care. I only drank the stuff if I needed to stay awake. I could offer to get her one. She was still drinking her favorite, iced caramel lattes, since Lauren brought her one yesterday. She would probably think I poisoned it. How did we get to this point? In high school, we were each other's person. Their number one. Best friend. Confidant. Lover. What happened? Oh yeah. I royally screwed up. But did I regret it? Could I? It was impossible to deny that things had worked out for me. Considering the what-ifs would only drive me crazy. I rocked back and forth on my heels as doors along the hall opened and students filed out. This was my last shot. If I didn't see her in the next few minutes, I'd have to wait until tomorrow. I needed to get to practice and I couldn't be late, not with Coach watching me so closely. Dozens of people walked past without giving me a second glance. I liked being around the art students. They were so focused on their own worlds that they generally didn't follow the school sports. I was just a really tall guy to them. Nothing to get excited about. There. I caught her light brown hair as she glided toward me. She was talking to a girl I didn't know and was nearly past me before she looked up. Her face fell, and I immediately lost all the courage I'd mustered. She said something to the girl who eyed me before walking off. What? She said with no warmth. I wanted. She huffed out a laugh. You want? Shocking. It's always about you and what you want when you want it. I deserve that. We're going to have to work together, and I thought it would be a good idea to clear the air. She narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything for a long moment. Her lips drew into a tight line until they went white. Then with a look that made me want to take a step back, she spoke slowly. You do not talk to me outside of class. You do not come to this building unless it's for class. You do not follow me around or wait for me. You will leave me alone like you have for the past 3 years. If you need to contact me outside of class, send me a message through the class site. She turned and walked away before I could reply. Not that I had any words left. There was nothing to say. She made herself crystal clear. By the time I made it to the arena, I'd suppressed the lingering disappointment and embarrassment. I didn't have the headspace to process emotions right now. I had more important things to focus on. There he is, Reed said with a cocky grin. Hunter clapped while Benjamin watched me with his arms crossed over his chest. I ignored them and went to my locker, placing my bag on the bench in front. You were so close. You almost made it out, Hunter said as he slapped me on the back. Looks like karma wanted to sneak in and take you down when you least expected it, Benjamin said. I'm here for it, Reed said, but I avoided looking at him. So much for being supportive and encouraging. Not that I was all that surprised. If the situation was reversed, I'd be joining in with them. I tried to talk to her. She told me not to speak to her outside of class. I pulled off my t-shirt and swapped it for a compression shirt. What did you expect? She'd give you a hug and want to catch up? Benjamin asked. I shrugged and tugged on my pads. I wanted to apologize. Haley was right about that. It was the right thing to do. I didn't handle things well when we were freshmen, but I wasn't doing much better now. Too little, too late, man, Hunter said. She knows you're only doing it now because you have to work together. If you'd sought her out at literally any other time, it might have gone differently, but it's not exactly genuine now. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm an idiot. A failure. A jerk. I paid for it once, and I'm going through it all over again. Did you? Benjamin asked. I pulled my jersey on and faced him. What do you mean? Did you really pay for it? Tell me how? I scoffed. He'd been there. Didn't he remember? My high school friends took her side. He narrowed his eyes. But you already had us. I was miserable. I missed her. For a week or two. I'm pretty sure you got over it quickly. I tried to make it appear that way, but because I hung out with different girls didn't mean I wasn't still hurting. I lost my relationship with her family. Her parents treated me like a son. They were more emotionally there for me than my own parents. You couldn't really think they would betray their daughter by staying in contact with you, did you? I shook my head. I knew they would be another casualty of the breakup. I still missed them. All of that was your own doing, man, Hunter said. You don't have much ground to stand on. We feel for you. We do. Reed patted my shoulder. But you're not going to get much sympathy from us. You made your decision and have to live with it. I dropped my head and stared down at my skates. I chose them over her. Well, not just them. Hockey. This life. My career. I put it first. I'm not going to lie, Hunter said, and I glanced up. I can't wait to see this drama unfold. Our own personal soap opera. Reed waggled his brows. Thanks, guys. I'm glad my suffering is making you happy. Benjamin shoved me over and started pulling on his skates. At least it can't get any worse, right? She already hates you. Try to make it through the rest of the semester, and you'll be fine. Encouraging words from my captain.
Chapter 5, Kennedy. The audacity of that man. Lauren picked up our drinks from the counter and followed me to 2 empty chairs in the back of the cafe. It was our favorite spot to catch up if we'd missed each other too many times in a row, which happened a lot more than either of us expected. We lived together, but our schedules were so different this year that if we didn't plan on meeting, days could pass. He thinks he can march into your building and talk to you? She was serious, but when she phrased it like that, I had to wonder if we were both a little nuts. It's not really my building. She swirled her cup, mixing the caramel in. The art building is your domain. He doesn't take classes there. He shouldn't be hanging out, stalking you. He wasn't stalking me. He just wanted to talk. Why are you defending him? Why indeed? I felt nothing but white-hot rage when I thought about him, let alone seeing his stupid face in person. But we were adults. We could be cordial and professional through this. I don't like throwing around words like that. She took a long sip and finally relented. Fine. I see your point, but that doesn't change the fact that he shouldn't be hanging around your area. I thought that was a part of the truce. What truce? She waved her cup around. I don't know. Whatever agreement you guys have to avoid each other. I scoffed. Lo, there's no truce. No agreement. Then how have you two managed to stay away from each other for the past 3 years? There had to be some sort of set rules. I almost laughed. She was ridiculous. I would have told you about it if there was. You're serious? Her eyes widened. Then how? A strong mutual dislike? I guessed. I stuck to my circles, and he did the same. She slouched in her seat. I always thought there was a post-breakup discussion. Like you laid out a map and drew a boundary. Nope. We definitely never did that. We haven't spoken to each other since the night he ended things. I would not think about that now. Huh. That's impressive then. Not really. We're different majors. I don't go to anything related to sports. I don't go to frat parties. It wasn't actually that hard. She pursed her lips. Still, this school isn't that big. You two should have run into each other at some point. You've been with me when we've had to duck into classrooms or bathrooms because he was close. Did Lauren really have this whole conspiracy made up in her mind? Yeah, but I thought you were in the no-no zone. I burst out laughing. Stop it. She giggled. What? I'm serious. I never asked because I didn't want to poke at old wounds, but I figured there had to be something going on. There didn't have to be a discussion, I finally admitted. We knew each other well enough to know where the other would be. Her eyes reflected the sadness I felt. I can't imagine ever having that kind of connection with someone. For years of spending nearly every day together would do that to you. It wasn't something we planned on or even spoke about. We knew each other better than anyone else. We knew how the other thought. Anticipated their emotions. Predicted their reactions. I thought it was because we were soulmates. I was so young and innocent and naive. I know now soulmates are as real as mermaids and trolls and wizards with flying brooms. Another fairy tale. A lie we passed down to each generation. I fell for it. Never again. Why don't you tell the professor you can't work together? I already considered that, but he made the assignments, and we have an even number of students in the class. We can't make someone else switch. Sure you can. Sometimes I wished I had a bit of her boldness. Or you could do the project yourself and tell your professor he didn't help at all. Let him fail. I pulled the syllabus from my notebook and turned it to the page about this project. There will be check-ins every other week with the professor to stay on track and address any issues, so he'll know we aren't working together and fix it before I could turn anything in. She poked at her chin while she thought. What if you? Our grades are linked, low. I cut her off. I read through this like 10 times for a loophole. We get the same grade. If he fails, then so do I. Her shoulders slumped. You can't fail. You'd have to repeat it next semester. Exactly. I'm stuck. With the last person in the world I'd ever want to rely on. That sucks, she conceded. Yeah, it really does. I took a long sip of my own drink, taking comfort in the familiar sweet taste. I've got to get to class. I have a shift tonight, so I probably won't see you. Lauren gathered her things and stood. Okay, bye. She squeezed my shoulder as she passed, and I enjoyed the rest of my drink before heading to my branding class. When I entered the room, the screen was already down and the projector was on. I took my normal seat before looking at what was displayed. Oh no. My design for the hockey banners was next to the one for the swim teams and basketball. I wasn't sure who designed the other two, but I assumed that meant we were the lucky winners. Just great. I didn't have time for this. Maybe I could tell Professor Mackey, and she could assign someone else the privilege. I hadn't even done my best work. I threw together a simple design and submitted it last Thursday night in the middle of doing my other homework. I hadn't thought about it since, and Mackey didn't mention anything during our previous class this week, so I thought the winners were told privately. Maybe I was wrong. It was pretty arrogant of me to assume I'd won. The other designs were pretty great though. Maybe they were examples of what we turned in. Good morning, class. Mackey walked in looking happier than normal. As you can see, the head of the athletic department and the board made their final decision. Kennedy, Dustin, and Maya were selected to work on the design for the winter sports. She clapped, and the rest of the class joined. I met Dustin's gaze, and he looked about as thrilled as me. We'd been sucked into projects like this before and knew what a time waste they could be. Maya was a junior and not as jaded. Yet. She bounced in her seat as those around her congratulated her. Mackey waited until it quieted down before continuing. I'd like to talk to you three after class, please. I had to come up with a solid excuse to get out of this. Something she couldn't brush off or twist around. Not having time wasn't enough, and simply not wanting to wasn't going to get me anywhere. She began her lecture on color themes, and I took a few notes while plotting a way to get out of this. I was barely holding on as it was, with homework, tests, and the freelance work I picked up on occasion. Plus, the stupid photography project. I didn't know how much time that would take up, but I doubted I'd have time to sleep or eat while designing banners for the athletic department. It might be winter sports, for now. But spring was around the corner and they would probably ask us to do those too. Free labor and whatnot. Turning down an opportunity this big was nuts. It was great exposure, anyone visiting campus would see my work, plus, like Mackey said, it would be an incredible addition to my portfolio. I just really didn't want to do it. I didn't want to waste my time making the teams look good. They didn't need help with that. They were already overfunded. The art department was the one that could use us. Although, it could be fun to make hockey banners using every player's face, except Lucifer. Just the thought sent a spark of joy to my heart. Oh, he would hate that so much. Poor little golden boy would be overlooked and forgotten. The travesty. All right, remember your assignments are due before the next class period. Not during or after. I see the timestamps, people. Mackey dismissed the class, and I waited with Maya and Dustin for the room to empty. Congratulations to all three of you. I was very impressed with your work, even if you weren't that enthusiastic about the project. She raised her brow and looked at me, then Dustin. There were specific things the department liked about each of your styles, so they want you guys to work together. I let out a breath and tried not to roll my eyes. A group project? Not only do they want us to do this in what little free time we have, for no additional credit, but they want us to work together? Dustin voiced my exact thoughts. Maya looked between him and our professor like she couldn't believe he was challenging her. Yeah, I barely have time to get through my normal workload. I don't know how I'll be able to fit in meetings as well as working on the actual designs. There was no way. It was one thing to stay up late, after I finished my other projects, to get these done. Having to collaborate would slow me down considerably. Especially with Dustin. He was about as stubborn and opinionated as they came. Talented for sure, but incredibly hard to work with. That is why I wanted to speak to you without anyone else around. You will be exempt from all other assignments in my class, until the final project. This time I did roll my eyes. She assigned small, weekly tasks that eventually built out the massive final project. Doing that will put us further behind. Maya nodded. I didn't expect her to share her opinion, especially in contradiction to our professor. Mackey threw up a hand. What do you want me to say? This is how it is in the real world. No, Dustin immediately protested. It's not at all. You can try that line on freshmen and maybe sophomores, but Kennedy and I have real-world experience. He glanced at Maya. Have you worked in the industry yet? I've interned the past 2 summers at marketing agencies, she said. He threw up an arm. Exactly, we all know this isn't how it works. If a large, time-sensitive project comes in, then everything else is put on the back burner. We'd have at least 8 hours a day in the same workspace to get this done. That's nothing like what it's like for us now. I could hug him. He was saying everything I'd thought about for years. What would you like me to do, Dustin? Mackie asked with more patience than I could have mustered. It's not likely that we would be excused from our other classes' assignments, and you can't add more hours to your day, but maybe this can be our final project? He looked at me and Maya. We can submit our progress, like deciding on font, colors, images, and basic design. That is basically what the weekly assignments are, right? Mackie agreed. So, if this can replace our final, then it would balance out. I waited as she thought it over. His proposal was solid. It's not like this would be any easier than what she had planned. We didn't just have to worry about our grade, we needed the approval of an entire department, and they'd be spending their budget on our designs. She seemed to think it over before speaking. I think that is a reasonable request. A change like that will require approval from our department chair, but I don't see why he wouldn't agree. I'll let you know as soon as I get word from him. Thanks, I said before turning toward the door. Dustin fell into step next to me, and Maya moved to his other side. Thanks for saying all that. I wanted to, but confrontation isn't my strong suit, she said with a small smile. Yeah, you said what I've been thinking for years. I bumped his arm with my elbow. No problem. Hopefully, we can get the exception approved. He waved before heading off to his next class. Let's exchange information next time, okay? I asked Maya. She agreed, then went to the stairs. I only had a few minutes to get to my next class. The one I was dreading even more than this overwhelming project.
Chapter 6 Ethan. I wiped my palms on my sweats for the 3rd time in less than a minute. Why was Coach doing this to me? How could I be in trouble again? There was no way my grades had changed since I hadn't had anything due this week. I hadn't been to a party in weeks since I spent nearly every spare second studying, and I hadn't broken any rules. If I wasn't at practice, in class, or studying, I was with the guys. Usually playing video games in an attempt to give my brain some peace and time off. I was a saint lately. A model athlete and student. But Coach's face was sending me into a downward spiral. He only got that look when something terrible happened. Okay, there had been, 2 times when it was something really great, but those were the expectations. Finally, he walked into his office with Coach Hiller. The two stood next to each other behind the desk separating us with their arms crossed and those serious expressions. Just say something. You're freaking me out. Hiller looked at Weston, and they finally cracked. They smiled at each other before turning to me. Someone was here for you today, Coach Weston explained. Who? No one I knew was in town. My parents always gave a heads up, and Haley would have disappeared if that was the case. Tyler Rodriguez, Hiller said. I blinked. Took in a breath. Sat up. You're joking. No, son. We're not. Weston was beaming. Washington is in a rebuilding phase, and they're looking for young, fresh players to breathe life back into the team. I shook my head. One of the few times in my life I was actually speechless. Everyone knew who Rodriguez was. He was one of the best centers in the game's history. He retired a few years ago and joined the Washington Wolves coaching staff. He was usually their recruiter, because what player wouldn't be impressed by meeting him? Anyone with half a brain would follow him if given the chance. I rubbed my scruffy beard. I needed to shave. I looked pretty ragged lately since my appearance took a back seat to studying. It was half the reason I still had long hair I pulled into a bun. I didn't have time to worry about a haircut. Knowing Rodriguez saw me like this made my gut turn. It wasn't exactly the impression I wanted to give scouts. We didn't want to tell you before practice because we didn't want you getting in your head, Weston explained. Will he be here for the game tomorrow? I asked. Yes, so you need to be at your very best, Hiller said. Yes, coach. I nodded to him then Weston. Is there anything else? No, get to class. Weston dismissed me, and I rushed back to the locker room. The best part of morning practice was that no one had time to hang out after to chat or stir up drama. Most of us had classes to get to or wanted to get to the dining hall before they switched to lunch options. Only 3 guys were left when I charged through to pull off my gear and shower, and they all left me alone. Once I was clean and dressed, I checked the time on my phone and swore under my breath. I had 10 minutes to get to history of photography on the opposite side of campus. It was at least a 15-minute walk, so I'd have to run to make it. I left my gear in my locker, having to worry about it later, and threw my backpack over my shoulder as I jogged down the hall and out the back exit. As I breezed by people and dodged groups taking up the entire walkway, I thought out how much more convenient it would be to have a motorcycle or scooter to get around. Bikes were banned on the campus paths, so it would never happen, but it would be nice for times like this. Or a shuttle. One that ran from one side of campus to the other, no stops in between. If this wasn't my last year, I might try to push these ideas. A few people called my name and waved as I passed, and I waved a hand as I maintained my pace. Good thing we didn't do sprints today, or I wouldn't be able to run. Almost there. I didn't check my phone until I was running up the steps to the building. I was 2 minutes late, so I took the stairs 2 at a time. Not too bad. My excitement vanished the second I stepped inside and saw Kennedy's face. She looked annoyed. No, angry. But why? It couldn't have been me. I'd listened to her and hadn't tried to speak to her or even come to this general area after she told me off. I sat at the desk in front of her, but 1 row to the side so I could glimpse her over my shoulder. She huffed and sunk lower. Was that girl speak for something? She sighed. Did she want me to ask what was wrong? Haley did this when she was mad and wanted someone to ask her about it. Why she couldn't come out and tell you was beyond me, but that wasn't the point. I twisted, and her eyes snapped to me at the movement. Are you okay? Her eyes narrowed before she turned her head, ignoring me. So, not the right thing to do. Noted. I pulled out my laptop and opened a new document to take notes, but I realized I already missed some information. Something bumped my elbow, and I looked back to see a notebook being offered. I followed the arm to see the owner was Kennedy. Copy what you missed, she whispered, so I quickly took it, put it down, and typed out the few lines before twisting to hand it back. I caught a scent I couldn't immediately place. I stared at her as she reached out and pulled her notebook back. Thanks. She nodded and leaned back. What was that smell? It was pulling at the edge of my memory but just out of reach. As we move past the difficulties and dangers of early photography methods, I want you to pay attention to how things improve and take notes. I want to see how many things you can connect to a modern camera. I sank down in my chair, wishing I had anything left in me to care about this class. I read over the syllabus, and while there are 2 tests, they're only worth 10% of our grade. The other 90% is our final project, so as long as Kennedy and I find a way to work together and do a good job on it, I won't have a problem passing. Professor Clements droned on about methods no one used anymore, allowing my mind to wander. The memory hit me like a defenseman on the ice. Strawberry champagne. That was the scent I caught off Kennedy's notebook. The smell of her. How could I have forgotten that? I bought her a bottle of perfume for her 17th birthday. I thought it sounded sophisticated and feminine, like her. Flashes of us in high school ran through my mind. Kissing her neck, inhaling that seductive scent from her skin. Running along the beach, laughing until we collapsed onto the sand next to each other. Sneaking into her room late at night so I could hold her for a little longer. She still used that perfume? There was no way the bottle I bought her lasted this long, so she had to have bought it again. Did she think of me when she did? What did that matter? It absolutely shouldn't. She liked how it smelled. Nothing more than that. She probably forgot where she even got it originally. I was clearly making something so tiny into too big of a deal. Right? After making sure the professor wasn't paying attention, I pulled my phone from my wallet and opened the message thread with Haley. Ethan, does it mean anything that Kennedy still wears the same perfume I bought her back in high school? I drummed my thumbs on my thighs while I waited for her response. I wasn't sure if she was in class or not, but I desperately hoped she'd check her phone. Haley. What was that supposed to mean? That wasn't an answer. Haley, yes and no. She might just like the smell and it became her signature scent, or it's nostalgic for her. Not helpful. Haley, I wouldn't read into it. I don't think she harbors any warm feelings for you, if that's what you're hoping. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't hoping for anything. I wanted to understand why she would use something so closely tied to me. Us. I didn't have anything left from that time in my life. My mom had a box hidden somewhere with mementos and pictures. She loved Kennedy more than me, I swear. But I didn't have any reminders. Ethan, thanks for the help. I hoped my sarcasm came through, but I didn't bother waiting for her response. I put my phone away and focused on taking notes on the most boring topic ever. The only connection to the history of photography that our project included was that we had to use an old method for at least one image. That included film since our professor considered digital the current, modern method. This was only information we'd need for the tests, and I wasn't too worried about those. Kennedy and I needed time to discuss our plans for the project. The only other direction Clements had given was to display what we were passionate about. There was a list of examples of how we could display all of our photos, a slideshow, collage, or individual prints. I had an idea of what I wanted to do. It wasn't hard to select what I was passionate about, and a collage of different close-ups of my equipment and the arena could be really cool. Too bad this wasn't a solo project. Kennedy wasn't likely to go along with my idea. Ethan. Kennedy's annoyance was evident in her tone, and I cringed before turning around. Yeah? She shook her head and sighed. You didn't pay attention at all, and now you're ignoring me. This isn't going to end well. I didn't understand what she was saying until I looked around and realized the professor was sitting at the desk in the front corner, and everyone else was partnered up, quietly talking. Huh. Class must have ended early so we could work on our projects. Sorry, there's a lot going on today. She flipped to a new page in her notebook and wrote something. Probably how awful and unreliable I was. Do you have any ideas? I asked, hoping to show her my focus. Of course you haven't come up with anything. She huffed. I'm not doing this whole thing on my own. I scrunched my brows. I'm well aware. Why would you think I'd expect that? Because everyone around you babies you. I want to make it clear that I won't. If you want to earn your grade, you will help. She thought people babied me? What was she talking about? Fine, I have some ideas, but I wanted to hear what you had first. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared me down in defiance. Great. Was every single step going to be this tense? If we couldn't even communicate, there was no way we could work together. Since we're supposed to focus on something we're passionate about, hockey came to mind first. I thought it would be cool to take close-ups of the gear and ice and stuff. A different perspective than what people usually see. She closed her eyes and blew out a slow breath. There is more in the world than hockey, Ethan. Her gaze locked on mine. But apparently that's something you still haven't learned. I tried to hold in my reaction. That was a low blow, and she knew exactly what she was saying.
Chapter 7, Kennedy. My words hit their mark, but the satisfaction I expected to feel didn't come. Those were some of the last words I ever said to him. When I was sobbing and begging him to reconsider, I said there was more in the world than hockey, meaning me and a future together. It hadn't sunk in then, but apparently, he heard and remembered. I know that, Kennedy. The sound of my name coming from him sounded wrong. It was missing the softness from back then. He used to say it like a prayer. Full of desire and hope. Love. Then think of something else. I'm not wasting my time with something so obvious and impersonal. I actually want to pass this class. The wounded look in his eye didn't go away before he ducked his head, spinning a pen between his fingers. When a whole minute passed without him saying anything, I went through the list I had. I think anything involving the school or campus is too predictable. Yes, this place is important in our lives right now, but I'm not exactly passionate about being a bobcat. He didn't utter a word. The beach is another obvious choice. It's somewhere we both love, but I don't have time to drive to the coast. Another nod. I glanced down at my list, attempting to distract myself from the hurt I caused him. I didn't mean to belittle him or be so harsh, but after I noticed he wasn't paying attention or taking notes even after I helped him catch up, my patience wore out. If he wasn't going to even try, I wasn't going to drag him along. If this doesn't matter to you, I'll go speak to Clements. There has to be a way for us to switch since it's still early. His head snapped up. No, Kenny. Please don't. Kenny. He was the only one that ever called me that. I hadn't heard that nickname in 3 years, and it was like a punch to my heart. I sucked in a breath while he continued. I'll do my part. I'll help in every step. I promise, I won't let you down. I narrowed my eyes. He was great at making promises, just not at keeping them. I swear. I can't afford to mess this up. There was a vulnerability in his voice that made me want to believe him. You've let me down before. He scowled. I know. I know I have, but not this time. I searched his face for any hint of deception. He was used to getting what he wanted. It had always been that way. Even with me. The day he set his sights on me was the day he asked me out, and I was powerless to say no. It's his energy, personality, and that smile. They sucked you in and made you feel like the most beautiful, important thing in the world. It wouldn't work on me this time. If I don't pass this class, I can't graduate on time, I admit, so he knows what's at risk here. If I don't pass this class, I'm kicked off the team. I couldn't mask my surprise. His team was his entire life, his whole world. How could he have gotten into this position? What? He dropped his head into his hands, leaning closer. My body screamed for me to reach out and comfort him, but that wasn't my place. Not anymore. It's bad, Kenny. I've tried so hard. You have no idea, but I'm just not smart. I'm not like you and everyone else. I kept up through generals and the lower level classes, but it's gotten harder and harder each semester. No matter what I do, I fall behind. He raised his head, enough to meet my eyes. A flash of the boy he used to be slammed into my mind. How much he struggled in high school, even with the time extensions and quiet places for taking tests. It was his biggest insecurity, but I'd refused to let him give up. We spent hours every week working together until he finished his homework and felt confident with the material. His ADHD and dyslexia weren't well known, but all of his teachers understood. By senior year, his medication was finally at the right levels and he was able to focus on his own, but it was never easy for him. Being a student athlete was his saving grace. Our high school loved their sports and put the players on pedestals. Even though he never directly told me, I knew teachers excused him from assignments. They did it for any of the athletes. Late game? No problem, they'd give you an A on the homework. Win a game on Friday night? That's an A on the next quiz. It was annoying, but I knew Ethan needed the help, so I never complained, but it was unfair for the rest of us. I never thought about how he was handling his courses here. He wasn't mine to worry about anymore, but I could see how much of a toll it had taken on him. All he'd ever wanted was to make it to the professional level, and that dream was close to being ripped away. Just like mine was. Because of him. Am I supposed to feel bad for you? I didn't mean to snap at him, but I was panicking too much about my own future to take on his feelings, too. I needed to keep my walls high and strong to keep him from creeping in. His eyes flashed before all emotion drained from his face. Of course not. My problems have nothing to do with you. I wanted you to know how committed I am. I tapped my pen on the paper. What other things are you passionate about? He rubbed his face before sitting up straight. My friends. So his team. My family. His parents and their picture-perfect life were something that always put me off. They were nice enough and made sure to include me, but I always felt like there was something hanging over their home. Secrets, maybe. But his sister was a different story. She was probably the only genuine thing in their world. How she managed to come out of that environment intact, I'd never know. How is Haley? I could help but ask. Good. A grin tugged at his lips. She transferred here this semester. My jaw nearly dropped. She's here? He swallowed, and my stomach twisted. What happened? What brought her here? If there was anyone in the world that hated, or resented, hockey as much as me, it was Haley. She was set on going her own way and never looking back once she graduated from high school. She had dreams of getting as far away from her family, Ethan, and their obsession with his career as soon as she could. Yeah. She originally went to a school in upstate New York, but it wasn't a great fit, so she came here. There was a huge piece of the puzzle he was holding back, but it didn't matter. Now that I knew she was here, I'd find her myself and get the truth from the source. What else? I asked, trying to get back on topic. What about you? What are you passionate about? His eyes twinkled as he held my gaze. He probably thought he knew the answer. Once upon a time, he did. He'd known everything about me, my hopes and dreams. I kept nothing from him. It was the two of us against the world. Until it wasn't. Ugh. I wasn't this petty, miserable person. He brought out the worst in me. Art, I answered automatically. He nodded as if he guessed that. Travel. A small smile appeared on his lips, and I wanted to smack him. He didn't know me. He didn't understand the depth of my feelings about these things. Sure, I loved art in high school. I'd planned on attending an Ivy League school to major in art history and work my way up at a museum, one of the big ones, to become a curator. My life was perfectly planned out until I threw it all away because of my love for him. He got recruited here, and I followed him like the idiot I was. I got into Penn but decided that was too far away, as was Cornell. The most important thing was for us to be together, so I declined my acceptance, and a month into our freshman year, he dumped me. I threw away all my hard work and sacrifices to keep my grades perfect, just to end up single and attending a school that was never on my radar. As much as I hated him for breaking my heart, I hated myself more for letting it happen. I gave up everything that made me who I was in order to support him. I would never make that mistake again. If you don't want to stay on campus, we could go to Pittsburgh and walk around for a day. We'll probably find something that inspires us. It sounded innocent enough, but the idea of us spending a whole day alone together was terrible. One of us would end up pushing the other into the Allegheny River. I don't know. Let's give it a shot. If we don't find anything after an hour or two, we'll scrap the whole idea. I refused to look at his face. He'd pull me in and convince me to agree, and it really wasn't something I wanted to cave on. I had a bad feeling about it. We'd either manage to avoid talking about anything but the project for the day, or everything would come out, and years of pent-up emotions would pour out. Neither sounded like something I wanted to experience. Especially the first. Pretending would probably be worse in the end, for me. It took me so long, over a year, to be okay. To make it through a day without being filled with rage or indescribable pain. I couldn't go back to that place. I couldn't let him in. My walls were fragile, and I had to protect myself. Let me see if I can come up with anything else. Fine, but if we can't decide before this weekend, then we'll go on Saturday. I agreed and closed my notebook. I don't have a car, but I can ask to borrow one from the guys, he offered. It's fine. I have one. I couldn't handle being stuck on campus without one. Plus, Lauren and I needed a way to get to and from our internships over the summers, so I bought a small commuter to make the trips to and from the city. Oh, cool. He glanced around. I know you said not to talk to you out of class, but you can use the class messaging system if you need anything. His jaw flexed. But if I need to get a hold of you, I'll get the message on my phone. I have the app. He sighed and relented. Fine, it would be easier to text you.
Yeah,
It would be, but I didn't want him to have my number. A boundary needed to be set between us, so I was holding firm. He was about to say something else when he tensed before pulling his phone from his pocket. He read the screen and a grin spread across his lips. I wanted to ignore him, but something about his expression pulled me in. Who messaged him? Was it his girlfriend? Was he dating anyone? He looked too happy for it to be one of his friends. Why did I care? He could do whatever he wanted. It didn't affect me. But I couldn't deny the tiny bubble of jealousy I felt.
ugh,
This was why I needed to maintain distance. Any closer and I'd end up hurt. He typed out a reply, then turned that stupid smile on me. I'll see you on Thursday, I said as I stood and walked out as Clements dismissed us. Kennedy? Ethan's confusion nearly had me turning around, but no. I was strong. I didn't owe him anything. I needed fresh air and a moment alone. Obviously, being too close to him for too long messed with my head. There was no way I could spend a whole day with him. Nope. I needed to come up with a better plan immediately.
Chapter 8 Ethan. Blinding lights. Deafening screaming mixed with the music. Sickening smells of sweat and muscle creams. Bodies crowding me. It was overwhelming. Too much for my brain to process. The edge of panic creeped in, but there was no time for that. I closed my eyes and blocked it all out. Go, a voice called out, and I marched forward through the darkened tunnel and into the rink. The arena was dark, and lasers and lights danced over the crowd. The bass vibrated through my skates and up to my helmet. I took smooth steps, gliding over the perfectly smooth ice. This was it. This was what I needed. Here I was home. It was the only place I ever felt normal, excellent even. This was the one place in the world I stood out because of my talent instead of my failures. I turned what I was taking in through my senses and flipped it around, using the lights, music, and familiar scents to pump me up. I was exactly where I was meant to be, and tonight, there was more on the line than a win. Tyler Rodriguez was here to see me play. Me. I wasn't going to let anything interfere with playing at my best. Benjamin, Reed, and Hunter were the only ones who knew about the scout. I couldn't keep it from them. After all, he might be here to watch me, but that didn't mean the others couldn't draw his attention. If we impressed him, word could spread, and more scouts would show up to see us play. That was good news for all of us. Plus, as much as I wanted to make it to the NHL, I wanted my brothers to get there too. Ready? Reed called to me as we joined the end of the line to skate to hype up the crowd. Of course. I shot him a cocky grin, and he laughed. Do you know where he's sitting? I glanced around as casually as possible. No, I assumed up in the boxes, but you never know. Some of the scouts preferred to be closer while others liked the higher view. I hoped he was in the first group. Those were the guys that paid close attention and took note of more than our scoring or penalty counts. The ones that hung out in the boxes were there to be schmoozed by the athletic director and university president. They spent more time talking, drinking, and eating than watching the game. I wanted to join a team that truly cared. Getting to the professional level wasn't about fame or money, especially since hockey players made much less than football or basketball players and were almost never included in gossip magazines. I didn't care about that. I wanted to play at the top level because it was the only way for me to become my best. A whistle blew, and we headed back to the bench. Coach Weston barked out orders while Coach Hiller repeated them down the line. A heavy smack on my back had me turning. "You got this," Weston said before giving me a single nod and taking a step back. Reed and I stood together, joining Benjamin at center ice. We all shared a look. They had my back. They'd make sure I looked good. It wasn't something I even needed to ask for. It was who they were. The first period was a blur. If anyone asked me to give one detail of what had happened, I couldn't. All that mattered was that I scored once and had another assist. We were all in sync with one another. In Virginia, you would need to make some serious changes to get back from a 2-point deficit when we were on fire and hungry for more. The coaches and Benjamin hyped us up for the second period, giving tips on what they saw that we could improve on and weaknesses from the other team we could exploit. "Don't get comfortable just because we have the lead." Benjamin stared us down. "They can still come back and turn this game around. It's our job to not give them that chance. Their goalie is frustrated with his defensive line, so play on that. Push them, distract them, get rough if you have to. Get in his head." I smirked at my friend. There was nothing in the world that mattered to him more than this sport. He was cunning and cutthroat when he needed to be. Seeing this side of him always made me want to laugh since I knew him so well outside of the arena, but the other guys respected him because of his authority and experience, and I'd never disrespect him by laughing. If only they could see how worked up he got while playing video games and how he screamed during horror movies. They might have had a harder time taking him seriously. I caught Reed's eye and knew he was thinking along the same line. We'd be heckling Benjamin later. "Get out there and show them they have no right to be in our house," he yelled, and the guys all jumped, cheering and slapping each other on their way out. Benjamin waited for the room to empty out before turning to us. "Too much?" Hunter shook his head. "No, very scary." "Yeah, super intimidating," I agreed. "Shut up." Benjamin shoved both of us out of his way. "Yes, sir," Reed called behind him. The three of us smiled as we headed out to the tunnel, not daring to say anything in case he overheard. Once again, I was able to push away all distractions and completely focus on what mattered most in the moment. I could see each play before we started, knowing exactly what I needed to do and where I had to be. Numbing myself to everything else in my life was one of my favorite things about playing. I wasn't sure if it was just me and how my brain worked, but I could block everything else out while I played. It wasn't until we were in the locker room between the second and third period that a stray thought snuck in. Strawberry champagne. I couldn't have smelled that. Not in here with the musk of too many sweaty bodies. No, it was in my head. But why? Why now? Flashes went through my mind of Kennedy and me when we were younger, so lost in love and one another. Her smile as she wore my jersey and cheered from the stands with my sister and parents. How she always kissed my right cheek before games. When she was really focused, she would twist her hair into a bun without even realizing it. I love those times because it left my favorite spot on her neck open and exposed, waiting for me to kiss it. "Good job out there, Clarkson." Hiller clapped me on the shoulder, breaking me from my memories. I glanced up at him and smiled, but I was shaken. This had never happened before. I'd never zoned out during a game. Even during the breaks, I replayed the previous period and thought of what I needed to change or improve for the next one. I didn't get lost in thoughts about my ex. My stomach twisted, leaving me feeling sick. Was that normal? Being able to so completely block out everything? I knew the other guys had stray thoughts while we played. I'd called them out on it several times. I stared down at my skates, trying to pay attention to Coach Weston, but failing. Maybe that was something else wrong with me. With my brain. I couldn't split my attention. It had to be one thing at a time when it really mattered. That's why I told Kennedy I couldn't give her what she deserved. I wasn't able to think about her when I needed to concentrate on hockey. It was like she didn't exist. If she wasn't in front of me at the time, it was easy to forget about her. It wasn't a big deal in high school because we saw each other all the time throughout the day. It was different when we got here. There was so much new to experience, to take in. Our schedules didn't match, and we lived on opposite sides of campus. I could go days before remembering I had missed calls or texts from her. She asked if we were growing apart, but I didn't think so. Not until I realized how little she came to mind. I was a horrible boyfriend. How could I forget about the woman I was supposed to love? Then it happened at practice. I was thinking so much about her that I missed passes and let the guys down. I couldn't do it all. I couldn't be there for her while also being the player my team needed me to be. So I chose. But none of the other guys had. Well, Benjamin chose not to date, but that was a whole different set of problems. When Haley fought with me about dating Reed, she said she wasn't Kennedy. I thought she meant that she could handle being his second priority, but maybe I was wrong. The point was that Reed wasn't me. He could have both. He could manage his time and give school, hockey, and Haley all the time they needed. Why couldn't I? Ethan? My brain didn't work like that, and I hated it. I tried not to give too much power to my limitation. I didn't want to think about all the things I couldn't do when there was so much I could. But this was a blow I hadn't expected. Would I ever be able to have a relationship? Things wouldn't get easier when I was in the league. Ethan! I snapped my head up to see Hunter staring down at me. Dude, it's time to go. We were alone. Everyone else was gone, except Benjamin watching us from the door. His brow was furrowed, probably trying to figure out what was wrong with me, but I jumped up and hurried out with them. We got this, I said with more confidence than I felt. After we won the game, I hurried to shower and change, hoping Tyler would be waiting for me. I rushed into the hall and looked for him before checking the coach's offices. He wasn't there. Had I messed up? Did I not do well enough? Could he see I was distracted during the last period? I ran my hand over my face and turned to head back to the locker room when the door at the end of the hall opened. There he is, Weston called with a wide grin. I froze, seeing Tyler between him and Mr. Crowley, the athletic director. Very nice to meet you, Ethan. Tyler extended his hand, and I came out of my daze in time to shake his hand. It's an honor, Mr. Rodriguez. He cringed and chuckled. Oh please, don't tell me I'm old enough for you to call me that. I smiled and Weston patted my shoulder. He's a good kid. He turned to me. Tyler was telling us how impressed he was with the dynamics on your line. That's all about really knowing and caring about my teammates, I said. We work really hard, but we're good friends too. I think that's really important to make sure the team has chemistry. Tyler grinned. It certainly helps. I glanced around the group, wondering what came next. We're going to dinner before his flight, so we should get going, Mr. Crowley said. Thanks so much for coming. I directed it to Tyler. He nodded. I'm glad I did. I think you have a lot of promise. They continued down the hall before I could say anything else, not that I had words at the moment. It wasn't like he offered me a contract or made any promises, but positive feedback from him meant everything. Hopefully, he wouldn't be the last scout to visit. Benjamin peeked out of the locker room a moment later, then hurried over. Did he say anything? He was impressed with our line and said I have a lot of promise. His face fell before he caught himself and smiled. Good. They don't always give a ton of information or a promise to call or reach out. We'll have to wait and see. He turned and headed back inside, taking all my joy and pride with him. Was it normal for scouts to do more? I didn't know. Benjamin would have a better idea, but Tyler didn't mention ever talking again. Was that a bad sign? How had I managed to mess this up? I fell back against the wall. Why couldn't I get anything right? I was failing my classes. I couldn't manage my time. Kennedy was mad at me, again. And apparently, I wasn't as good of a player as I thought. I ran my fingers through my hair, gripping and pulling. Why couldn't I be normal? Why couldn't I be enough?
Chapter 9, Kennedy. Okay, there has to be a story there. Maya leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. I glanced at Dustin, hoping he'd scoff at talking about my drama, but he seemed just as interested. We came to talk about the project, not me, I tried to argue. We've got plenty of time, Maya said before taking a sip of her coffee. Agreeing to meet them at the cafe next to the art building was turning out to be a mistake. I figured we could get more done if we made our plans in person, but we barely sat down, and they were sidetracked. I brought my iced caramel latte to my lips and used those few seconds to come up with a version of the story that would satisfy them, and get them to move on without stirring more questions. You didn't want to work on the hockey team's banners. That's pretty random, Dustin added. I shrugged, downplaying the whole thing. There's some bad blood, but it's all in the past. At least, it was at the time. Now it was back to being up front and center.
Yeah.
We figured out that much, but we want the whole story, Maya begged. I didn't owe either of them anything, but I didn't want this to become a bigger deal and drag it out. I dated one of the players, and it didn't end well. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't have to work directly with the team to finish the banner assignment. Dustin nodded, seemingly satisfied. Which one? Maya pressed. Her eyes widened, and just like that, she was fully invested. I quickly glanced around, making sure I didn't recognize anyone from the team or his group of friends. Ethan Clarkson. Her mouth popped open. Oh, wow. Dustin handed her a napkin. You're drooling, Maya. She glared at him before turning to me. I need to hear everything. No, she didn't. We weren't friends. This was the first time we'd ever spoken outside of a classroom, but I gave her the ultra-condensed version. We dated throughout high school, then decided to come here together. We broke up freshman year. There. Done. That was all she was going to get. Why, she asked, but Dustin cut her off. It doesn't matter. It happened 3 years ago and obviously wasn't very amicable if there's still bad blood. Let's move on. He shot her a stern look before addressing me. What have you come up with? I wanted to thank him but went along with this topic change. I pulled out my tablet and sat it in the center of the table so the screen faced them. I combined a few aspects from each of our original designs. I scrolled through the options I drew quickly last night. They were pretty different, but the common thread from all three was the clean, modern style. I paused and looked to see if they had anything to say, but they were both staring at the screen. Maya, I really like the font you used. I think it will work across the board. Dustin was nodding but didn't say anything. And I like your use of negative space, Dustin. He created our Bobcat logo in a really unique way, and I could easily see it being picked up to use on school merchandise and around campus. Really? Thanks. I wasn't too sure about it, but I'm glad you liked it. It's really ingenious and very on trend, Maya said. The only thing I'm unsure about is how plug and play we want these to be. Do we want the design to be used almost identically across all sports or tweak it for each? I asked. Dustin lifted his mug to his lips with his brows furrowed. He didn't look up from the screen like he was envisioning options. Maya shrugged with narrowed eyes. For our sake, I like the plug and play option. It would be easier for printing and future use as well, but I'm not sure how the department would feel about that.
Yeah.
Basketball and hockey definitely bring in more revenue for the school than wrestling or diving, Dustin mused. So that could go two ways, either people like that all of the sports are being treated equally, or they'll be angry that more attention isn't given to the moneymakers, I said before leaning back in my chair. Then we give them the two options. I think we should come up with concepts for both, then ask Mackie to get feedback about what direction they want to take. Then we don't waste too much time nailing down a design that they might reject. I appreciated Dustin taking charge. Sounds good to me. Maya agreed. I really like this one. She pointed to the middle option on the screen. I can work on refining it and coming up with the template design with all the sports. Perfect, I'll work on a few concepts for hockey, swim, and dive. Do you mind doing basketball and wrestling? Dustin asked me.
Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciated him taking hockey off my hands. I might not have to work with any of those guys, but the less I had to think about them, the better. We can check in with our progress on Monday after class? Maya offered, and we gathered our stuff before saying,
Bye.
I stood from the table and rested my bag on top while I shut off my tablet. Kenny, a familiar voice called from behind me. I stopped and slowly turned before freezing in place. Haley? She beamed and rushed over to me, throwing her arms around me before I could even process that I was really seeing her. My hands fluttered to her back, patting before I stepped away and took her in. She was so beautiful. And mature. And tall. Wow. Haley, I can't believe it. I was truly at a loss. Where was the 16-year-old that was barely entering puberty? She'd been so small and thin with a mouthful of braces the last time I saw her. I know. I can't believe we haven't run into each other sooner. She scanned me from head to toe. You are absolutely stunning. I always thought you were gorgeous, but geez. I think I'll always feel like the awkward runt next to you. She was sweet. When Ethan and I were together, she tried to tag along whenever possible, but he rarely allowed it. That didn't stop Haley and me from hanging out when I was at his house. I taught her how to do her makeup, different ways to style her hair, and we gave each other manicures about once a month. She was like my own little sister for so long. Then one day, she wasn't. I didn't only lose Ethan when he broke up with me. I lost his family, and some days that hurt even more. You're ridiculous. You're so beautiful. I can't believe how different you are. She wasn't my little Hal anymore. I can't believe you ended up here. I thought you wanted nothing to do with Ethan or the H word. She cringed. Things didn't work out at my old school. There was definitely a story there, but unlike Maya, I knew when not to press. I'm sorry. Are you liking it okay, though? Her eyes brightened.
Yeah.
I haven't decided what I want to major in, but I'm enjoying the generals. A woman with a blonde pixie appeared next to Haley. And she has the best boyfriend ever. Haley chuckled. Kennedy, this is my friend Ella. Ella's lips turned up, yes. The mistake. I scoffed. Excuse me. Her eyes widened.
Oh no.
I didn't mean you, I meant Ethan's mistake. Breaking up with you. Haley elbowed her before speaking. Sorry, I told her about Ethan breaking up with you and how much my parents and I loved you, and how I thought that was the biggest mistake he ever made. Ella blushed.
Yeah.
Sorry. I tend to stick my foot in my mouth. Haley arched a brow. It's true. I wasn't sure how I felt about Haley's friends knowing about me, especially if she went into detail about everything I'd done to be with him. It was a little humiliating to look back at how blind I was. Well, it was nice meeting you. I turned to Haley. Hopefully, we can catch up soon. I'd really love that, she said before giving me another hug. Sorry I'm late, Lauren said as we broke apart, joining our little circle. Who's this? Ella and Haley, I answered quickly. Her eyes widened. Haley Clarkson? Please don't judge me based on my brother's actions. Haley's shoulders slumped. I've been paying for his poor choices my whole life. Lo burst out laughing. Oh, I would never. We can't be held responsible for our unfortunate luck. We don't choose who we're related to. Haley immediately relaxed, and Ella looked amused. I'm going to grab a drink. Do you want another one? Lo asked, and I nodded before turning back to the others. I need to run to class. It was nice meeting you. Ella waved before leaving me and Haley alone. I wanted to reach out when I first got here, but I didn't know if that was crossing a line. I know you and Ethan haven't stayed in contact. I waved her off. That doesn't matter. I'd really like to get together and catch up. I've missed you. She grinned, and I caught a glimpse of who she used to be. He told me you guys are working on a project together, and I hope he doesn't bother you too much. She hesitated. I probably shouldn't say this, it's not my place and I don't want to get in the middle of anything, but I want you to know that I think he took you for granted when you were together. Then how everything went down when you guys moved out here, she shook her head. It was horrible. I didn't like who he was becoming. We stopped talking for a long time. I distanced myself from him and my parents. Transferring here was really hard for me. I didn't want to be around him. I was sick of living in his shadow and getting used as a way to get closer to him. I could see how much she resented him and how he stole the attention of everyone he was around, but I didn't know about their fallout. But things are different. He's different. I wouldn't have ever known that if I didn't come here, so in a way, I'm grateful for everything that happened to bring me here. I'm not trying to defend him, and I don't think you need to forgive him, but I thought you should know he's grown up. He's aware that he's messed up in the past and is working on being better. I wasn't sure what to say. I was happy for her. Happy they reconnected, but that didn't mean the same would happen for me. It probably helps that you're dating his best friend. Lo appeared next to me again, giving Haley a reproachful look. What? You are? I asked. Haley grinned. I'm dating Reed Bayman. That was shocking. More shocking than running into her. But you hate hockey and the players more than I do.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't something I planned, but it just kind of happened. Another unexpected side effect of transferring. She was downplaying it. She was happy, probably more than I'd ever seen her. How did you even know that? I asked low. Just because you live under a rock and ignore everything around you doesn't mean I do. Them getting together was a pretty big deal because Ethan didn't approve and everyone was waiting for him and Reed to brawl. Did they? I asked them. Nope, Lo muttered. Thank heaven. Haley sighed. It was rough there for a while though. I could only imagine. Ethan might not have wanted her around us all the time, but he was a protective big brother. I couldn't see him being okay with one of his friends dating her. I'll let you go. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm glad I saw you. Haley took a step back. Here, let me give you my number so we can plan to meet again. I held my hand out for her phone. Once I saved mine and handed it back, a strange feeling of rightness washed over me. It wasn't awkward or uncomfortable seeing her again, and I was really looking forward to reconnecting. See you later. She waved and said,
Bye.
to Lo before leaving. She's cute. Too bad her brother sucks. Lo handed me my drink and I took several gulps, needing the sugary comfort. Haley's words replayed in my mind. She thought Ethan breaking up with me was his biggest mistake? I shouldn't let myself even go down this road, but I couldn't help it. Did he agree?
Chapter 10 Ethan. I wasn't normally one to allow a dark rain cloud to hang over me for long. I brushed things off and moved on. Having a thick skin and the ability to take criticism and keep working was required to get to our level. But I was very close to my limit. As I climbed the stairs to my dorm, each step felt heavier and heavier. Nothing I did or said would change Kennedy's opinion of me. It was fair. How I acted was unforgivable, but we needed to find a way to work together. So far all we could do was argue. Coach hadn't heard anything from Tyler Rodriguez. I had an assignment due this week, and even though my tutor and I had worked together for over 10 hours on it, I was nervous I'd fail that too. At the rate I was going, it felt like an inevitability. I barely had my key in the door when it swung open and Reed pulled me in by the collar of my shirt. What the? Shut up and sit down. He shoved me down to my desk chair that was turned to face the middle of the room. What is going on? I tried to stand, but he shoved me back down. Reed! Have you lost your mind? Me? 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 His voice grew louder with each word. He'd lost his mind. When did this happen? Why? I don't know what's going on. I kept my voice calm, hoping to diffuse whatever this situation was. Reed stared at me with so much betrayal and anger, I waited for him to throw a punch. After a moment, he spun and reached behind me, stepping back to reveal 2 bottles of liquor in each hand. What is this? Whiskey? I guessed before leaning forward so I could read the other labels. And rum and gin? Why do you have this? We could get kicked off the team, and even out of school, if we get caught with it in our room. His eyes narrowed. Ethan, you can't keep lying. Wait. What? He thought those were mine. I don't drink. You know that. I'd never had a positive experience drinking, and the consequences were never worth it. I almost always got sick, and trying to train or play after that was awful. It wasn't worth it to me. I did, or at least I thought so, but I don't know you anymore. I don't know what you're doing or where you go. You disappear for days at a time. I glared up at him. I told you. I've been studying, going to tutoring sessions. The library closes at 11. Where do you go after? I crash at Sean's place because it's closer to the library. And sometimes I needed a break from my teammates. How long has he had suspicions about me? If he really knew and trusted me, he wouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Sean Bennett, he asked, and I nodded. From the basketball team? He has 3 extra rooms since Kenneth's recruitment, so I usually end up there. We watch movies or whatever game is on and hang out. He relaxed his shoulders. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Yes, we did. Haley and I have asked you where you've been. And I told you, I've been studying. You know how bad my grades are. Every moment I'm not in class, practice, or at a game, I'm studying. Reed rubbed his face. I didn't think you even noticed or cared where I was. You and Haley hang out most nights anyway, so I figured staying over at Sean's was better for everyone. It started before Haley and I were dating. Holy crap. When did this turn into an investigation or trial? I nearly threw my hands in the air. I'm allowed to have other best friends, man. Is that what this is about? I don't only hang out with the team, and you're jealous. He shot me a look that was meant to intimidate, but I didn't care. So you're not drinking? No. Then whose are these? He stared past me to the desk where the bottles were lined up. I turned in my seat to see. Where did you find them? The back of your closet. What were you doing in the back of my closet? He pointed over his shoulder. I couldn't find my green button-up you liked to borrow, so I was checking if it was there. I stood and went to the drawers under my bed and pulled open the top one. Here. He grabbed his shirt. Thanks. So, for open bottles. I stared at them before facing him. I don't remember them being there when we moved in. Me either, so someone hid them in here. Who? I asked. I have no idea. There's really only one option. I crossed my arms over my chest. Someone that's been in our room hid them in here. They planted it, hoping we'd get caught. Reed's brows pulled together. What? Why would you think that? I shrugged. It's the only other thing that makes sense. Why would anyone want us to get caught? He sat on his chair with his elbows resting on his knees. A long strand of hair fell forward, grazing his cheekbones. It could be a prank, but anyone that knows our rules wouldn't do that. They know how severe the punishment would be. I can't think of anyone who would want to get us in trouble either. No one on the team would risk the punishment, and I can't see why anyone would try to get us kicked off. I don't know, man. If we were in high school, it would be easy to write it off as a rival prank, but I don't think that's the case. He dropped his chin in his hands. So what are you thinking? I didn't want to say it. I hated pointing the finger at our friends, our teammates, but it was the most logical explanation. One of the guys hid it here. Maybe they didn't want to get caught themselves and figured we would be the last to get checked. He stared down at the carpet for a few moments. Should we call Benjamin? It was either that or Coach. I wasn't going to take the fall for this, and I wouldn't let Reed either. This wasn't ours, and we needed to destroy the evidence. We should pour it out. Are you sure? He asked. What if we need the proof? It's not worth it. Take pictures, but then we should get rid of them. I don't want to take any risks. He nodded and held the bottles up so I could take pictures before recording him pouring the liquor out into the small sink in our bathroom. I didn't want there to be any way for this to come back to us. But that was only half the problem. He thought it was mine. Why? What made him think I'd be sneaking liquor into our room? I wasn't that selfish or stupid, but something made him consider it as the most viable option. I already told him and Haley where I'd been when I went missing for hours and why I'd been so distant, but apparently, that wasn't enough to make them trust me. How else was I supposed to prove myself? I've got to get to class. I turned around and picked up my backpack. I had an hour, but I didn't want to hang around here with him. Sorry, man. His voice reached me before the door closed behind me. I'll deal with it. Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't hold this against him, but how much could one person take? He was supposed to have my back. Reed was my best friend. We survived so much together, yet he was ready to believe the worst about me. I found an empty bench near the art building and pulled out my laptop. I still thought going downtown and walking around would provide all the inspiration Kennedy and I needed. So I pulled up a map of Pittsburgh and made a list of ideas. The bridges, Duquesne Incline, the Andy Warhol Museum, any of the parks. There were plenty of beautiful spots to photograph and then we could come up with a parallel to our lives. She didn't want to go with me though. Just another person that didn't trust me. Who would want to set me up? Who would betray me like that? But it wouldn't just be me that got in trouble. Reed would share the blame. I couldn't think of a single person that would want to get us in that kind of trouble. This was no simple prank. Drinking was one of the top rules of the team. It had the potential to ruin our careers. No, there was no use wasting time thinking like that. It would be too easy to spiral into a hole of self-pity, and I had too much to do. I nearly chuckled to myself. That was the definition of being a college student. Even on the brink of a meltdown, you pushed it away to deal with later because you didn't have the time. Ethan? I glanced up at the sound of her voice. What are you doing? Kennedy paused with her hand on the backpack strap over her shoulder. I was looking up places downtown we could photograph. She dropped her shoulders. I told you I'd come up with something else. Do you have any ideas? No, she snapped. But I will. I turned my screen out to face her. I was thinking about. Ethan, I can't do this. She couldn't do what? I was being dragged every time I turned around. I was trying. I was doing what I could to pull my weight with this project, and she wasn't bothering to meet me even close to halfway. I knew my past actions were reprehensible and she would rather be anywhere but here, but neither of us could afford to let our emotions get in the way of getting a perfect score on this project. We had to find a way to get along. I shut my laptop and slid it back into my bag. What exactly can't you do? Go to Pittsburgh? Work on this with me? I can't pretend like this is okay. She waved her hand between us. Being around you, talking to you, working with you, and acting like there's nothing between us is torture. I don't want to go spend a whole day with you, pretending things are great. I can't even handle talking to you in class. I closed my eyes, feeling the enormity of her words drape over me. How could I think even for a second that things between us were any level of okay? We were cordial, but that had been an act on her part. So much for being mature adults. I will figure it out, she said before leaving me. As soon as she was inside the building, I slumped down. How much more of this could I take? I was so sick of being a letdown. Paying for mistakes I made over and over again. I wasn't the same person I was when I broke up with her. I wasn't the same guy that thought only of myself and how things affected me. I moved on and grew up, but why wouldn't anyone recognize that? What was it going to take to make them see? If Kennedy didn't want to see me, let alone talk to me, then how are we going to make this work? I couldn't afford to get anything less than an A in this class. Even more, though, I didn't want to leave things between us full of tension and hurt. This was my second chance to make amends and earn her forgiveness for how I acted. I'd been young, and my coaches and older teammates said I shouldn't have a girlfriend. I respected their opinions because they had more knowledge and experience about what playing in college would be like. I ended things with her because I knew I couldn't be the boyfriend she deserved. I didn't want her to settle for the scraps of time and attention I could give her. It had been hard and painful for me too. I thought it was the right thing to do. It wasn't. It was one of the worst mistakes I'd ever made, and I was going to keep paying for it. I tried to ignore it for the past 3 years, but I couldn't anymore. I needed to face my mistakes and make things better. I was so sick and tired of being a disappointment to everyone around me. Something had to change.
Chapter 11, Kennedy. I had barely enough time before my branding class to take a walk around the building and calm down. I shouldn't have snapped at Ethan. There was no reason for it other than I was afraid. I didn't want to go off campus with him. I didn't want to create new memories. I didn't want to have a good time and forget about the past that lay between us like a tiger waiting to pounce and tear me apart. It was too dangerous. I could easily see myself falling straight back into his trap. Not that he intentionally said it. It was the undeniable pull connection that tethered us together. I so desperately wanted to ignore it. I'd done an excellent job for 3 years, but I didn't think I could if we were alone together in a place that wasn't marked by who we'd been. I didn't want to stay on campus either, though. Nothing here represented me or my passion. I stayed because I didn't want to transfer after 1 semester. I convinced myself it was easier than starting over at one of my preferred schools. But was it? Had I secretly hoped something like this would happen? We'd be forced back together and maybe, just maybe, things would be different this time around? It was stupid. Horrible. A very bad idea. But was it? Maybe we were meant to come together again. Maybe we were destined for a second chance. How many people got that? Was this our opportunity to try again, or was it the closure we needed to say
Goodbye.
My heart screamed one thing while my brain scolded me for even having hoped to consider that. Ethan was different. Anyone that knew him could see. He wasn't the same boy he'd been freshman year. He'd matured in so many ways, and now he was making a real effort for me, and I bit his head off. Why? Why was I so quick to judge and snap and assume the worst? I wasn't that way with anyone else. I was tolerant and gracious and extended the kindness I hoped for in return. Not with him. I continued to punish him for a decision he made when we were 18. I should have backed off. I should have asked him what was wrong. I knew him well enough to see the suffering in his eyes. I saw it, ignored it, then threw a punch just to add to the pain. Score 1 for me.
Yay!
I kicked a man that was already down. And it made me feel sick. How could I be so cruel to someone I once loved so much? He had his sister and teammates, but maybe he needed someone else. Someone removed from his everyday life. I should be someone he could turn to, but I'd built another wall to keep him away. I climbed the stairs to my class and took my normal seat before rubbing my temples. I needed to do better. He was trying, and I was doing everything I could to make it harder for him. I didn't need to go all in. I didn't need to open up and make myself vulnerable, but I could at least meet him halfway. My mind was set by the time I walked into history of photography. He stared down at his desk and didn't look up when I slid in next to him. Ethan? He sighed before lifting his eyes to mine. I'm sorry. He didn't say anything. His expression didn't change. He stared at me for several moments, then nodded. Me too. There was a level of sincerity in his voice that went deeper than this moment. Was he trying to apologize for it all? For the past? Was that even possible? It was too much to dismiss with just 2 words. Professor Clements started his lecture about the evolution from film to digital cameras, and I took a few notes while peering at Ethan from the corner of my eye. He wrote down a few sentences, but his attention seemed elsewhere. I got mad at him the last time I didn't think he was paying attention, but I couldn't blame him, not when it was my fault. As soon as Clements ended the class and gave us time to meet with our partners, I turned to him. "Do you want to meet up sometime today to discuss options?" His brows creased. "Together?" I almost laughed. "We can go to the library. I spend enough time there," he mumbled as he pulled out a notebook, and I realized it was a daily planner. He dragged his finger along the column for today. "I have practice at 3, and 2 hours with my tutor after." There was a block of 3 hours that were open immediately after this class, so I gathered my courage. It was a huge step. A peace offering I wasn't sure he deserved. Plus, I wasn't positive I wanted him to know where I lived, but we had to find a way to work together, and that would require compromise. "How about we go back to my place? I can make lunch, and we can eat while we work." His gaze narrowed. "Are you sure?" I'd have to give Lauren a heads up, so if she came home early, she didn't attack him. But other than that, I was strangely comfortable with this idea.
Yeah.
I live pretty close. He closed up his planner and laptop. "Sounds good." Good. It was happening. I waved my white flag, and although I could feel his suspicion, he wasn't running away. It felt more than a little strange walking him back to my apartment. This was somewhere free of any memories of us. I almost didn't want to let him in, but this would only be my home until the end of the semester, so I wouldn't have to live with any ghosts for too long if letting him back into my world went horribly wrong. "This is nice. I've never really been over here," he said as we climbed up to the 3rd floor of my building.
Yeah.
It's mostly grad students, but my roommate knew 2 of the girls that were leaving and snatched it up before anyone else had a chance. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. I took in the light gray walls and simple black furniture as if through his eyes. It wasn't anything spectacular. Nice for student housing, but nothing I'd ever pick out on my own. "Beats the dorms," he teased as he moved to the closest couch and sat. "I have no idea how you've survived living there for so long. I barely lasted through freshman year." He glanced around. Had I known there were options like this still within walking distance, I probably would have moved. It seemed easier to stay on campus since it's so close to the arena. I never liked the houses where some of the other athletes live. They're too crowded and noisy. I'd never be able to focus or sleep there.
Yeah.
I chuckled. "Those guys are a different breed." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Are you hungry? I have pizza I can put in the oven." It was the best I had to offer unless he wanted cereal or Pop-Tarts. "Or I can order something." "Pizza sounds great, thanks." He was being so polite and quiet. So unlike himself. Was it because of what I said earlier, or was being in my apartment weird for him? I opened 2 pepperoni pizzas and put them in the oven before taking a seat across from him. "Okay, I have a few options about things we could use and twist into what we're both passionate about." He sat up. "Like what?" Maybe calling it a few was being generous. I had 2. And neither were what I'd call inspired. We both love fall. We're a little late for the changing leaves, but we could still get a few shots if we drove around. He didn't say anything, but at least he didn't bash it as hard as I'd bashed his ideas. "The other is kind of a take on what you said about close-up and unexpected angles of hockey gear, but we could do it with something else. Something we both like." "Like what?" he asked. "Food?" I offered, realizing how lame it was as the word left my mouth. To his credit, he didn't laugh, but I saw his lips twitch. "I think I like the fall idea more." I nodded. "Me too." He hesitated. "Can I tell you one of my ideas?" "Sure." "Before you say no, just hear me out." I wasn't sure why he thought I'd immediate shoot him down, but agreed. "I really like the idea of going downtown." He watched me, probably waiting for me to immediately say no, but I stayed quiet. The bridges. I know you said no initially, but I can't get this idea out of my head. Neither of us has a connection to them, not directly, but when I think of all the yellow and gold and the different designs, I think of possibilities. Of connections. We're at this point in our lives when everything is about to change, but we don't quite know how yet. To me, the bridges are the perfect symbol of that. They represent all the different paths our lives can take and how they link our pasts, presents, and futures. I stared at him, not quite understanding how he was able to verbalize what I'd been feeling lately and capture it so perfectly with that symbol. But giving into his idea felt wrong after battling for so long. I'm not sure I wanted him to read into me agreeing. This wasn't reconciliation, it was acknowledging a good idea when I heard one. That's perfect, Ethan. His brows shot up. Really? Really? I'm sorry I shut down that idea earlier. It's really perfect, for both of us. He smiled and sat back. Thanks. It might be cheesy, but I've put a lot of thought into this project. I really want to get it right. Me too. We searched through the most popular bridges and the different designs to see if there were any specific ones we wanted to see. The oven timer went off, so I jumped up to pull out the pizzas. Your phone is ringing, Ethan called out. It's probably Lauren. I sat the hot trays down and came out to see him staring at the screen. Whit? He offered me my phone, but before I could press ignore, my thumb slipped and accepted the call. Oh. It fell between us, and we both went to catch it. Sorry. Here. He handed it to me. I was hoping Whit hung up, but unfortunately, the call was still connected. I headed into the kitchen, praying Ethan didn't hear anything. Hello? Who was that? I dropped my head back. A classmate. We're working on a project together. I refused to look over my shoulder to see how Ethan reacted to that description. He sounded familiar. Ugh. Why couldn't it have been anyone else? Literally anyone? Why my brother with the eidetic memory? Really? How odd. He would know if I lied, so I had to pick each word carefully. Who is it, Kennedy? Shoot. I didn't keep secrets from my brother, well, not normally, but I had omitted this little bit of news from him. I loved him, I did, but he was also ultra protective and hated Ethan more than I did. More than Lauren, which was saying a lot. It's a classmate. We were assigned to be partners for a project, so we're working on it right now. Please don't tell me it's who I think it is. He knew. Of course, he did. We didn't have a say in the matter. He sighed, and I had a gut feeling he was probably messaging our parents from his computer letting them know I was in grave danger of acting stupid again. Do I need to make a visit? No. Really, it's fine. It's not fine. That idiot broke your heart. He left you in pieces, and I was the one that helped put you back together. I was the one that stayed with you for a month until you could get out of bed and make it to class without breaking down. I don't like you being around him. I don't want him to hurt you again. I pulled my fingers through my hair. He wasn't saying anything I didn't know already. Yes, he worked from home, well, a nearby hotel, for a month to help me come back from the darkness I sunk into after the breakup. Between him and Lauren, they helped me slowly come back to the world of the living. He was there for me in my most desperate time of need, at my lowest of low. He had his own reasons for hating Ethan, and there wasn't anything I could say over the phone to make him understand that things were different. I was different. I wasn't weak or lost anymore. I appreciate your concern, really, but there's nothing to worry about. We've got one assignment that we're almost done with. That's it. There was a long, drawn-out pause. You're sure? Yes, I promise. Fine, I trust you, so I won't take the next flight out, but if anything happens or you need me for anything, please call. I will. Good. Talk to you soon. He hung up, and I took a moment to compose myself while slicing and plating the pizza before returning to the living room. So, Whitaker still hates me. It wasn't a question. Yes. I pushed his plate toward him, hoping the scent of melted cheese and spicy pepperoni would distract him. I shouldn't have touched your phone. I'm sorry. I took a bite and tried to find the right words, unsure of how much he'd heard. He's protective. He flew out after he helped me. He didn't make a move toward the food, just watched me. What do you mean? I rubbed the spot between my brows where I felt a headache forming. Things were hard for me. Really hard. I met his curious gaze. When we broke up, I didn't take it well. I gave up going to one of my dream schools to stay close to you. I felt like I threw everything away for nothing. I didn't see the breakup coming. You completely blindsided me, and when I tried to ask questions to understand, you walked away. I was left confused, broken, and in so much pain. I stopped eating, going to classes, even getting out of bed. I fell into a deep depression, and Lauren called my parents. She was worried about me, and at the time I was mad at her for calling them, but looking back, I would have done the same for her if the roles were reversed. Kennedy. He tried to speak, but I stopped him. I never wanted to tell you all of this, but now that I am, please let me.
Chapter 12 Ethan. I slumped back, not arguing. My gut told me I didn't want to hear anymore, but she deserved to have me listen. I caused this. It was my burden to bear. Whit came from New York and stayed until I could pull myself back together. He helped me decide whether or not I wanted to transfer and communicated with my professors so I didn't fall behind. He made sure I ate, slept, and showered. He listened to me cry and question what went wrong. He held me up until I could finally stand on my own again. That's the last memory he has of you. He's able to block out the time before when we were happy and in love. He chooses to only see you as the villain. I understood, better than most. I hated the boys who hurt Haley. If they hadn't died in an accident, I would have hunted them down and made them pay for what they'd done. I was surprised Whit never confronted me after the breakup. I certainly deserved it. I can't blame him. She let out a breath and nodded. I'm sorry, Kennedy. I wanted to reach out to her, but she looked so vulnerable. I didn't know if she would pull away, and I couldn't handle that rejection right now. I should have said that to you a long time ago. I'm really, really sorry. Her gaze dropped to her plate. I appreciate the pizza, and I'm glad we settled on a subject. We can work out when we can go downtown later. I stood and left, unable to stay in that room a second longer. She didn't call out for me, so I didn't look back as I shut the door behind me. She called me a classmate. That's really all we were now, and I was honored she even called me that. I knew I'd hurt her when I ended our relationship, but I never could have imagined how bad it had been for her. I should have checked on her. I should have tried to keep some sort of relationship between us, not close friends, but something. We were each other's world, then in a moment, we were strangers. Hockey had become my sole focus. I threw my heart, mind, and soul into practice, training, and watching past games. Anything to prove that giving up the woman I loved was worth it. Up until recently, I'd done a decent job of convincing myself. She was free to date whomever she wanted. Be with a man who could give her all she ever wanted and more. Someone who could put her first, like she deserved. She was happy. She wasn't weighed down by me or my problems. She was supposed to do better without me, but now I knew how blind I'd been. I'd made us both miserable, but who was to say it was a mistake? What if we'd stayed together, and it dragged out the suffering? I knew in my heart I couldn't have been the boyfriend she deserved. Hockey took top priority, and keeping up in school required the rest of my time. When would I have been able to see her, let alone take her on dates? The facts hadn't changed, but I felt like less than dirt for how much pain and suffering I'd caused. Hunter and Reed watched me during practice, and I caught them exchanging looks with Benjamin when they thought I wasn't paying attention. I knew I was acting off, quiet, but I didn't have an explanation I wanted to share. They would have my back and try to make me feel better, but I didn't want that. I didn't deserve it. I took my frustration and anguish, and I channeled it into my skating and passes. By the time coach blew the whistle to end practice, I was soaked in sweat, and all the guys were giving me a wide berth. Reed eyed me, looking like he wanted to approach, but I shook my head and walked straight past everyone into the locker room, pulling off my gear and throwing it in a pile before claiming the first shower. I scrubbed my hair and my face as if it would make the doubts and guilt wash away, but nothing helped. Clarkson. My office. Now. Coach stood in the doorway of the locker room. I glanced down at my bare chest and toweled waist, but he didn't blink, so I followed him down the hall and took a seat, not leaning my damp back against the leather. What's up? There couldn't possibly be any bad news. Right? The universe didn't have anything left to throw at me. I couldn't take it at this point. I felt you should know that we haven't heard anything back from Tyler Rodriguez. That's not completely unheard of, but it's also not a great sign. I dropped my chin to my chest. So, I'd been wrong. But that's only one team, Clarkson. There will be other chances, other teams. Of course there were, but would any of them be interested in me? I highly doubted it. I also got an update from your tutor and counselor. You got a C on your last project, which didn't raise your grade overall, but it didn't bring it down either. I closed my eyes, absorbing that punch. 10 hours of working on that with my tutor. I couldn't even do it right with someone next to me, working through each step together and double-checking. How was that possible? She wasn't supposed to do any of the work for me, but come on. How did I still get a C? This was ridiculous. I should have dropped out years ago. I should never have tried the college route. I was in a perfect position to join the minors, and I could have waited for my time and eventually been picked up by a team, but no. I listened to my coaches. I obeyed my parents. College wasn't right for me. It never was, and at this point, it would take a miracle to graduate. What if no other scouts came? I took a huge risk coming here rather than one of the top schools, knowing I'd get more playing time, but I might have ruined my chance for a career 4 years ago, without even knowing. That's good news, Ethan. I scoffed. If he thought me hanging on by a thread was good news, he was delusional. I can't catch a break, I mumbled. He came around the desk and stood in front of me. I lifted my head, a force of habit, to look him in the eyes and listen when he spoke. I know school hasn't been easy for you, but you're one of the strongest men I know because of it. You refuse to give up the fight. You refuse to take the easy route. You give this team your all, week after week. That doesn't go unnoticed. I appreciate that, coach, but I'm not sure my effort means much outside of this arena. His look turned even more serious. You have no idea how much it means. Not just for you, but for the guys in that locker room. You're a leader. They look up to you, whether or not you see that. So, I'll leave behind a legacy that might last until the last freshman graduates. Then what? I'll be another guy that almost made it. Someone who can't hold a real job because his brain doesn't work right. A has-been who's past his peak and will live the rest of his life talking about the best 4 years back in college when he thought he might actually be something more. I didn't know I had all those thoughts and feelings festering in me, and once I started, I couldn't stop the flow. Ethan? His brows furrowed, and he crossed his arms. Do you really think of yourself like that? I shrugged. What did it matter? It was all the truth. I was working on accepting it, and soon everyone else would too. That's not what I think. Normally, his words might have helped. But not now. Not today. Is there anything else, coach? He stared at me for a moment before stepping back. No, go on home and rest. I nodded once and stood, heading back to the locker room to throw on clothes and put away my gear before slipping out. I thought I heard Reed calling after me, but I didn't stop. I didn't want to see him or any of the guys. Admitting all my failures and listening to their attempts to placate me wasn't remotely appealing. But I didn't want to be alone either. my circle of friends was wider than Reed or Benjamin's because I hung out with a lot of the guys from the basketball, football, and baseball teams pretty regularly, while they only interacted with them at parties or school events. Reed knew I stayed at Sean's house regularly now, but I doubted he'd follow me there. Not today. Maybe if I didn't show up in a couple of days, but I thought I'd made it pretty clear I needed space. I didn't bother texting on my way over. If Sean wasn't home, one of the guys would be, and I could hang out with them. The best part of being friends with guys from the other teams was that they were usually too consumed with their own drama to ask about mine. Each group had its own problems, and we gave each other a break when we got together. I didn't ask about the basketball team, and they didn't ask about hockey. This was the closest I'd ever get to just being me, no expectations or worrying they were only using me for notoriety. It sounded arrogant and pretty presumptuous that we needed a place to get away from the rest of the campus, but sports were a huge deal here. Athletes were treated like celebrities, and while I played along most of the time, there were days I needed to escape. "Hey, man, the guys are downstairs," Andy, a sender, said as I stepped into the house on his way out. "Thanks, see ya." He waved over his shoulder, pulling his backpack on, so I shut the door behind him and headed to the basement. Unlike the football house, this wasn't a frat. It was the house Sean's parents bought as an investment so he could live here with some of his teammates. It had 5 bedrooms, including the small one off the media room in the basement, and its address wasn't common knowledge. It was close enough to walk to campus, but settled in the middle of a neighborhood that wouldn't turn a blind eye to a party like those around the frat houses were forced to. This was a sanctuary for Sean and the rest of us who wanted a break from being watched all the time. "Hey, Connor," a power forward with jet black hair, called from the floor in front of the TV. He waved his remote in greeting, making the other 3 turn and notice me. "Want to play?" Dominique, a wide receiver on the football team, asked. "Nah, I'm okay to watch for a bit." I sat next to Sean, who looked me over but didn't say anything. "I'm going to get a drink. Anyone want anything?" Ty, the team's best point guard, stood and stretched. "Just grab a couple of waters from the fridge," Sean suggested without taking his eyes off the screen. Ty looked at me. "Do you need a hand?" "Nah, I got it." He took the stairs 2 at a time. I listened to his heavy steps, mapping his route through to the kitchen, the fridge, then back. He tossed a bottle to each of us before taking his remote and joining the game. They called directions to each other every few minutes, but other than that, it was silent. Perfect. I could turn off my brain, forget about the millions of things I should be worried about, and simply watch. I was so relaxed I didn't even notice as more guys joined us. I recognized most of them after they said hey, then red cups were passed around. I drank the bitter liquid, not caring what it contained, and sank farther into the plush couch. It was nice. I didn't have to talk or even think before my cup was refilled. Quiet conversation floated around me. Sean offered to let me play, but I shook my head, too content to have to think.
Chapter 13, Kennedy. I hurt Whit. I knew it before I ended the call with him. Ethan heard enough to know what the conversation was about. I should have stopped there. Why did I have to unload on him? I invited him over because I could see the pain and struggle in his eyes, so why did I have to add to it? Reliving the pain of freshman year did nothing but cause more hurt. It didn't make me feel better, and it didn't change anything, so why? Could I really be so cruel that I wanted to make him hurt as I had? Even when I knew he already was? What was wrong with me? This wasn't a tit-for-tat, childish game. This was our real life. We were adults, but I was acting petty and I didn't like it. I thought I was a better person, but my actions proved otherwise. He had practice, but it would be over now. He had tutoring after, but I wanted to call him. I needed to know he was okay. That struck me. I really did need to know. I wouldn't be able to relax until I saw him or at least spoke to him. 2 unanswered texts, and I was pacing my living room. I knew his dorm building but not his room number, and I didn't have any of his friends' numbers to call. I drummed my thumbs on my phone screen, trying to force inspiration to come. Haley. I had her number, well, her high school number. I wasn't sure if she'd changed it, but it was worth a shot. On the third ring, she answered. Hello? Haley? Yes, who's this? She sounded hesitant. It's Kennedy. Have you seen Ethan tonight? Oh, hi, Kennedy. Her voice perked up. No, I haven't. Reed mentioned he seemed off at practice, though. He didn't mention what was wrong? She laughed. No, Ethan's not exactly the type to open up and talk about his feelings. He usually takes it out on the ice and whoever dares to get in his way. A male voice spoke in the background. Reed says coach talked to him after practice, then he stormed out. No one has heard from him since. Was his playing off? She relayed that to Reed. He says Ethan was playing fine. More aggressive than normal, but nothing that coach would call him out for. So, he got more bad news after practice? Something that really upset him. How much could one guy take? I know this probably sounds crazy, but I'm worried about him. You are? She sounded confused.
Yeah.
I noticed before class he seemed off like he had a lot on his mind, then something happened at my place. I doubt getting bad news from his coach helped. She sighed, telling Reed what I said. They spoke, but I couldn't quite hear their conversation. We're going to look for him. Reed thinks he knows where Ethan would be. That was good. They could find him and help him if he needed it. But I felt responsible for this mess. At least part of it. I shouldn't have pushed him. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Can I come? I finally worked up the nerve to ask.
Yeah.
Sure. She couldn't hide her surprise. Where are you going to go? I'll text you the address. Thanks. I hung up and grabbed my keys before heading out. By the time I reached the car, the text came in. I copied it into my map app and followed the directions, going as fast as possible without getting pulled over. That was the last thing I needed right now. When I got to the house in the middle of a quiet neighborhood a few blocks away from campus, Reed and Haley were waiting out front. Whose house is this? I asked as I approached. Sean Bennett, Haley replied. The basketball god? Huh. I didn't expect him to live somewhere so normal. I assumed he lived along Frat Row. Come on. Reed marched up to the door and knocked. I'm not sure I want to know what he's gotten himself into. There were 3 cars in the driveway and 2 on the street, but they could have been visiting someone else. I didn't hear a ton of noise, so I doubted there was a party. Why was Ethan so upset? Is it okay to knock? It's almost midnight. Haley asked. Before Reed could respond, the door opened. Hey, man. A giant stood before us. Reed was by no means a small guy, but he was nearly a full head shorter. Hey, Ty. Is Ethan here? Reed asked. Ty stepped back and waved us in.
Yeah.
Man. He's in the basement. I followed Haley inside, and Reed went straight back to a staircase. He'd obviously been here before, and Ty seemed like a nice guy. Nothing crazy was going on, but Reed still seemed super tense. There were about 10 guys hanging around the couches playing a weird alien shooting game on the enormous flat screen. I scanned the group until I spotted Ethan and made my way toward him. Reed beat me over, shaking Ethan's shoulders. Ethan barely opened his eyes, and his head rolled to the side. What did he take? Reed barked out. Sean Bennett stood across the room. Just some whiskey and rum. Reed shook his head. He can't drink. We're in the middle of the season. Relax, man. He looked like he needed it. He didn't even speak when he got here. He was all in his head and miserable, another guy cut in. I didn't recognize him, but judging by his size, he was on the football team. How many? Haley asked. Like 3? He passed out pretty quick, someone replied. 3, and he was out? That didn't make sense. Even I could handle that. Let's get him out of here. We can't let anyone else see him like this, Reed said with a groan as he tried to lift him. Dude, it's fine, another giant said. No one here is going to say anything, and no one else is coming over tonight. What if he had too much? Or he's reacting to something. He shouldn't pass out after 3 drinks. Haley straightened, glaring at them. The giant put his hands up. He hasn't had anything to drink with us since, he glanced around the room. At least last year. He never drinks when he'd over here, but tonight we could all see he needed something to help him relax. We weren't going to let anything happen to him, Sean said, and I believed him. These guys cared about Ethan, but I didn't feel right leaving him here. He came here seeking escape, but that didn't mean he should wake up alone. I wanted him to know someone cared. We can't take him to the dorms like this, Reed admitted. He doesn't have to go anywhere. Let him sleep it off here, Sean offered. Haley and Reed shared a look. That's fine. He does it all the time, Kennedy, Reed replied. I'll stay. The words were out before I could think about them. They turned to me. Haley's brows furrowed. What? No, you don't have to do that. I will, or Reed. I stepped forward. No, I want to talk to him when he wakes up, so I'll stay. That's fine. We'll clear out, and I'll bring you some blankets and pillows, Sean said before going up the stairs. None of the other guys argued. One of them turned off the game, and they all left the same way. We can stay with you, Reed offered.
Yeah.
You don't have to stay here alone. I turned to him. Do you trust these guys? He glanced around. Not as much as my own team, but they're not going to mess with you. I'll be fine. Once he wakes up, I'll drive him home. If you're sure? Haley asked again. I am, thanks for helping me find him. She nodded. Call me if we can do anything else. I appreciated her not asking what happened or how I knew something was wrong. Sean appeared with a thick stack of blankets and set them on the end of the other couch, then pulled a pillow from under his arm. If you guys need anything, let me know. Thanks, Sean. He paused. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. Oh right. I stormed into his house, cut his game short, and invited myself to stay. I didn't mean to barge in and assume it was okay to stay here. He waved me off. It's really no problem, but I would at least like to know your name. Kennedy. His eyes widened a fraction, but he didn't say whatever he was thinking. Right, like I said, no worries. He turned to Reed and Haley. I'll walk you guys out. They each shot me a concerned look, but I smiled and waved them off. Once the 3 of them were gone, I pulled off Ethan's shoes and helped him lie down before draping a blanket over him. I doubted I'd be able to sleep in a stranger's house, especially with so many guys upstairs, but I got comfortable, wrapped up in another blanket across from him. For a while I stared at his peaceful face and wished I could take away whatever led him here. I barely recognized him like this. Where was the controlled, confident man? What pushed him to the point of breaking all the rules? If he got caught like this, he would be kicked off the team. So why risk it? What happened that was so bad he'd stop caring? Hockey, his team, was his entire life. He wouldn't have fought so hard, given up so much to get here, just to throw away his chance in the final period. The wall around my heart broke. As much as I wanted to accept all the blame, I knew this wasn't only about me. What had happened in the conversation he had with his coach? If it was really bad, like kicked off the team bad, then Reed would know. Benjamin would have told him and Hunter something like that, right? Ethan was holding on to too much. He put too much on his shoulders. He was strong, but everyone had their limits, and today he reached his. It wasn't just one thing. A cluster of mini-storms had clashed and created the perfect disaster. I saw it, a small part of it, and instead of helping him navigate and find solid ground, I added thunder and lightning. Reed might be upset at Ethan, but I couldn't find it in me to stay angry at him anymore. Ethan had more going on than any of us knew. Was it because Ethan didn't open up, or because we didn't ask? It wasn't my place to know his problems or pry. Not anymore, but if no one else in his life was going to, then I'd fill that role. He could hate me all he wanted, but he needed someone to listen. He might not deserve it, but I could be that for him. At least until it was time for me to leave. I wasn't sure why, but part of me felt myself softening toward him. Maybe it was our shared past and remembering who he once was that made me hate seeing him like this. Was this why we were brought together again? Was I being forced to think of him as human again rather than just the villain? It wasn't enough that I told myself I forgave him because it wasn't completely true. But now, at this moment, I knew I had to. Not for my sake, but for his, too. He needed some grace. He needed compassion and understanding. He needed his fire back. His thirst for life. How had I missed that? I, who once knew him better than anyone, had missed the most obvious thing in the world. Ethan was not okay. He was not fine. He was broken and bleeding and desperately needed someone to care. What had happened to the boy I loved? Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was the universe's sick version of a joke. 3 years after he destroyed me and left me in this exact same state, maybe I was meant to put him back together.
Chapter 14 Ethan. I had to be dreaming. It was the only explanation for waking up next to Kennedy. Well, not next to her exactly, but in the same room. Nothing else made sense. My head pounded, and it only got worse when I tried to sit up, so I stayed down and stared at her peaceful face while I waited for memories of the night before to return. The second they did, I wished I'd forgotten. We were at Sean's house, but she definitely hadn't come here with me, which meant she came looking for me. Why? How did she know where to find me? How did she get his address? Crap. Was Sean mad at me? He didn't like uninvited guests, especially of the female variety. He didn't trust them not to share the secret. She would have to promise him that she wouldn't tell anyone. Too many problems. Too early. Too much pain. I shifted and groaned as my brain slammed against my skull. There was only one cup. I think I only drank the one. Right? Did someone refill it? Had I asked for more? I didn't drink. Despite the rumors and assumptions, I didn't touch alcohol for reasons beyond the teen rules. But nothing mattered last night. I was so lost in my own dark, deep pit of despair, I stopped caring. About anything. And in the light of day, nothing changed. I was still miserable and lost and broken, but with a massive headache. I knew drinking didn't fix anything. If anything, it made things worse. But at this moment, I didn't think I'd deny the offer of something strong. It might not change my reality, but it delayed me having to face it. Kennedy's sight caught my attention. Her eyes fluttered open. She smiled, and it took my breath away. That was the face of the girl I'd loved with my whole being. Then it was gone. She looked around and quickly sat up. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Her sudden movement made me sick. She checked her phone and rubbed her face. I have class in 30 minutes. Do you want me to drive you to your dorm? That was an offer I should accept, but I really didn't want to get up yet. I think I'll stay here. Her eyes narrowed. That wasn't really a question. I'm taking you home. I told Reed I'd have you back last night once you slept it off, but I must have crashed sometime too. Reed? Yeah, we went looking for you and none of us heard from you. I could tell you were upset when you left my apartment, and he said something happened at practice. We wanted to make sure you were okay, and he knew you'd be here, so we came to get you. I cringed. How was I when you got here? Asleep. Well, that was a small mercy. At least I wasn't babbling or in a fighting mood. The guys said you didn't say much. Just hung out, had 3 drinks, and crashed. That matched what I remembered. Does Sean know you guys were here? She nodded. He brought down the pillows and blankets. How very domestic of him. I'd have to thank him later for being such a gracious host to my guest. Time to get up. She stood and began folding the blankets and stacking them on the end of the couch she slept on. I tried again to move and it sucked as much as before, but I fought through it. I didn't want to be a complete wimp in front of her. She checked that I was following before taking the stairs up to the main level. I didn't hear anyone else up, and as we walked through the kitchen, it was empty, thankfully. There was a whiteboard on the fridge, and she went to it, picked up the attached pen, and wrote a message in an open corner before stepping away and heading to the front door. I read it as we passed and smiled. She thanked Sean for his hospitality and promised to repay him. When we got in her car, I expected some sort of lecture, but she didn't speak as we drove the short distance to my dorm. She parked in front, not in a spot, and I got her message. This was it. She wasn't coming in or talking. Kenny. She flinched and closed her eyes. After a moment, she sighed and met my eyes. I'm sorry. Why? Because that was what I thought I was supposed to say. I didn't mean for you to sleep on a couch. She cocked her head. That's it? Obviously not. I rubbed the back of my neck, fighting to think through this headache. I'm sorry about yesterday. For shutting down and leaving. For not answering my phone. I'd noticed a dozen missed calls and texts from her, Haley, Reed, and Benjamin on the drive home. I didn't mean to worry you, any of you. I appreciate that, Ethan, but that's not the problem. It wasn't. I was at a loss at this point. It was too hard to concentrate. I wanted to sleep. She stared down at the console between us. Maybe I have no right thinking this, especially after everything I dumped on you, but what hurt was you disappearing. Closing yourself off. You didn't need to talk to me, but at least Reed or one of the guys on the team. I was really worried about you, and finding you passed out only made it all that much worse. Something's wrong, and you need to talk about it. I opened my mouth, ready to argue that I was fine, but she wasn't done. You don't need to talk to me, but I will be there to listen if you want me to. I really hope you know how much your friends and your sister care about you. You carry so much even though you have an entire team standing by waiting to help. Was that true? It was impossible for me to accept that anyone would have room in their crazy, busy lives to deal with my garbage. But if Reed were the one in need, if I saw him closing down and reaching his breaking point, I'd be pissed if he didn't come to me. I finally caved. I'll try. Good, now go sleep this off. Thanks, I whispered before climbing out of her car and heading up to my room. I could practically hear my bed calling my name, but as soon as I opened the door, I was face to face with Reed and Haley. I closed my eyes. If I was dreaming before, this was definitely a nightmare. What's going on, Ethan? Haley asked. Can I sleep for a few hours before we have this conversation? I pleaded as I slipped past her toward my bed. No, man. Not after we found you passed out drunk. That's not something we can ignore, even for a few more hours. Reed crossed his arms and leaned against his bed. I sat on my bed and rested my face in my hands. I had a really bad day. I went over to Sean's because I knew he and the guys would let me be. They don't ask questions when I don't want them to. I was watching them play a video game when a couple of guys showed up and started drinking. And why didn't you tell them no? He pressed. I shrugged. Because at that point, I didn't care anymore. About the rules? About the team? About anything. I didn't care. I didn't want to have to think, so I took the cup. I was so out of it, I don't remember it ever getting refilled. I thought I had one, then fell asleep. Haley stepped closer to Reed and jumped up on my bed to sit across from me. What happened yesterday? I didn't want to get into this, not when I was still processing what Kennedy told me. Then there was what Coach had said. The familiar feeling of failure washed over me. There was so much. Not only yesterday. It was one thing after another building up until I couldn't take it anymore, and last night, it all came crashing down. Sometimes I think about quitting. It wasn't an answer to her question, but it was what I needed to get off my chest. Hockey? Reed said at the same time Haley guessed. School? I leaned forward, resting my head in my hands. Everything. Sometimes I want to give up or give in. It feels easier to let it all go. Haley's eyes watered. Ethan? I'm not suicidal. I just wish I could turn it all off. Can you explain that? Reed asked with more patience than I'd ever heard from him. School's nearly impossible for me. You guys know that. I had an assignment I spent 10 hours working on with my tutor. I put so much effort into it and was really confident, but coach told me I got a C, and it didn't impact my grade, good or bad. It was like all the work I'd done didn't matter. Nothing I do is enough. I'm hanging on by my fingertips and giving it all I have, and I'm barely getting by. It's exhausting and demoralizing, and it makes me hate myself. Haley covered her mouth with her palm. Reed watched me for a moment. I don't have anything to say to make that better, he admitted. I can try to sympathize, but I will never understand or fully appreciate how hard it is for you. I've seen how hard you work, and it's messed up that in the end, that's not what matters. It's the right answer. It's the responses the professors expect. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish they took into consideration how much effort and dedication a student puts in. I nodded. It was nice hearing someone else say that. Not that either of us could change anything, it was nice to know I wasn't alone. I know you work with your tutor, and they might be under some contract or obligation to not interfere too much, but maybe from now on, one of us can review your assignments before you turn them in. Or someone from your class that has a better grasp of what you're covering. Haley turned to Reed. Could you help with that too? Yeah, of course. He sounded much more confident. Robbie's a history major, so he can probably have a look. Robbie was a junior on the team, so he wasn't in the same classes, but he was a decent option. Was that all Coach talked to you about? He asked. No, he let me know Tyler hadn't reached back out and to take that as a no. I didn't need to explain further. They both understood what that meant and how hard it was to hear. It's just one team. Haley paused. But I'm sure he told you that. Yeah, but it's still hard to know that for whatever reason, he didn't see potential in me. Who knows if there will be others? There better be. Reed laughed. There's got to be hope for the rest of us. I hadn't meant for it to sound like none of them would get scouts looking at them, but we played different positions. It was rare that one scout would be there to see more than one of us. You know what I mean. I know, and it sucks. It can feel like the end of the world when you think there might not be a future for your career. It's debilitating. Suffocating to even consider everything we've done might not be enough. That this, he pointed at the ground, is the end. I shuddered at the thought. College couldn't be it. I refused to accept that. The need, the hunger, was too much to be satisfied by playing at this level. I needed so much more. It's hard. School's hard. But you can't disappear and fall into oblivion, Ethan. We were scared. The hurt in my sister's voice pulled me from my thoughts. I know, but it wasn't only that. Earlier, Kennedy told me a bit of what she went through after the breakup. I guess a part of me knew it would be difficult for her, but I never realized how bad it got. I put her through so much and never thought about it. Then to hear from Coach that my grades suck and the scout wasn't interested. It made me wonder if any of this was worth it. Was losing her worth it? I ended things to give each of us a chance to move on and be happy. I needed to focus 100% on my career, and that wasn't fair for her. But 4 years later, and this might be the end. Was it worth it? I was starting to think none of it was.
Chapter 15, Kennedy. Ethan sat at the top of the stairs waiting for me when I got home after classes. He looked a bit better than the day before, but the heaviness and sadness were still there. Hey. I stopped when we were eye level, and he gave me a small smile. Hi. Do you want to come in? He nodded as he stood, and I unlocked my door and let him in. Lauren sat on the couch, eating a bowl of ramen when we entered. Her grin disappeared into a death glare when she saw him behind me. "What is Lucifer doing here?" He coughed at the nickname. "Hi, Lauren. I was hoping to have a chance to talk to Kennedy." She waved around the room with her chopsticks. "Feel free." When she made no move to leave, he shrugged and took a seat at the farthest end of the other couch, far out of her reach. "I appreciate you giving me time to think and not pressing me for more yesterday." Lauren's head swiveled between us. I told her that there'd been an emergency and that was why I was gone, and since we were texting and our schedules were opposite yesterday, I was able to put her off. Until now. "I spoke with Haley and Reed, and you were right. Talking about it did help." I was simultaneously relieved he opened up to them while disappointed it wasn't me. "Good. But it made me realize that there are things I need to talk to you about too." Lo's brows shot up, but she showed zero signs of leaving. Either he didn't care, or he assumed I would tell her everything later. I wouldn't, well, just the highlights. This was his deal, I was along for the ride. If he seemed uncomfortable at any point, I'd shoo her out. I don't know if you'll believe me because honestly, I can't. He paused and stared back at me. I truly thought I was doing the right thing. It was painful and miserable and the hardest thing I've ever done, but I got through it because I thought breaking up was the right thing to do not only for me, but for you. I opened my mouth, but he wasn't done. That's not the part one don't think you'll believe. The worst part was that since I so firmly held on to that truth, I never stopped to consider all the ways it would affect you. Lo snorted, and I shot her a glare. If she was going to witness this, she was going to be silent. "Ethan, how could you not think it would affect me?" There was no way he was that dense, even when we were 18. "I loved you. I gave up my dreams to move here with you because I knew you were my future. I would have done anything to keep us together." He rubbed his jaw. "I listened to the coaches and to the older guys on the team. They told us stories about how things don't work out for relationships because we can't divide our time. The rules are so strict here, and I didn't want to take any chances of messing up. I knew being on the team would be too much for me on top of my classes, then adding in you and giving you what you deserved." He paused and finally looked up at me. "I wasn't enough for you. I couldn't be who you needed, not while I was here. You never gave me the chance to say otherwise. You never even asked." His shoulders slumped. "I know." Lo's head bounced back and forth between us. She knew this was the argument I had with myself since the night he broke up with me. This was my chance. "That's what hurt the most, Ethan. It wasn't that you broke my heart or left me behind. It wasn't even that I changed all my plans for you. I take responsibility for that. The one thing that killed me was that you never even brought it up. It wasn't a discussion about how we would handle college and the team and the expectations. Somehow strangers were able to convince you what we needed. You listened to them without once considering what I might think or say. I thought it was for the best. It wasn't. You invalidated our entire relationship with that one decision. You made it clear to me that you didn't care what I thought or felt. It was only ever about you. How to make you happy. How to make things easier for you. There was no rule about dating, but somehow you got that in your head. It was all too much." Lo snorted, but I ignored her. "I could have helped. We could have worked through it the same way we had in high school. There were the same challenges then. I took a second to calm down. We got through your struggles with classes and grades. Sure, teachers were more willing to look the other way and excuse your assignments because you were traveling for games, but we still had to study. I figured out a system that worked for you." He nodded. "Then why did you think it would be different here? You were on 2 teams then, traveling and the school. How would it be any harder?" He shrugged, and I wanted to shake him. "Why didn't you talk to me?" There was a long moment of silence before he straightened. "Because I knew you could convince me we would make it work. You would make me see how we could stay together, and I didn't want that. There it was. Finally. The truth. You didn't want me? His eyes widened. No. Kenny, no. Never. I wanted you more than anything. Not your career. He rubbed his face again, his frustration coming through. I didn't want you to sacrifice anything. I didn't want you to resent me. I didn't want you to quietly fall out of love with me because I wasn't around. I only ever wanted you to be happy. I wanted you to have everything and more, and I just knew, I couldn't give that to you. Not until I was done. Not until I made it and was drafted. You're an idiot. A selfish, stupid, pushover. A coward with the most punchable face I've ever seen. And there was Lo's contribution to the conversation. It was surprising she'd lasted that long. Lauren, I said quietly, can you give us a second? She glared at Ethan as she stood and went down the hall to her room. She's not wrong, I said. No, she's not, he admitted. You gave up on us. I waited for him to argue, but he didn't. Why? His eyes flickered to the carpet before trailing up my body and meeting mine. I was scared. Terrified, actually. Of what? This felt like the first time we were getting somewhere. Not yelling or fighting or storming off. This was a conversation 3 years in the making. I'd been waiting so long for these answers, and I refused to let anything get in the way this time. He stood and came to sit next to me, where Lo had been. He didn't look at me as he spoke. After graduation, I swear each person that came up to congratulate me said something about how the next step wasn't college or making it to the NHL. No, it was you and me. It was us getting married. Your parents. My parents. Teachers, neighbors, your priest. Every single person. They could see so clearly something that seemed like a very distant dream. Something that may happen eventually, but years and years from then. We were 18 and had our entire futures in front of us. It wasn't that I didn't want to marry you one day, but I didn't want either of us defined by that. You had bigger goals than being my wife, and everyone knew what my one dream was. Marriage was supposed to be something that came somewhere along the road, after. After we graduated, after I made it, after you started your big, fancy art career. He rubbed at his knuckles in his lap. Suddenly, the world felt too small. There was all this pressure. I felt like everyone was watching me, waiting for me to propose. It felt like that was all anyone cared about. They wanted the high school sweethearts to make it. I wasn't opposed to marrying you, but I didn't see it happening for years. Then, right before we left for college, I found out about my dad's affairs. I gasped. He'd never told me. He continued, my parents didn't know I was home, and I heard them fighting. Dad was getting mad at Mom because the doctor called saying he couldn't refill her prescriptions again so soon. Dad figured out she was abusing her pain medication, and she blamed him. Said she wouldn't have to numb herself if she wasn't hurting so much. He said it wasn't his fault, and that's when she screamed that she knew. She knew about the other women. Dozens, and several of them were from their circle. Their country club. Women she had to smile at and pretend around. I couldn't imagine what his poor mother had gone through. But they were still married. Why are they still together? Image. It's the only thing that matters to either of them. They pretend to be the perfect couple with the perfect family. Haley doesn't even know. It was partially why they wanted to send her here. They offered to let her go home after what happened last year, but with several rules. So many that they knew she wouldn't want to go back. They forced her to come here to keep up appearances. They didn't want anyone to ask why she was home, but they also didn't want her to find out what was happening between them. My gut twisted. I didn't have all the information about what happened to Haley, but I knew she'd needed her parents back then. If she had been desperate enough to come to Ethan, who she swore she would never be linked to again, then it was bad. How could her parents do that to her? That's terrible. He turned and faced me. And I didn't want that to be our future. I didn't want to drag you down with me. 60 to 80% of marriages with professional athletes end in divorce. I couldn't doom you to that same fate, or worse, my mother's, being trapped in a loveless marriage either because we don't want to hurt each other or because one of us felt stuck. This was where I was supposed to argue that those people weren't us, but he knew that. I could see the argument he'd had with himself in the storm in his eyes. I wanted to give us the very best chance at a happy future, and during freshman year, I didn't see how that could end with us together. He was young, impressionable, and had his world ripped out from under him right before moving here. Could I really blame him for thinking only the worst would happen? It did to his parents, so why would he be spared? I wish you would have told me. Even though I knew all the reasons why he didn't. He was scared. He thought he was protecting me. He did it out of love. He was misguided, but I truly believed that he didn't mean to hurt me the way he had. Looking back, I wish I had too. I wish I confided in you. There was so much happening all around me, and I closed down rather than opening up to you. I should have. We could have handled it together, but I didn't want to be your burden. I wanted to be your partner, your strength, your love. I twisted toward him. You were, Ethan. You were all those things until the day you walked out. His jaw tightened, and I nearly broke when a single tear slid down his cheek. This big, strong, brute of a man. The terrifying beast on the ice. The boy I once loved with my entire being was crying in front of me? In an instant, I wrapped my arms around him and held on tight. His shoulders shook as I ran my hand up his back and neck, pulling out his hair tie so I could rake my nails through his hair like he loved so much. How could this terrible moment feel so right?
Chapter 16 Ethan. Never in a million years did I think I would be breaking down in Kennedy Thompson's arms. Not even in my wildest dreams when I didn't make the biggest mistake of my life by breaking up with her. Not even when I envisioned a different reality where we ended up together. In the all ways I pictured apologizing and begging for her forgiveness, I never could have seen this. I felt at home in her arms. Safe and loved in a way that only she ever made me feel because Kenny was my home. The only place where I was enough as I was. Grades in school and hockey didn't matter. Just me and her. I never wanted to pull away. I never wanted to leave this moment. Even knowing Lauren was a dozen feet away plotting her revenge, it didn't matter. I was exactly where I wanted and needed to be. Kenny, I whispered. She moved slightly, and another impossibility happened. She kissed the top of my head with such tenderness, I nearly gasped. I'm sorry, I said with my eyes closed, pressed against her. I'm so sorry. There weren't enough words to express all the ways I failed her, and there were even fewer to make it right. Ethan. My name was barely a whisper, but it was enough to make me look up. We stared at each other, so much still unsaid, but we were frozen in this moment together. My eyes dropped to her lips. The ones I once knew so well. She didn't pull back. Didn't move, so I did. I leaned forward, closing my eyes when our mouths connected. I hesitated, waiting for her reaction, and nearly shattered when her lips moved against mine. A familiar touch, but at the same time completely new and exciting. She sucked in a breath and pulled back. It took a second for me to open my eyes. I didn't want to face reality. Ethan, we shouldn't. I can't. I took in her expression and leaned back. This was too much for her. There were warring emotions in her eyes, and the last thing I wanted to do was hurt her anymore. I want to say I'm sorry or that it was a mistake, but I can't. It felt like coming home. She covered her mouth and shook her head. No. I won't let myself slip back to you because it's comfortable. You didn't want me anymore. You don't. Yes, I did. I do. Didn't she understand that was what I'd been trying, and evidently failing, to explain? Not enough to fight for me. Her words were a physical blow. I closed my eyes, absorbing the ache before standing. I should go. There was nothing more I could say right now to convince her. I'd poured my heart and soul out at her feet. What happened next was up to her. Bye, I said without turning around, then let myself out and hurried down the stairs and straight for campus. How did life get so messy so fast? Wasn't this exactly what I'd been trying to avoid freshman year? Or was I seeing it for the first time? I never gave her the chance to see how badly I hurt her because I left and refused to look back. By the time I got to my dorm, I was shaking. This was all too much. Today. Yesterday. This week. This semester. I was fighting and scraping and doing all I could to keep my head above water, but I kept slipping under and it was getting harder to resurface. I needed a break. A few hours alone, but when I walked through my door, Haley and Reed were sitting on his bed, looking as if they were waiting for me. Wonderful. I probably still looked red and blotchy from my breakdown, and they were the last people I wanted to face. Ethan? Haley's voice followed me as I collapsed on my bed. It dipped under her weight, and her hand pressed between my shoulder blades. What happened? I'd been answering that question too often. I ignored her and closed my eyes, keeping my face turned away from them. Haley leaned over me. Please, Ethan. Talk to me. I didn't want to. I didn't want to involve her. I didn't want to make her sad too. But that was what originally got me into so much trouble. Not involving others. Thinking I was saving them when, really, I'm hurting them more. I wasn't sure I could talk to her in this state without letting too much slip. I didn't trust myself. I didn't want to be the one to tell her about our parents. That was their responsibility. But it had been nearly 4 years. They wouldn't tell her, and she deserved to know. After the way they made her feel, she should know. I wasn't sure if it would make her angrier or give her some clarity on why they were so twisted up. I needed to give her the option to decide for herself. If it came to that. I was at Kennedy's. Her weight shifted off me, but she kept her hand on my back. Okay. I told her how I've been struggling with classes. No recruits are interested in me. I waved 2 fingers in the air down near my thigh. The usual. She scoffed but didn't interrupt me. She told me about back then, when I broke up with her. What it was like for her. How much I hurt her. Oh, man, Reed said, but it sounded far away. I was back in her living room, feeling the world I carefully pieced together crumble around me. I was so wrong. Everything I did was messed up. I thought I was doing the right thing, but I screwed up. I gave them a shortened version. Not going into the marriage side of things or about my parents yet. Why didn't you come to me? Reed asked. If you've been feeling like this, why didn't you talk to me or Benjamin or Coach? What good is talking about it going to do? It doesn't change how my brain works or my grades. It won't convince any scouts to come watch me. It doesn't undo the damage I caused between me and Kennedy. But sometimes talking it out makes it feel less heavy, less like it's going to crush you. He had a point. It worked with Kennedy, but she was different. She was my person. Used to be. Was. Not anymore. You take too much on yourself. You let other people vent to you. You've let me add to your burdens, but you won't let us return the favor. I turned my head to look at my sister. You aren't a burden. You're my little Haley. It's my job to protect you. I appreciate that, and I know I'm incredibly lucky to have you, but I'm not little anymore. I can handle a lot more than you think. She was right. She was one of the strongest people, but she'd been through enough. Please, let me help you. Let me carry some of the weight. This was it. The perfect opportunity to tell her about our parents, but was it the right thing to do? I didn't know anymore. I had no idea what was right or wrong or selfish or selfless. It was all upside down and inside out. But it was one thing she could help me with. She might know how to confront them. How to make them see how their inability to face reality was affecting us. How their acting was hurting us. There is one thing. She nodded, and I sat up. I glanced at Reed, grateful he was here to help give her strength if needed. I found out something right before I moved here. How did you tell someone this? It wasn't right. I heard Mom and Dad fighting. Dad was confronting Mom about abusing her prescriptions, and she yelled at him for having affairs. Her brows pulled together. What? Mom said there were dozens of women. I don't know what it all entailed, but she found out and started self-medicating to numb herself. She stared at the floor, eyes darting back and forth. Is that why Dad's always drinking, and Mom has a headache every time I call or go home? I shrugged. Yeah, they're trying to pretend like everything is fine. But why? If they're both so miserable, why not separate? She turned to me, and I gave her a look, telling her to think it through. They really care so much about what people think. They would rather live a lie than get divorced. Even when some of the women are from the club. Her hand went to her heart. Poor Mom. She has every opportunity to leave. She doesn't need to stay with him. Unfortunately, I knew my parents didn't have a prenup. It was something Mom threw in Dad's face over the years. It was her favorite threat. If she left him, she'd take half, if not more, for all the emotional damage she suffered and the infidelity. Reed seemed uncomfortable, but I noticed he tensed and I followed his gaze to Haley. She was frozen, staring off. That's why. Why what? Reed asked, but I was pretty sure I knew. They didn't want you to find out. Her shoulders dropped. No, they didn't want to have to keep up the act around me. Yeah, that too. Our parents were selfish. I can't believe it. They basically forced me to come here, where they knew I wouldn't be comfortable, just so they would be. So they wouldn't have to keep up pretenses around me. They lied rather than allowing me to come home and recover in peace. I rubbed her back. Look at how it turned out, though. She lifted her head, and Reed smiled back at her, then she glanced over to me. Yeah, you're right. I guess it worked out okay. Reed chuckled. I don't want you to think it has anything to do with you, Haley. They're messed up. They have their own mountain of issues. Don't think they don't love you or want you to be happy because they couldn't put your needs before their own. They'd failed her. I was grateful I could be there when no one else could. Well, Reed more than me. Not that I'd admit that anytime soon. I know. She sighed. It still stings. I gave her a side hug, then Reed came over and pulled her against him, kissing the top of her head. The gesture reminded me of Kennedy. I shouldn't have kissed her. It was a mistake. I got caught up in the moment, but I couldn't help it. She was right there. Closer than she'd been in years. Her final words were still an open wound. I didn't care enough to fight for her. She was wrong. I wanted her to be wrong. But was she? I'd given up on us so easily. Just the notion of not being enough for her, and I called it quits. The only time in my life I ever quit anything, and it was the most important person in the world. The love of my life. The one person who deserved me giving all I had, and I walked away. I took the easy route. The coward's way. I hid behind my fear to keep from my worst nightmare happening. Her leaving me. Reed frowned at me over Haley's shoulder, and I dropped my gaze. It felt like he could see through me. Straight to the failure I was. Things were bad. This had to be the lowest I'd ever been, but this time, I was ready to fight back. I wasn't going to give up. I refused to accept things as they came. I was going to show everyone how wrong they were about me. I'd prove myself to her.
Chapter 17, Kennedy. Returning to any sense of normalcy was exactly what I craved. Even if it was meeting with Maya and Dustin at the cafe about the project I never wanted to be a part of in the first place. Now I was grateful for the distraction. I think these look really good, Maya said without holding back her surprise. Dustin raised his brows at her. Did you expect us to screw it up? She laughed and took a sip of her coffee. No, but I didn't think we'd nail it with our first attempt. I stared at the screens, going over each detail, searching for anything that would be tweaked or improved, but she was right. These were amazing. We make a good team, I said. Would it be dishonest to hold on to them for a few more weeks so it seems like we had to work harder than we really did? They both chuckled, and Dustin shrugged. We run the risk of them coming back with requests and changes and having to work around finals. Fair point. I pulled my tablet toward me. So, submit them? They both agreed, and I sent the finished file to Professor Mackey with a prayer the athletic department would approve and I wouldn't have to worry about this anymore. Well, it was nice working with you guys, Dustin said as he scooted his chair back and stood. It really was. I stood as well. Our class was about to start, so we headed to the art building together. I wish all group projects were this easy. I swear I'm normally pulling out my hair trying to communicate with people, Maya said. This was my last one. I'm officially done with group projects forever. From now on, it will all be done with colleagues in an office on company time. I huffed out a laugh. I have one left, then I'm done.
Ugh.
I have 3 more semesters to go, Maya whined. You'll make it through. I smiled as we entered the classroom and split to our normal seats. If I could survive 4 years here, anyone could. By some miracle, class flew by. We had a lot to cover before finals, and Mackie wasn't messing around. I barely had time to gather my things and run up the stairs to my next class on time because she went over. Ethan was already at his desk and offered me a small smile before looking down at his notebook. Professor Clements started promptly on the hour and seemed to have taken notes from Mackie, because we flew through more material in one class than we had since the course started. He apologized for not giving us time to check in with our partners and excused us a few minutes late. I rolled my shoulders before stuffing my things into my bag. This morning had been a whirlwind, and I wanted a second to catch my breath and work up the nerve to say something to Ethan, but when I looked up, he was gone. I should have been relieved. We both needed space to sort through what happened yesterday, but I was disappointed. I took the path to my apartment building with unrushed steps. Things between us were messy. Blurred. My feelings had been so cut and dry mere weeks ago. I hated him. I loathed him and how successful he was. I wanted karma to catch up to him. I wanted something, anything, to happen to him to make him hurt as much as I had. Now, though, I didn't want any of that. I knew he suffered in ways I never could have imagined. I'd been blind and naive to think his life was as perfect as it seemed. No one's ever was. His parents hurt him. His self-esteem was ground to almost nothing through years of not doing well in school. He was under so much pressure to perform, to live up to all the support and sacrifice that had been given by so many to get him to where he was. He made it look easy from afar. I'd caught glimpses of him over the years on campus, strutting around like he owned the world. Like he was a king and the school his kingdom. He laughed and flirted and seemed to float on a cloud of glory. But it was as much of a lie as I lived. I pretended to be okay. To be happy. I really wanted it to be true. As much as he did. Years from now, I'd look back at this time with regret. I knew that even as I lived each day, I wasted my college years lost in bitterness and pain, refusing to allow myself to move on and heal. It was what fueled me. What pushed me to graduate early, to get the internships, to be the very best. I wanted out, but first I wanted to prove that he hadn't ruined me. Not that he would ever notice or care. It was my way of flipping the bird at the universe. Not mature, but it made me feel a tiny bit better for a second. Kennedy. I jumped at my name and looked up the stairs to where Whit was hanging over the ledge, waving at me. What the heck? What are you doing here? I hurried up the steps, searching for my key so he didn't have to keep waiting outside. I was in the area and thought I'd stop by. He followed me inside, glancing around. I knew he was judging the small space. How clean it was. What was out of place? It was something our dear mother ingrained in us. You never come to Pittsburgh. I didn't believe this was a friendly visit. Not so soon after his call. He was checking in on me. Likely sent by our parents. The opportunity came up, and I jumped on it. It's been too long since I've seen you. He pushed his hair back as if a single lock of light brown hair had a chance of misbehaving and escaping the perfect style. He was wearing slacks and a patterned button-up. His casual. If he was here for work, he'd be in a three-piece suit. I eyed the attire, and he pursed his lips. Fine. Mom and Dad asked me to pop by after they heard about Ethan being here. They heard? I repeated. They could have only known that if you told them. He nodded while I waited for the lawyer to come out and argue me into a corner. We're concerned. None of us want you to get hurt again. I really appreciate that, but it's not going to happen. Ethan and I are working on a project together. I held up a hand, and before you say anything, I tried to get out of it. We both need to ace this class, so we have no choice but to work together and get it completed as painlessly as possible. He took a seat on the sofa, still looking around. Do you think he's going to appear? He laughed. No, but I don't like the idea that he's been here either. Don't worry, Lo was here too. One time. Well, at least I know she won't go easy on him. Nope. I dropped down across from him. So what's your plan now? You've seen I'm fine. Ethan hasn't suddenly moved in. All is well. He started to stand. Guess I can go. I giggled, and he sat back down. How about I take you to lunch? Do you have time?
Yeah.
Of course. Good, then I really do have a meeting downtown, and I fly out tonight. I was actually a bit disappointed his visit was so short, but I'd take all the time I could get. As different as we were, it was nice seeing him. Let me change. I hurried into my room to switch my leggings for jeans. I didn't bother with my sweater or hair. I was sacrificing enough by wearing real pants. On my way out, I grabbed my wallet and dropped it into my small purse rather than carrying around my backpack. Ready? I asked as I picked up my keys from the bowl I stored them in near the door. Yes, but don't think I'm getting into that rusted piece of metal willingly. I rolled my eyes behind his back but didn't argue. Whatever car he rented was probably top of the line with a working heater. I wouldn't complain about that. Where do you want to go? I asked while locking the door behind us. He didn't reply, and when I turned, he was stopped at the top of the stairs. What's WR?
Oh no.
Ethan was on the landing, staring up at Whit. His eyes darted to mine before returning to my brother. Once upon a time, they got along. Ethan was the little brother Whit always wanted. They went to football and basketball games together. Played catch in the backyard before dinners. Whit tutored him and helped coach him through college interviews. Then everything changed. They lost each other too. Like I lost Haley. The unexpected casualties no one thought about until they were actually gone by no fault of their own. Ethan could have used Whit these last few years. My brother could be arrogant and self-righteous, but he was also incredibly smart and knew how to charm even the wildest of vipers. He graduated from Columbia's law school with several job offers in the city. If anyone could have gotten Ethan to believe in himself and improve his grades, it would have been Whit. But the end of our relationship took that from him. That was his own fault, but it was something I never stopped to consider. How might have things gone for Haley if she still had me in her life last year? Could I have been there to help her through? Ease some of her pain? Help her heal? There was no use wasting time thinking about what might have been, but seeing their standoff pushed the idea into my mind. Hi, Ethan. I broke the tense silence. His attention shot to me. Hey. I was coming over to see if you wanted to finalize plans, but you're busy. She is. Whit took a step to block me from Ethan's line of sight. You should go. I'm here as a classmate. Then use the school system to contact her. Whit straightened. You shouldn't just stop by whenever you feel the whim. Whit, stop. I tried to get between them, but neither was willing to back down. Look, I'm sorry for how things ended. I'm more sorry than I could ever say for hurting her. I know you were there for her, and I'm incredibly grateful she had you. But this isn't freshman year. We've talked and heard each other out, and what's been said is between the two of us. Exactly, I was there. I helped put her back together after you destroyed everything. I won't let it happen again. He was using his intimidating attorney voice. Enough damage has been done, I cut in. On both sides. We've found a way to move on, so I need you to do the same. I stared up at Whit, waiting him out. After a long, silent moment he spoke. Fine. He took the stairs, moving past Ethan without even brushing shoulders, and waited next to his sleek black rental. I'm sorry, I said when I got to Ethan. It's fine. I deserve much more from him. He didn't, but I didn't have time to convince him. Can I call you later? Why did I feel so awkward talking to him now? Was it because Whit was watching? Or what happened yesterday? We can coordinate whatever we need to. He nodded and walked down with me. He didn't say anything when he turned to head back toward campus, and I went to my brother. The space between us had never felt wider.
Chapter 18 Ethan. The strange haze I'd been existing in for the past few days followed me across campus, but as soon as I stepped into the arena, it dissipated. There was no space for that here. We had a game tonight, and the guys needed me at my best. I wasn't there yet, though, so I went to the training room and started with some light cardio to give my mind and body time to shift out of the pity party I'd been throwing myself. I was Ethan Clarkson, one of the top 20 left-wingers in the NCAA. I was right where I was meant to be. Thinking about Kennedy and her brother was wasting time and energy. I couldn't do anything about that situation, so I had to focus on what I could control. As I turned up the speed on the treadmill, I ran through the plays we spent the past few weeks practicing. I felt good about them. Benjamin, Reed, and I had a rhythm that most professional teams prayed for. It was the type of chemistry that couldn't be taught or forced. There were rare occasions when the right guys were put on the right line at the right time. That was us. Thankfully, Hunter was a great defenseman and could strengthen any line, so he was left to pick up any slack from the younger guys. The four of us survived the strict rules and grueling practice regime together. We were the last men standing from those that entered freshman year with us. 6 had dropped out or transferred over the years. They were talented, but didn't have the same drive or discipline to hang in. It was all supposed to pay off this year. We were supposed to be standouts with guaranteed spots in the first 3 rounds of the draft. We did all we were told and more, and now the promises the coaches made were supposed to be fulfilled. But what if they weren't? I tripped, nearly face-planting, but caught myself and slammed the stop button. There was already enough negativity in my head. I couldn't let myself think about that. It was only November. There was plenty of time for scouts to come out. We would all end up drafted. Even if it meant going to Europe. The 4 of us would make it. Hey, man, a voice called from the entrance, and I lifted my head to see Hunter giving me a small wave with Benjamin standing behind him. You beat us, our captain teased as he headed to the rowing machine. Yeah, I needed some extra time to clear my head, I replied. Did you hear the news? Hunter asked. He met me in front of the free weights, handing me a stretching band. Normally, my brain would go 100 miles an hour trying to come up with possible explanations, but I was too burnt out for that. No, what happened? The school announced they're starting a women's hockey team. I wiped a bead of sweat from my nose. Really? Why now? They want to be a part of the Hockey is for Everyone campaign, he explained. It's been in the works for a few years, Benjamin interrupted, but everything fell into place, and they decided rather than putting it off until next year to start it next semester. It's a bit late, but the committee is making their schedule work with the other schools. Of course our captain was in the know. Wow. That's cool. Hunter huffed. What? I asked while stretching my shoulders. We're going to have to share the arena. The ice. The locker room. I laughed at how disappointed he looked. They won't practice or have games at the same time as us. We won't see them, Benjamin placated. But what if they want to make changes, he argued. I looked to the sky. Then they make changes. Who cares if they paint the walls or retile the showers? If anything, the changes will benefit us too. He shrugged and folded over, reaching for his toes. It's only a few months. We'll be out of here soon, Benjamin said with finality in his tone. End of conversation. We moved around each other in silence until Hunter broke it. How are things going with Kennedy? I closed my eyes and heard Benjamin suck in a breath. It was an innocent question. He was interested and couldn't have known how terrible things had gotten. Complicated, I replied as I changed positions, working on loosening my chest. Well, that's an improvement. He chuckled to himself. Benjamin let out a chuckle he feebly attempted to cover with a cough. You're not wrong. I don't think she completely hates me anymore, but I doubt she's singing my praises to anyone either. Especially not Whit. Man, he looked like he wanted to push me down the stairs. He would know how to get away with it too. He was one of those inexplicably connected types. Seeing him after all these years was like a punch to the gut. He'd been my role model for so long. I looked up to him and admired him in every way. He was everything I wanted to be. Confident, polished, smart. He seemed to skate through life with an easy smile and knowing look. I'd never admit it aloud, but there were several times over the past 3 years I longed to pick up my phone and call him. Not Kennedy. Whit. Back in high school, he was like a brother to me. Full of wisdom and sage advice even though he was only a few years older. He let me know he was always one call away whenever I needed him. Which was often, even back then. He would have known exactly how to handle the situation with my parents. How to be there for Haley when she needed me most. What tricks and classes to take to get my grades up. How to get scouts to come to me in droves. I missed him. I missed the confidence he gave me. Seeing the utter loathing in his eyes was the worst kind of punishment, and there was nothing I could say to make things better between us. I broke his one and only rule. Don't hurt Kenny. All he did for me, and I couldn't do that one thing for him. I let him down in a way that was completely unforgivable. If I was in his shoes, I would have done so much more than yell and glare at me like he had today. But he was a better man than me. He knew silence could be infinitely louder than words. His cool indifference caught like a white-hot blade. Kennedy tried to defend me, or console him, but I didn't deserve it. I'd been delusional lately, thinking she could ever forgive me or that we could move past this. Kissing her felt as necessary as breathing, but it had been another mistake. I never should have put her in that position. It would hurt us both. The universe gave me an opportunity to make things right, as well as I could, before she graduated, and I never saw her again. That was all, but I was greedy and trying to take more. This wasn't about me or what I wanted. I couldn't let this chance slip away without making things right. As fun as it is to discuss your non-existent dating life, let's rotate. Benjamin stood between us, and I offered him my band before picking up dumbbells. He told us about some of the freshman coach was having him work with and how amazed he was they even made it this far. I mean, there was no way any of us were that bad. Hunter shook his head. No way. I watched you running drills with them on Sunday morning. It was like they picked up sticks over the summer and decided hockey sounded fun to try. I cringed. I hadn't been paying much attention to the babies on the team. Once again, too lost in my own drama to notice what was going on around me. We were winning our games, and I was doing my job. What else mattered? Well, for the captain, a whole lot more. Coach brought them on for a reason. I shrugged. Donor money? Hunter teased. Benjamin laughed. No, I don't think so. He has to see something that I haven't yet. It's not all of them. Just 5 or 6 that can't get their crap together. Stage fright? I guessed. Maybe. He didn't seem convinced. It's a huge jump from high school to college. They might not be used to the crowds. I know one didn't have a high school team, so he was only getting time with his traveling team. This is a pretty big change from the few parents that want to make the commute to an arena of your peers, Benjamin said. Yikes. I guess that would be enough to freak out someone. I'm trying to work with them on it, but if you guys could figure out something to make them more comfortable, that would be a huge help. You got it, Hunter agreed. Yeah, whatever you need. I was already thinking through what I could say when the ease of that whole conversation hit me. Benjamin opened up to us, told us what challenges he was facing, asked for help, and we agreed without hesitating. Could it really be that easy? But this was different. It was hockey. Our team. This wasn't personal. Not to me. It was for him, and for the freshmen that were struggling. I finished my warm-up routine, then waved as I headed into the locker room. It was starting to fill up as guys arrived to skate. I spotted the younger guys, clumped together in the corner, and made my way over. Hey! They turned and froze when they saw me. Hi, one of them said, evidently the speaker of the group. You know we're playing VU tonight? They all nodded like it was synchronized. Well, one of my high school buddies is on the team. Our first year playing each other was really weird. We were friends and had grown up being teammates for over 10 years. We'd never played against each other, then suddenly we were opponents. It really got in my head, and I struggled through that game even though we were only on the ice at the same time for less than 3 minutes. It felt so different. I was so used to having him next to me on the bench and rooting for each other. The change was so abrupt, and I sort of panicked. I messed up every play and was nearly benched because I was so in my head. Two of them shared a look, probably wondering how I lost my mind and why I was rambling to them. Anyway, I know this is late and I should have talked to you guys sooner, but I want each of you to know that I get it. We all do. This is a huge change. The arenas are bigger. The crowds are louder. All the comforts you're used to are gone. Playing with us is new, and I haven't done a good job of making you feel welcome. For that, I'm truly sorry. I've got stuff going on, and I haven't been living up to my role as an alternate captain. I met each of their gazes. I want you to know we've all been where you guys are. If you have any questions or want to talk, we're here for you. Between us seniors and the juniors, one of us is bound to have gone through anything you're facing, and we're here to help. I paused, waiting for one of them to say something. Anything. But I was met with silence, so I nodded once and backed away. That was it. That was the best I could do for now. I opened the door, and it was up to them to step inside. Now, I needed to take my own advice and trust the people around me for help.
Chapter 19, Kennedy. I stared up at my building, not wanting to go back and face real life. It was nice spending time with my brother, and after the first 10 minutes, he didn't bring up Ethan again. Are you going home for Thanksgiving? I asked as a way to delay saying
Goodbye.
He shook his head. The firm is only closing for the day. I've got to be back in the office on Friday, so it doesn't make sense to fly to and from Minneapolis in a day. We had Wednesday through Sunday off, but I didn't want to go home if he wasn't. Do you think Mom and Dad will let me use the same excuse? He gasped and put his hand over his heart. And miss dinner at the country club? I rolled my eyes. Exactly. My parents didn't even bother with a home-cooked meal for the family. It was another excuse to get together with their friends. The men grouped together to discuss business or how to make more money while the women planned their outfits for upcoming charity events, or discussed who had plastic surgery done most recently. I'm sure they'll miss you, but they probably won't mind. Or notice. He chuckled. They aren't that bad. After what Ethan told me about his parents, I had to agree. You're right. They weren't the type to bake cookies or go out and throw a ball with you, but they also made sure to be there for all the important things. They raised us to be independent, which allowed them to also have their own lives. Neither of them wore the title of mother and father as their identity. It wasn't bad or wrong, just different from what other kids were used to. If you stay here, what are you going to do? He asked. If I can convince Lo to stay, maybe we can treat ourselves to something in the city or make our own little dinner and spend the weekend shopping. Sounds fun. He checked his watch, and I stopped procrastinating. Thanks for coming. You didn't need to. I missed you. He reached over and gave me a hug. I'll be back for your graduation. I agreed and opened my door. Be safe. He waved before driving away. I trudged up the stairs to my apartment, dreading the homework I needed to finish before the end of the week. Why didn't you tell me Whit was in town? I would have come home early, Lauren said as I walked into our apartment. She texted me while we were at lunch, asking if I wanted to meet up on campus, and I told her I already had plans. Because he was only here for an hour, and it was mostly to remind me to stay away from Ethan. She wrinkled her nose. Oh. It shouldn't bother me that my best friend and brother didn't like my ex. I didn't like him most of the time, but things between us were changing. I could feel it, and I knew he could too. The kiss said that and more. No, no, no. She pointed at me from her spot on the couch. I can see what you're thinking. No, you can't, I argued, safely on the other side of the room. Yes, I can. I know you better than anyone. You're thinking about him and that he's not really as bad as you remembered, and maybe just maybe he's different now, and you can drive away into the sunset together. She was only partially correct. The sunset seemed a bit excessive. You're being dramatic. She narrowed her eyes, still wagging her finger at me. Don't do this, Kennedy. Don't let yourself get hurt by him again. I sighed and collapsed on the other couch. I was there for your little showdown. I heard what he had to say. How much he regrets and his reasons. I also know your side of what happened next. The part you're trying to suppress. I groaned. I didn't need another reminder of how broken I'd been. It's good, healthy even, to remember the good parts of a relationship. You shouldn't condemn the whole thing because of the way things ended. Remember what you loved about him and how he treated you and the fun parts, but don't forget the bad. Don't forget how he left you without giving you a chance to voice your opinion. He made the decision and never looked back. I nodded. There was no use arguing with her. She was right, but I didn't want her to be. I'm not trying to lecture you, but I love you and can't bear to see you get hurt. He does seem different. More mature, and he's owning up to his mistakes. That's great and all, but when it comes down to it, nothing's changed. What do you mean? I rolled onto my side so I could see her. His reasons for breaking up in the first place. Your situations are the exact same, maybe even slightly more complicated because you're about to graduate and get a full-time job somewhere. You'll be locked in, and he has no idea where he'll end up. He could get picked up by a team in Norway. I was surprised by her understanding of professional hockey career paths, but didn't comment. Maybe if you had spent the past 4 years committed to each other, you would have enough reassurance to follow him, but you can't do that now. Not after how it worked out the first time. You're right. Her frown deepened. You're sad. I shrugged. I shouldn't be. I know that. I know you and Whit are telling me what I need to hear, but it sucks. I didn't mean to, but I let my guard down a little and remembered who we used to be. See, that's what you need to stop. You two might have been the most perfect couple to ever walk the halls of any high school in the history of ever, but that's not who you are now. Your futures are on 2 completely different paths. Even a fling until you graduate could be enough to break your heart all over again. He might be able to date you until he's done, but then it's summer and he has to go to training camp. No matter what, there's a timer on whatever you guys could be. When had she become the smart, rational one? That was supposed to be me. She was spontaneous and fun. The risk taker. Things must really be bad if we had to switch roles. If I was lying here, contemplating whether or not I should date anyone else in the world, even if there was a stupid timer already set, she would be dancing around the apartment, coming up with a dozen outfit options to wear on our first date. But this wasn't anyone. It was Ethan. The boy that broke my heart. The man who had the potential to do it again. I couldn't let that happen. Whoever said it was better to have loved and lost than never know love obviously never reconnected with their ex. It was so much harder knowing how good things could be, but also how horrible the ending was. I need to get this project over and done with so I can move on. We won't have another reason to see or speak to each other after that. Good, yes. Do that. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and sent him a text. Kennedy, can you go to Pittsburgh this Saturday? He was probably in class or at practice, so I tucked my phone under a throw pillow and pushed away the thought. Are you planning on going home for the break? Lauren was from Columbus, so it wasn't a far drive. No, my parents are taking my little sister on a cruise, she pouted. Well, that sounds amazing. Why aren't they taking you? Because I have classes on Tuesday, and it leaves on Monday. They didn't want me missing even 2 days. But you're almost done. I don't think 2 days will keep you from graduation. I know. She sat up. I told them that, but my dad was all huffy, saying that's not how future employers will think. I said if I was working somewhere, I could have requested the time off, but evidently, they don't love me as much as Trisha. Well, she's the baby and has to live alone. I repeated their reasoning for spoiling her sister. I'm the one who should be compensated with vacations. I was the experimental child. Everything they learned came from the mistakes they made with me. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped. That's the downside of being the oldest.
Ugh.
You don't get it. You're the youngest too. And I doubt my parents will care when I tell them I'm not coming home. Her eyes lit up. You're not. No, Whit isn't going, and I don't think I can survive the club alone. She shuddered. She'd come home enough with me over the past 4 years to know exactly what I meant. She hated that place as much as I did. I can't imagine spending another holiday there. Me either, which is why I'm going to say I'm too busy to leave. Showing how dedicated I was to my homework and studies would appease my dad. I'd have to remind my mom she'd be seeing me soon at graduation so she didn't feel too bad. This is great. What should we do? Have our own little Thanksgiving meal? Order in? Go out? Since I only decided I'm not going home a few minutes ago, I haven't really considered it. We'll come up with something fun. She perked up. Just think, by Christmas, we'll be in our own apartment. It's crazy how much can change in a few weeks. I waved my hand around. We already have our own apartment. No, we live in student housing. We'll be in a city, on our own, with big girl jobs and everything. Fine, I wasn't going to argue the details with her even though I really didn't think there would be much of a difference. We'd just be going to work rather than classes. Have you heard back from any of your interviews? A few. I have a 3rd interview with one firm and 2 second interviews. Are you excited about any of them? She gave me a very condescending look. Am I excited about getting an accounting job where I'll likely end up in a forgotten basement balancing accounts that are 10 years old? I cringed. It sounded like absolute torture, but she knew what faced her when she chose her major. She needed to stick it out for 2 or 3 years, then she'd have the name on her resume she needed to move up and move on. Well, do any of them have any fun perks? She laughed. We work in 2 very different industries. No, there are no ping pong tables or Friday lunches or scooters. No video games or psychedelic murals on the walls. Not even a soda machine? I teased. She stuck her tongue out at me. No. I'll be lucky if there's a fridge for me to use for my lunch. Every time she came home and described the office she interviewed in, all I could imagine were cement walls, gray carpet, no windows, and a bunch of robots in business casual walking to and from cubicles. It was depressing, and pretty much the opposite of everywhere I'd interviewed so far. She wasn't exaggerating with all the games and toys, not that I cared about that. I had 3 companies I was in the final stages of interviewing for, and my top concerns were health benefits, time off, and team culture. They could flash all the free treats and electronics they wanted at me, But if I found their management lacking or the environment ultra-competitive, I crossed it off my list. She was looking for the best name to have on her resume. Our futures were looking oh so bright.
Chapter 20 Ethan. Getting away from campus was exactly what I needed. Just one day to be anonymous. Another tourist here to take in the sights and admire the city's beauty. Are you sure this is going to make it? I teased Kennedy as her car made yet another groaning sound. We were 20 minutes from downtown, but I was seriously starting to have my doubts. She's fine. She patted the steering wheel as if that would help the engine continue to run. Do you two have some sort of agreement? She giggled. Yes, she gets me through my first few paychecks, and I'll send her out to pasture to live out her final days in the wild. I'm proud of you, I blurted, and she turned to give me a confused look. I mean, I'm sure your parents offered to buy you something more dependable. A tiny smile appeared on her lips. Yes, they did. I told them I didn't need one since I lived on campus, but Lauren and I got internships downtown after freshman year and we didn't want to rely on buses, so we pulled what little we had to buy this. It's lasted 3 years? She nodded proudly. Yes. I was saving up to buy my dream car. A '67 Mustang? I couldn't help but finish. She let out a sigh. Yes. I'd been talking with the owner for 2 years. He was in the process of restoring it, and I told him when it was done, I would buy it. We had a verbal agreement, but I should have done more. He sold it for 10 grand more a week before I had all the money saved up. Dang. That sucks. I can't really blame him. He got a better offer. But you watched it get restored. She shrugged, but I could tell it still bothered her. What's going to be your first big purchase when you get signed? I love that she didn't say if. It was a minor thing, but subtly told me how confident she was in me. I don't know. I feel like I owe my parents for all they did to make sure I made it to this point, but at the same time, I don't think they would accept anything like a new car or house. Not that I'd even get a bonus that big, but I think I do want to do something for them. Maybe a nice vacation. I almost laughed. Maybe separate ones. She glanced at me for a second before focusing back on the road. That's really sweet. I shrugged. I genuinely was grateful for what my parents had sacrificed. A tiny part of me couldn't help but wonder if I put them through too much, strained their marriage, required so much of their time and attention that they didn't have enough to give each other. I wasn't sure if there were any stats on divorces among parents of elite-level athletes, but I assumed it was higher than the average. Between the time, travel, and financial burden, it was a challenge most people didn't face. It wasn't like they knew on their wedding day their son would require so much. Would they change things if they could? Would they have never signed me up for my first skating lesson? Stopped taking me to hockey practices when I was 5 or 6 if they knew how much it would take over their lives? I'd never asked because I really didn't want to know the answer. So your first big purchase is going to be a car? I guess it depends. If I work close enough to where we're living, I might not need one. I'd rather not have to worry about parking, if possible, but we'll see. It was strange how different our futures were. Her future was so much closer and clear-cut. Where are you planning on moving? I haven't told you. No, we usually focused on the past. Lo, and I found an apartment downtown. Pittsburgh? My voice caught. She chuckled. Yes. Why is that so surprising? I figured you'd get out of here as fast as you could. I thought you'd go to New York. Maybe one day. There was a hint of hope in her voice. Honestly, I wanted to go somewhere much farther away, but Lo convinced me there were plenty of jobs for both of us here, and the cost of living is so much cheaper than other major cities, so we could save up until we got better opportunities. That was a really good idea. The most shocking part was that it was Lauren's idea. Are you going to show me where you'll be living? It's actually pretty close to the stadium, she said. Kenny, there's 3 in downtown. You'll have to be more specific. The hockey arena, she replied quietly. Huh. I pictured you as more of a North Shore girl. She chuckled. We did look at some places there, but the one we agreed on is a bit more affordable and checks all the boxes, so we'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll see you around. Oh right, because teams always have time to stroll the area before games. I'd make it work. Good point. I laughed with her. So you have a job and everything all waiting? I'm in the final interview stage, but I have a good feeling about 2 of them. It will come down to the offers. She was so confident. So in control of her life. I envied that. And Lauren? She's in the same boat. We're planning on staying here for a couple of years, getting our resumes to a point where we can move on. She slowed as we approached Veterans Bridge to take us into the city. My heart lifted at the sight of the river and golden bridges on either side of us. Each one unique, similar yet different from its neighbor. This wasn't my city. I didn't grow up here and shouldn't feel that strong of an attachment, but I did. Each time I came, I was shocked by the sense of community and pride. It wasn't just for the 3 sports teams, although there wasn't a shortage of that. It was how you felt a part of something bigger when you were here. The people were friendly and wanted you to feel included too. It was vaguely like being in high school and having school pride. The Steel City had changed over the years but never lost its heart. Then there were the teams. The city was a sea of black and yellow. The most supportive fans any player could hope for. Even hockey, which often went overlooked in areas where the football, basketball, and baseball teams were somewhat decent. Pittsburgh had 3 amazing professional teams, yet they all thrived under the love from their city. I could only hope one day I'd be on a team with such a loyal fan base. Do you or the guys have any dream teams? This was something we discussed before, back in high school, but I liked that she was asking me now. It felt like a fresh start, even for the day. Yes and no. It's dangerous to hope for one team when we have so little control. I think we'd all be happy anywhere we can get playing time. Chances are we'll get sent to the farm teams to keep improving, but it would be amazing to get to play in the NHL in our first season. Europe is becoming more of a serious contender. Would you be disappointed if you went there? Her navigation system interrupted, giving us the final directions to a parking garage. I just want to play. There are more and more players that go there, really refine their skills, and get picked up back here, so I'm not against it. That would be quite the adventure. She smiled. Yes, it would be. She parked, and I went to open the door when she spoke again. Can we try something today? I turned to face her. What do you mean? When we get out of the car, we leave everything behind. While we're out, we're 2 college students working on a project. That's it. 2 friendly college students. The corner of her mouth lifted. 2 friendly classmates with no history. I pretended to think about it, but honestly, I couldn't ask for anything better. I think I can do that. Good. She smiled, then got out and opened the rear door, pulling on her thick coat before taking out a backpack and slinging it over her shoulders. So, did you have one bridge in mind, or do you want to try a few and see where inspiration calls? I zipped my coat up and slid a beanie on. I'd like to start with the 16th Street Bridge, but we can do as many as you want. As we stepped out onto the sidewalk and got our bearings, I watched her. She wanted to pretend we didn't have any history, but if I was only her partner on a class assignment, I'd spend the entire day flirting and trying to charm her into agreeing to a date. She was beautiful and smart and funny, how could I possibly resist? No guy could. This way, I think. She pointed to the left, and I nodded. It was one way to get there. Not the fastest, but I'd correct us eventually. I was going to enjoy this day as much as possible. We fell into step next to each other, and I wished we weren't both wearing gloves and coats so I'd have a chance to graze her hand or bump into her arm. It wasn't the same with layers between us. So, do you like history, or is this a class you had to take? She narrowed her eyes at me, and a small smile curled at the corner of her lips. She picked up on the game. Well, I used to, but I fell in love with digital design my sophomore year. Interesting, so you've always been an art major? She pursed her lips. I wanted to go into art history originally, but things changed and I decided I'd rather make art than spend my life staring at it. That fit her better too. I never said anything back in high school, but as much as I could see her wearing suits and walking around with a clipboard and earpiece, ordering people around at some museum, I didn't think it would make her happy. She was too expressive to not share her own work. Why not focus on photography or painting? Turns out I'm not very good at either. She laughed. I can draw, but not enough to create masterpieces. Luckily, technology can make up the difference. I really like working on a tablet over a canvas. That's interesting. Especially considering how new it is. It's crazy to think if I went to school 5 or 10 years earlier, I might not have had the chance to study it. I mean, I could get a job and train to learn everything, but it wasn't an option in many universities. Everything happens for a reason. I sometimes hated that expression, but it did hold some truth. I didn't like to accept it in some situations, like losing a game or getting another bad grade. Sometimes, yeah. We were getting a little too far from where we were supposed to be going, so I motioned for her to turn right at the next corner. And what about you? What made you take history of photography? I sucked in a breath. This was us playing pretend, but she was still being honest. I had to. It's keeping me from failing out of school, hopefully. No pressure, she teased. Yeah, I hope between the two of us, we can take some decent pictures. I was by no means an expert. I could make sure people were in the frame when strangers asked me to take their pictures. That was about the limit of my abilities. How were we supposed to take pictures to explain the meaning? How could we convey what the bridges meant? How I viewed them as the link to the future and the past? How much hope they provided? The freedom of choice. An escape. A way home. I glanced at Kenny. How did I capture them in a way that showed they were the perfect symbol for how she made me feel?
Chapter 21, Kennedy. Ethan crouched down, twisting and adjusting his stance to get different angles. The golden bridge we stood at the entrance of had 3 arches, 2 smaller with the largest in the center. It was beautiful. Unique from the dozens I could see in either direction, but that was what made this city so interesting. Every few blocks were a different one, and each held a certain appeal, from the massive Smithfield Street Bridge to the short 30th Street Bridge. I loved that he wasn't just drawn to the biggest or most ornate. He chose one that might be overlooked. That could easily blend into the background of the more famous and recognizable. What did he see? Why was he drawn to this spot? He spoke about their connections and the different paths they represented for us, but what exactly was it at the other end for him? What did he want there to be when he crossed to the other side? What did he want waiting for him? Obviously, a contract to play professionally, but where? For what team? With who by his side? Did he even think that far ahead, or was it more of a week-to-week basis? We were both in survival mode, trying to make it to our own finish lines. That's what I saw at the other end of the bridge. Technically, I was standing on the side that I'd be living on, but it didn't matter. I was looking back at the direction that took me to West Penn. I'd changed my dreams there. I adjusted my life based on the choices I made. Like following Ethan. That wasn't something I could blame him for, as much as I often liked to in the past. That was entirely up to me. He never pressured me, but he did tell me he wanted us to stay close and continue our relationship through college. So silly me for believing an 18-year-old boy. This bridge was 4 years long. Full of pain and challenges, but also laughter and friendship and opportunities for me to grow and evolve as a person and artist. I was standing on the other end, weeks away from graduating in a major I never would have considered if all the conditions hadn't been just right, or wrong. My love and talent for graphic design never would have been discovered. I wouldn't have the opportunity to have so many job choices waiting for me. I wouldn't have met Lauren or planned a future with us taking the next big step together. She might not be the person I thought I'd be walking away with, but she was my soulmate in another way. A lifelong friend I never would have met if I'd taken another bridge. I made it. I was moving on and ready to start the next chapter of my life. Ethan stood and handed me the camera, but I stopped him while rubbing my gloved hands together. "Can you go down to the other side and take a picture of me?" He grinned and turned to jog to the middle. He glanced over his shoulder and gauged the distance before going to the other end. He raised his thumb in the air and started taking pictures as he walked toward me. I didn't change my pose as I stood facing him, feeling more confident than I had in years. I was in the right place. I made the right choices. It was the first time I felt the truth in my bones, and I wanted to document it. I wanted to show the world that I made it. I found my way to the other side. "Now what?" he asked once we were within feet of each other. "Film?" I offered as I pulled my older camera from my backpack. "Sure, I'll keep this one out just in case." He pulled the strap over his head and let it hang around his neck. "Do you have another bridge in mind?" "The Clementi Bridge has locks on it like the one in Paris," I mentioned without considering why I was bringing it up. "Let's head that way." He turned and led us to the path that paralleled the Allegheny River. "Did you bring a lock?" I focused on the water below us. "No, honestly, I'm not sure why I even mentioned it. Our piece isn't about love or couples. No, but it's about connection and relationships and progress. The people that leave locks believe in their love in that moment, but what happens in the days or weeks or months that follow? Do they come back and check on their locks? Do they forget about them and let them rust over? Do the couples make it? Do they get engaged next to their lock? Do they never see that person again?" Seeing this side of him, the introspective, mature, and slight romantic side, felt like a flash into the past. He would have moments like this, when I would stare at him and wonder what else went on in that beautiful mind of his. I hated the way teachers treated him as if he wasn't intelligent because he didn't fit the standard for how they taught. His mind simply worked differently. He might fixate on something they didn't deem necessary, but look at how much he considered the locks that most people passed without a second glance. I thought they were a cheesy, stolen idea for couples to profess their love. Unnecessary and meaningless. But Ethan saw beyond that. I had an idea. I stopped walking and grabbed his arm. "Can I see the pictures you took?" He held the camera up, and I stepped closer to review the screen. The photos he took of me were perfect for what I was imagining. "I think I've got it." I glanced up, shocked at how close he was to me.
Yeah.
I swallowed and wanted to step back, but he was connected to the camera, so it wasn't an option. "In these, you kept the background as the focus. The end was the goal. The process of getting there was blurry. That's our professional life. From starting school as children to college. The end was always clear, but the way of getting there could be messy. The details didn't matter as long as you reached the end." He nodded along like my ranting might actually make sense. "But love. Love is the total opposite. You never know when or where it will happen. It's random. Then all of a sudden in one moment, it's crystal clear. All that matters is that person and how you feel, and you don't care about what comes next because you're happy now." I lowered the camera and stepped back. "But the background is blurry because you never know where it's going. You don't know the end. Not for sure. You can hope for the best, or a long relationship, but it doesn't always happen. You don't see the end when you're in the moment." His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. "You're right." He didn't say anything else as we continued down to the Clementi Bridge. At the first cluster of locks, I began taking pictures, making sure to only keep them in focus. But when I stood, I realized Ethan was almost to the other end. He bent his knee, lowering himself to another grouping of locks, and took pictures with the digital camera. Was this idea too simple? Could we convey what we were thinking enough for Professor Clements to understand? Would he think we took an easy out? Art was supposed to explain itself while allowing for interpretation. I had to hope we did our job well enough to get the as we both needed. I waited for Ethan to finish and make his way back. "Lunch?" He grinned. Sure. Primanti Brothers? Yes, please. This was easy. Familiar. I should have been fighting to put walls back up between us, but we said truce. We were just two classmates working on an assignment. If this was Dustin or Maya, would I have felt strange about making causal conversation and getting lunch together? Of course not. So, I'd get over this as well. Hold on, he blurted and disappeared into a store before I had a chance to ask what he was doing. I stood on the sidewalk and checked my map app to make sure we were heading in the right direction. When I put my phone away, Ethan appeared again with his hand behind his back. He slowly brought it around with two cups stacked on top of each other. I know it's not that long of a walk, but I figured you might need to warm up. I took the top cup from him and smelled the rich dark chocolate and peppermint. He remembered. Of course, he did. Thanks. I offered a small grin before taking a test sip. It was a little too hot, so I took off the lid and held it under my nose to keep me warm while it cooled. I remembered how hard it was to find dark chocolate, but I saw the sign in the window. He pointed behind him to the poster I'd completely missed and thought you'd appreciate it. I do. I didn't want to. I didn't want this to mean so much to me. It was a drink. Just a stupid detail he hadn't forgotten. I remembered he liked white chocolate whenever it was available. Did you get white? His grin widened. Yes. See. I knew his order. No big deal. Does your mom still send you bags of the mix from that little shop on the corner of Franklin Avenue? I nearly dropped my cup. Okay, that was a step further.
Yeah.
She shipped a few bags in November, then gives me more when I go home for Christmas. He chuckled, and we continued walking along. I couldn't believe that. That was a place I only ever went with my mom. We didn't have memories there. I only mentioned her shipping me some once, back in freshman year. Right before things ended. Are you heading home for Thanksgiving? I asked, needing to change the subject to safer ground. I didn't want to, with practice and everything, but Haley wants to go and confront my parents, so I'm going for moral support. I cringed and looked up at him. Are you ready for that? Honestly? No. I'm perfectly fine ignoring it. At this point, Haley and I are adults with our own lives. What our parents do is their choice. They kept it together as much as they could while we were home, and that's more than most people can say. You're not worried about their health? He took a sip and stared down the road. If I thought anything Haley or I said would change their minds, then I'd do everything in my power to convince them, but I don't think they'd listen. They're so stubborn and selfish, and at this point, I'm pretty sure they're trying to spite the other. I think they'd both be happier apart, but their marriage isn't my business. Huh. That was a really mature attitude to have, but it made me mad. They were his parents. If they weren't willing to fight for themselves, he should help them realize what they did have. He shouldn't let his mom waste her life away, numbing herself with medication while his dad did who knew what, or who, while drinking himself to death. Ethan was going to stand by and do nothing? Let things fall apart? Why did that disappoint me so much? It wasn't us. This wasn't him saying he wouldn't fight for us. There was no us. But lately, it felt like there was a chance. I was an idiot for even letting myself get within 10 feet of an idea like that. I couldn't be mad at him when, really, I was mad at myself. We were classmates working on a project. My future was clear. It was here. With only Lo by my side. No pining over what could have been. Are you going home? I shook my head. No, Whit and I agreed it was too much traveling to go home for a day or two. You don't want to do the country club dinner? He teased. That too.
Ugh.
He knew me too well. How was I supposed to pretend it when he knew my past, my family? You can come home with me and Haley if you want. I think Reed is coming. No, thanks. I wanted to see his family, but word would get back to my parents and they would get offended. Lauren is staying, too, so we'll do something small. I've got more than enough to keep me busy.
Yeah.
Read, and I have to be back by Sunday morning for practice, so it will be short for us too. We walked into the square where the restaurant was, and I hurried in that direction under the guise of being cold, but really, I wanted to be surrounded by other people. They always had TVs on with games playing, so hopefully Ethan would be distracted and let me sit in silence. Table for two? I asked as soon as I stepped in. A waitress pointed to a table in the corner and I headed over, peeling off my gloves and coat before taking a seat, but Ethan was there in a flash pulling out my chair. Thanks. I sat and stared at the menu while he sat across from me. Everything okay? Sure. Of course. We were two classmates. I wasn't lost in memories and opinions I didn't have any right to have. What he chose to do was entirely up to him. It was his home. His parents. If he wanted to continue to ignore his family's problems, good for him. I couldn't get emotionally involved. I couldn't be his crutch. I refused even though he wasn't asking. It was the role I fell into so easily with him. I wanted to make his life easy, and that wasn't my job. Not anymore. Why was that so hard for me to accept?
Chapter 22 Ethan. I couldn't be reading this right. It was a mistake. A wonderful, beautiful mistake. I had a B in current events. That brought my overall GPA 2/10 higher. That was 2/10 of a cushion I needed so desperately. It felt like I could take a deep breath for the first time in months. An assignment I turned in last week got graded, and I got a perfect score. 100%. I did it on my own too. It was during my regular tutoring time, but she was reviewing an essay I wrote while I worked on this. I turned it in without her double-checking because we were running behind. I assumed I'd get a D or C if the professor was feeling generous, but I aced it. I did it. I practically floated into the arena for practice. Nothing could touch me. Nothing could take this feeling away. You okay? Reed asked with a laugh when he met me at my locker. Great. I smiled. He narrowed his eyes. Glad to hear. It was. I deserved a break. Some good news after being torn down day after day for weeks. I needed this. One tiny bit of proof that there was an end in sight. That I could do it. One boost, and I was ready to go. Bring on any opponent, any challenge. I was on top of the world. Keep it up. I yelled at the guys throughout practice, fighting my fatigue to keep their moods up. What's gotten into him? Hunter asked Benjamin loud enough for me to hear. Couldn't tell you. Benjamin slapped me on the back. Just happy to have you back. He was so dramatic. It wasn't like my playing was affected by the black rain clouds that followed me around like ghosts this semester. Had I been as excited and boisterous as previous years? No, but I was also a senior and more focused on playing my absolute best than making sure everyone was having a good time. I'd been selfish, focusing on what I needed to do, but it was necessary. If I didn't step back and take the time I needed, I wouldn't be here at all. It did feel good to be back. Even if it only lasted a day. Haley accused me of being a playboy when she first got here. She saw me as a big man on campus, getting acknowledged by the majority of people we passed. Little did she, or any of them, know how wrong that facade was. What playboy spent more time in the library than his, or any, dorm? People thought they knew me because I put myself out there for 3 years. They didn't bother noticing I'd gone missing since September. If it actually bothered me, I probably would have been upset that no one made that realization, but honestly, I was grateful. They assumed I was around and didn't bother me about going to parties or hanging out with the guys when I was really hidden away in a study room. And that was how I knew who my real friends were. That's it for today, Coach called, and we headed toward the bench for the showers we earned. Nice work out there today, he said as I passed. I need to see you before you leave. Okay, I'll be there in 10. Since he didn't say it was an emergency and he didn't use the voice that told me I was in deep and needed to start coming up with reasons for him to spare my life, I figured I had time to shower and change. "Hey, you want to get dinner later?" Hunter asked as I passed him coming out from the showers. "Benji." "Don't call me that," Benjamin shouted. "And I are going to see if we can get Reed to commit to an hour away from your sister too." I chuckled. "Yeah, sure. I've got to meet with Coach, then I'm good to go." "Cool." I quickly pulled on my clean sweats and headed over to his office. Maybe he saw my grade and wanted to congratulate me. The door was only cracked open, so I knocked. "Come in." Coach Hiller sat at the second chair across from Coach Weston. I glanced between them, but their expressions gave nothing away. This could be anything from a celebration to the worst kind of news. I sat and waited in silence. I knew better than to offer anything freely in this situation. "We received some information regarding you," Weston began. "Great. That was nice and specific. We want to remind you that if there's ever anything going on, not just within the team but personally, you can come to us," Hiller added. This wasn't going in a good direction, but I still wasn't sure what they meant. "You've been exhibiting concerning behavior," Weston said with a frown. Instantly, all the air was sucked from the room. This wasn't a friendly check-in. They weren't about to commend me for my grades. This was bad. Really, really bad. But what specifically did they know? I wouldn't admit to anything more than they brought up. "We understand that you're under extreme pressure, not only from classes and us, but your personal life with your own set of issues." Hiller took over. "Were they playing this bad cop and good cop? We don't expect you to go through everything alone. I can tell you from my own experience that life is messy and things out of your control affect you, and while that's not fair, we know it happens. My mother died while I was in college, and it was one of the hardest things I ever had to go through, plus keeping up in my classes and playing well. I was living my worst nightmare each day, but my teammates and coaches were instrumental in getting me through that darkness until I could stand on my own again. I knew about his mom, but I didn't realize he was my age when it happened. I always imagined him older. That would be horrible to have to go through. But why was he telling me this? Oh no. Did something happen? Were my parents okay? Did they get a call during practice? Is my family okay?" His eyes widened. "Oh, no. I mean, they are. I didn't mean to make it sound like that. I wanted you to know that I understand what it's like to have additional struggles besides being a student athlete," he rushed out. I inhaled, fighting back the urge to shake him and tell him to think through his words next time. "We both empathize, which is why we're having this conversation rather than suspending you from the team," Weston said. "What?" I gasped. What had I done? I didn't go out and party. I didn't do anything to break the rules. I knew my grades were fine, so what was this about? "You know there is a zero-tolerance policy for alcohol use," he said, and my heart stopped. I closed my eyes as realization struck. Sean's house. Needing a break. A distraction. A place to hide and turn off my brain. The drink that turned into 3 or more. Waking up to Kennedy. How in the world did they find out about that? Someone had to have told them. None of the guys that lived there would have breathed a word. That would be self-incriminating. Reed? Haley? No, they wouldn't. They knew what was at stake for me. There was only one other person. Kennedy. She betrayed me. She told my coaches, knowing it would ruin everything. I thought we moved on. I thought we were past things. I thought we were friends. But no. She was waiting for her opportunity to hurt me. A way to destroy my life the way I had done to her. It shouldn't have hurt this much. I should have known it was coming. I deserved it, but I thought we were past this. Coach. I would fight, beg, do anything I had to. The only reason we are talking about this is because of the circumstance. You weren't at a party. You weren't out in public. You went to see a close friend, and I was told you didn't know how much you consumed. That someone may have taken advantage of the situation and given you more than you realized. I couldn't breathe. This was it. All I worked for was about to be ripped away. Son, why didn't you talk to us? Hiller asked, jumping back into his role. I looked away from him to Weston. I was in a bad headspace. Got a bad grade on a project I worked really hard on, then found out about Tyler Rodriguez not being interested. Recognition flashed in his eyes. He remembered that conversation. It was one thing piled on another. I was failing in so many aspects and ready to quit. To walk off campus and quit it all. My grades are barely hanging on, my future is so unsure. Someone from my past was forced back into my life, and that brought up a lot of really painful memories of how I failed her too. Bitterness filled me at the thought of Kennedy. How could she do this? I needed to get away, so I went to a friend's house. A place I knew I wouldn't be bothered. I was so lost in myself, my darkness, I honestly couldn't have cared what I was drinking. Water, beer, gin, even milk or a soda. I wouldn't have noticed the difference. After I finished the cup, I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning and got a ride home. They shared a long look before turning back to me. Weston crossed his arms. That matches up with what we were told, and while we have certain rules and expectations, we also know that life can sometimes give you more than you're prepared to handle. In this case, you went to what you believe to be a safe place. You didn't intentionally break the rules, and you didn't break any others. Which is why we aren't suspending you or removing you from the team, Hiller finished. Under one condition, Weston added. Had they rehearsed this? It was too perfectly timed. What was I thinking? I was one wrong move away from getting kicked off the team. I needed to take this seriously. You need to meet with a school psychologist, he finished. What was with everyone thinking I needed to talk to someone? I was fine. I was handling things. One bad night, and everyone was up in arms. Too bad I wasn't in a position to argue. About having a drink? It was as much as I could push back. About why you felt you needed to disappear. About the pressure you're under and how to correctly cope. Maybe even about your parents and what's happening at home. My body, muscles, even my blood, froze. What? I gritted out. Hiller shifted in his seat. It was mentioned that you might be under stress involving things. Who? I bit out. That's not the point, Ethan. Weston held up his hand. The important thing is you getting some help managing things. I shook my head. My parents' lives are of no concern to anyone here. Well, they mentioned that the stress could be weighing on you, compounding everything else that's going on. Weston's slip was covered so quickly, if I wasn't locked in on his every word, I probably wouldn't have noticed. He just confirmed. Kennedy was the one who came and spoke to them. But why? When? I thought we were good after our visit to Pittsburgh. The truce worked. We had a good time together. Was it before that? Why would the coaches wait? No. It had to be after. Why? I needed that answer more than I needed anything else at that moment. I've made you an appointment for tomorrow afternoon, following your last class. If you're late to practice, there won't be a punishment, Weston said before standing. We want you to find healthy ways to manage your stress. I nodded, too blinded by rage to speak. The information has been emailed to you, Hiller finished. I turned and calmly walked out of the office. Look at me. Managing. Being in control. Not spiraling or running away. I kept it up as I grabbed my bag from the locker room and left the arena, out of sight of the guys. As soon as I was in the clear, I let out a roar and marched across campus with a single focus. I didn't bother with a text or call. No warning, just like I had. I pounded on the door, making it shake. Lauren opened the door with her finger pointed, ready to lay into me, but stopped and took a step back. Ethan? Are you okay? Where is she? I growled. Lo, who is it? Kennedy came around the corner and smiled when she saw me, but it quickly vanished as she looked me over. Ethan? I shoved the door the rest of the way open and pushed past Lauren. How could you? Kennedy took a step back. Never in all the years of knowing each other had she ever been afraid of me, or had a cause to be, but I saw fear flash across her face, and I felt nothing. How could you do that to me? My voice was lower this time, but no less furious. She shrank in on herself, shaking her head. Hey, Lucifer. Lauren pushed against my chest, forcing me back to give Kennedy space. Talk to her like that one more time and see what happens. She raised a can of pepper spray, aimed at my face. I ignored her, glaring at Kennedy. I thought I could trust you. Her mouth opened and closed, over and over. Ethan? I clenched my jaw, making my teeth ache. Was this your plan all along? Pretend until you had something to take me down? Then destroy me? Her face went white, and I knew. It was all the confirmation I needed. Well, you'll have to try harder next time. You didn't get me kicked off, not yet, but I'm one wrong move away. Thanks to you. I turned and stormed out, slamming the door so hard the frame cracked. Like my heart.
Chapter 23, Kennedy. I couldn't move. Couldn't even breathe. What was that? What happened? What did he think I did? He thought I betrayed him like I had some master plan this whole time to get revenge. He mentioned not getting kicked off the team. What on earth was going on? I hadn't seen or spoken to him since we got back late yesterday afternoon. You okay? Lo asked after going to the door and locking it behind the crazy man. I shook my head barely enough for her to know I didn't have the slightest idea. He lost it. I mean, I've seen him angry and passionate but never like that. She went to the nearest couch and sat before patting the spot next to her. That little bit of direction was enough to make me snap out of my shock. He thought I tried to get him kicked off the team. That's what he implied. That made no sense. Why would I do that? She shrugged. He seemed to think it was some sort of diabolical plan for years in the making. As if I had the time or energy for something so devious and petty. He looked so betrayed. My heart, the one that was supposed to be protected and frozen from him, cracked. Whatever happened cut deep. Any ideas of who could have done it then? Lo asked. Done what? We still don't even know that much. Maybe call Haley? That was a decent idea. If he was headed her way next, she should have a heads up. I found my phone mixed up in a throw blanket. Hi, Kennedy. Haley's voice was too chipper to have faced off with Ethan yet. Have you seen or heard from Ethan since practice? No, did you need him? I shifted, bringing my feet up onto the cushion. No. I'm calling to warn you. About what? Her voice dropped. He's on a warpath. He practically smashed in my door and started yelling at me about betraying him and almost getting kicked off the team. He thinks I said something, I'm not exactly sure what, to someone on the team. Or maybe a coach. I have no idea what's going on. He screamed then stormed out.
Oh no.
That didn't sound comforting. What is it? I'm so sorry. I never thought you would get dragged into this. I'm not even sure why he thought it had anything to do with you. She sighed. Hold on, let me put you on speaker. Reed, come here, she said. Kennedy's on. Ethan went to her apartment and flipped out. He thinks she's the one that went to the coaches. My head snapped to low and I quickly put my phone on speaker so she could follow along. I didn't want to have to repeat this to her.
Oh no.
Kennedy. I'm so sorry. I thought I'd be able to catch him before he left, but he just disappeared.
Yeah.
And showed up here, Lo whispered. I waved my hand to shush her. What is going on, guys? We went to the coaches, Haley admitted, sounding resigned. We're worried about him, and after the incident at Sean's house, we realized we needed help. Actually, Ethan needs the help, but we haven't been able to convince him to get it, so we decided to go to someone Ethan couldn't refuse. Lo and I locked eyes. She knew about the night I stayed at Sean's with Ethan. About him drinking. How that broke the team's #1 rule. You guys turned him in? I couldn't believe it. That level of betrayal was unthinkable. No wonder he was out of his mind. We made sure he wouldn't get in trouble for drinking, Reed cut in. That was the first thing we made sure of before saying anything. The problem isn't even the fact that he drank, it's that he has so much going on and refuses to talk to anyone about it. He talked to me. He opened up to me. We made progress with one another, but I wasn't a professional. I couldn't help him with his parents' drama or the pressure he was under. He's been better lately. I wasn't entirely sure why I was defending him, except that it didn't seem like anyone else was in that moment. Maybe for now. For a little while, but things aren't going to actually be fixed or healed until he works through it with someone who has the proper training and resources, Haley said. The coaches know this isn't about the drinking that night. They know that was a one-off. They're concerned about how he's handling the pressure of school and the upcoming draft and everything else life has thrown at him. They can see how overwhelmed and exhausted he is. They want to help him as much, if not more, than we do. Reed sighed. I don't know why he thought it was you. I'm really sorry he came at you like that. We'll call him and talk to him. Good. I wasn't the right person to be there for him. I wasn't his family or close friend. I was a classmate. Someone from his past. It wasn't my place to get involved more than I already was. Okay, let me know if I can help in any way. Thanks, Kennedy, Haley said before we each said,
Bye.
I dropped back against the pillows and turned my head to low. This sucks. She pursed her lips. I guess I never really stopped to think about everything he might be dealing with. He's so easy to hate, I forget he's human too. Not just the devil. I cracked a smile. We all have our own issues. Some more than others, she mumbled while reaching for the remote and turning on the TV. I pulled out my tablet and finished up a few assignments I'd been putting off while she caught up on a reality dating show. It wasn't until late that night, after I was in bed and reading to try to quiet my mind, that my phone dinged. I picked it up and frowned at the notification of a text from Ethan. Did I want to read it? I wasn't sure I was in a state to handle him yelling and blaming me. Maybe he already spoke to Haley and Reed. Maybe he wasn't angry at me anymore. I opened it and frowned. Ethan, I'm horrified and ashamed. I was about to reply when another message appeared. Ethan, I was too blinded by my anger to think clearly. I never should have thought it was you, or that you would go behind my back. I know that's not the person you are. I know we aren't the people we once were, but I should have known better. I should have trusted you. I'm sorry. His last 2 words broke me. He didn't say them easily. Maybe it was because of his parents or some coach's influence, but it was rare for him to say he was sorry. Yet, lately he was willing to say sorry to me whenever he was wrong. That was growth. How was it I was the only one to see how much he'd changed? Was it because I was at a distance? The time away let us both mature, and I was able to recognize it more than the closest people to him. I stared at the screen, unsure what I should say. It wasn't okay that he verbally attacked me and never gave me the chance to ask questions or explain, but he knew that. Kennedy, I forgive you. It was all I could say. I wouldn't condemn him further, and I wasn't going to blow off the whole event. As soon as I spoke to Haley and Reed and found out what really happened, I let go of the anger, but that didn't make it right. Ethan, I have an appointment with a school psychologist tomorrow. Can we talk after? We could wait until Tuesday in class, but if he was asking, this was what he needed. I didn't have to say yes. I could hear Lo's voice screaming at me to protect myself. Remember what he put me through. Remember the pain and hurt. I could never forget. But that didn't mean I couldn't forgive him for that too. I didn't want to hang on to this anymore. I already spent 3 years hating him. So much time and energy wasted on wishing the worst for him. Stupid fate forced us together in my final weeks here for a reason. It was a chance for both of us to get closure. To let go and move on. It was also a chance to reconnect and get to know each other as the adults we were becoming. It was whatever I wanted to make of the situation. I couldn't let things end the way they were now. Not after what we'd been through lately. I wouldn't throw away the progress, the tepid friendship that was forming, just because he made a mistake. That didn't sound like growth. Kennedy, I have classes until 4. Ethan, meet you at the cafe after. This might have been a terrible mistake. Was talking to him after his first appointment really a good idea? What if all the hurt and pain from his past was brought up, and he was in another bad headspace? I didn't want to be his punching bag again. I took in a steadying breath, then opened the door to the cafe, and glanced around. Ethan waved to me from the corner, a black beanie pulled low as if that could disguise his hulking form. I got you a caramel latte. He looked at the table where 3 cups were waiting. 2 in mugs and 1 with ice. Which one is mine? I asked. Whatever one you want. I wasn't sure if you only drank them cold, or if you liked them hot as the weather changed. That was very thoughtful of him. I prefer them iced. Thank you. The corner of his lips tipped up, but the tiny smile disappeared as quickly as it appeared. There's so much I need to apologize for, Kenny. I can't believe you would even agree to see me after everything I've done. Not just yesterday, but in the years we've known each other. I've been terrible to you. There's so much I was wrong about. So much I need to make right. I reached over and took his hand. It was instinct. One that hadn't happened in years. We stared at our interlaced fingers. He squeezed once before pulling back and cupping his mug. I slowly sat back and waited for him to continue as I sensed there was a lot on his mind he needed to get out on his own time. One hand rubbed at the scruff on his jaw. 1 hour with Dr. Jared, and I'm a complete mess. My brain feels scrambled, and I can't find my words. Take your time. I lifted my drink to my lips, but it was flavorless. I'm sorry for thinking it was you. I don't know why I jumped to that conclusion. He frowned. I think I've been expecting you to get back at me in one way or another since the breakup. I deserved it. I opened my mouth, but he continued. I know you wouldn't do that, though. It's not who you are. You don't hold grudges. Coach slipped and said she when he was talking to me, so I knew it was a woman that turned me in. I couldn't imagine Haley doing that, and you're the only other woman I talked to. That was a strange confession. I'd believed the rumors he was a player and assumed he had several girls ready and waiting for his call. I didn't think about that since we'd been working together. I'd been living in a bubble that consisted of only us. My heart shouldn't race over that. His expression changed, and I knew whatever he was about to say next wasn't good, but it was too late. I was too vulnerable. Too exposed. My armor wasn't in place, and I was about to feel the full force of what was coming.
Chapter 24 Ethan. I had to get the words out. As soon as it was done, I'd be able to breathe again. I couldn't look at her face or I'd break. I think I wanted to believe it. It would be easier. I rolled my lips between my teeth. If I could be mad at you, then I wouldn't have to face losing you. She moved and the chair scraped against the ground, pulling my attention to her, but she was staring at her cup. I realized today while talking to Dr. Jared that I slipped back into old habits with you. I started relying on you without even realizing it. You're so familiar and safe that I confided in you. I put my burdens on you without giving you the chance to pull back. It's not healthy, and it's certainly not what you deserve. Her lips formed a thin white line. It was the only indication that she was listening. I was using you, without meaning to, and I can't let that continue to happen. In a few weeks, I found myself needing you. I never realized how much I missed you in my life, and the second you gave me an inch, I forced myself back in. I can't do that to you. Not again. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to try to convince you to give me another chance. To forgive me for all I've done and let me be part of your life. These past few weeks were some of the best I've had in years. I know I made a mistake freshman year, and that mistake cost me. I cleared my throat. I lost so much time with you, but it cost you more. I'm not good at thinking about how my actions affect other people, but I'm going to work on that. Ethan. Her voice cracked. My feelings for you never went away. They never changed. I tried so hard to forget about you, but I never could. She covered her mouth, and I could see tears building in her eyes. No. That was the last thing I wanted. I didn't want to make her cry ever again. I was trying to do the right thing. I was trying to make it so she never shed another tear over me. I want you, Kenny. But worse, I need you, and that's not fair. I'm not in a position to offer you what you need. Ethan. Her voice was more determined, and I stopped. This is exactly what you did last time. Please, let me finish. I promise I won't leave this spot until you've said all you want to. I promise I'll listen, but let me get this out first. She wavered for a moment before nodding. This isn't about hockey or time or school. This is about me not being at my best, mentally or emotionally. You deserve that, not a project to fix. I want to work on myself. As much as I pushed back against the idea of talking to someone, I know it's what has to happen. I can't work through this on my own, and it's not up to you or Haley or the guys to help me. I have to learn and use the tools to help myself. Her brows rose. It might be one of the most selfish things I've ever done, but I want to take the time and energy to work on myself. Okay, she relented. Okay? I expected more of a challenge, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe she didn't see me as anything more than a classmate. I really want to tell you that you're wrong. That I'll take you as you are, but that wouldn't be fair to either of us. I understand. You need to put yourself and your needs first, and I know how hard that can be. She got it. She wasn't mad or screaming or crying. We were discussing this like adults. The way I should have handled things yesterday. That was in the past. I was looking to the future. I told Dr. Jared I felt like I needed to apologize and make up for all my mistakes, and he told me while it was honorable, it wasn't entirely possible. I should make amends with those that were in my life as needed, but my attention should be on moving forward. Showing them with my actions that I was changing and truly striving to do better. He asked me who I wanted to be, and I wasn't sure, beyond being a professional athlete. I didn't understand his questions. He didn't care about my career path. He wanted to know about the person I wanted to be. I wanted to be honest. Dependable. Honorable. Kind. Selfless. Those were my goals. Not getting picked in the first round of the draft. Not getting better grades. Not even fixing my parents. Those were out of my control. But working on becoming the man I wanted to be was entirely up to me. And even better, it wasn't some distant future ideal. It was something I could start now, and I was determined not to waste a second. So I didn't read this, I pointed between us, wrong? You do have feelings for me? Don't tell Lo, but yes. I tried so hard not to, but you're pretty hard to resist. The blush on her cheeks was almost more than I could handle. I wanted to lean over the table and kiss her. I wanted to show her how much I felt, but now wasn't the time. I'm really glad you don't hate me anymore. She smiled. I wanted to. I think I even managed there for a little while, but then I realized it wasn't you I hated but your decision. The circumstances we were in. Even hockey. I gasped with my hand over my heart. Don't say that. I haven't been to a single game since we broke up. I closed my eyes while rubbing my chest. I'm so sorry. Maybe I can come to one soon. I caught the question in her eyes and nodded. I'd like that. She glanced around. So how does this work? What do you mean? You need space, and I think it would be best if we give each other that, but we still have the project. And you said you want me to come to a game. That's kind of blurring the lines. How was I supposed to explain that I wanted her around? I wanted to see her, but that speaking to her would be too much. I was in a vulnerable position, and I didn't want too much of anyone's influence right now. Things with the teen would be hard enough to navigate, but with her, we could make things simple. Well, first off, I was wondering if you would let me submit the assignment. There are a few things I want to tweak, then I'll turn it in. Really? But what about the film? Do you know how to develop it? I almost laughed. Yeah, I know how to use the lab. There were usually 3 aides in there to help anyone and make sure they didn't mess up the process. She hesitated before agreeing. Okay, as long as you text me when it's done so I can cross it off my list. Fair enough. But that's it? No more communication? Her eyes held a spark of hope. No. I wanted to scream but held back. No more communication. She bit her bottom lip and dropped her eyes. But I can go to a game, as long as I don't talk to you. Right. Am I allowed to talk to Haley, or do you want me to? I'm not going to dictate any of that. You can talk to whoever and do whatever you want. If we cross paths, we can wave or say hi, but other than that we both need space. Got it. She pushed the nearly full cup away and met my gaze. I'll come to you when I'm ready. You can tell me to go away or if you need more time. That will be up to you. It might not be fair, but it was the only way I knew to give her control in the end. I was too selfish to not be able to see her one more time. Okay. Her eyes scanned my face like she was trying to memorize this moment. Then she stood and gave me a sad smile before turning and leaving me behind. I fell back in the chair. That was harder than I'd expected, even though she made it as easy as possible. I didn't deserve that. The weather changed. Thick coats, gloves, and beanies were absolutely necessary to take a step outside. That seemed to put people into the hockey spirit as much as the holidays. Every game was more crowded than the last. I never looked for her. I told myself she was watching, but if I ever saw her face, I knew it would be a distraction. That was a new level of discipline I was learning. Something that might not seem of any consequence to others, but was huge to me. It was different from the first time we broke up. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to think about her, so I didn't. Now I had to fight to keep her off my mind. Dr. Jared didn't allow me to waste time adjusting to him or his plans. After letting me unload everything living in my mind, he figuratively put a lid on it and told me we'd get back to that stuff later. Stuff as if my deepest regrets and pains were nothing. Something I actually could shove away. It worked. The stern, no-nonsense man I assumed I would clash with before I ever met him was turning out to be more than I ever could have known I needed. I told those closest to me about the balance between my personal time and space and being open and communicating I required for now, and no one minded. The guys assured me they would always be there for me. Haley asked for forgiveness, which I immediately gave her. Then she quietly accepted what I asked for. I know it was hard for her, but she understood better than most. She saw her own counselor and it helped her work through her own demons. Once that step was done, it was time to kick it into gear. Having my friends know that I wasn't avoiding them or keeping secrets or hiding turned out to be a bigger relief than I expected. Feeling their support rather than their suspicions was exactly made all the difference. I no longer felt shame about how much time I spent studying or with my tutor. Instead, it was a source of pride. I was doing the work. I was pushing myself. I was refusing to give up. It was annoying how easily studying and classwork clicked after that. It wasn't magic, but it sure felt like it. Somehow Jared gave my brain permission, or I gave myself permission, to ignore the rest of the world. The rest of my drama, so my only focus was my schoolwork. My mind didn't race while I was trying to work. My heart didn't pound. I didn't get frustrated with each sentence I had to read over and over until I understood. My problems weren't gone. I wasn't suddenly a stellar student. I didn't miraculously learn to train my brain to read correctly, but I gave myself permission to be patient. It felt counterintuitive since one of my goals was being selfless, but he taught me I couldn't lift others if I was trapped in my own hole. I needed to learn to lift myself first. 3 weeks of nothing but studying, practicing, going to classes, playing in games, and meeting with Dr. Jared passed in a blink. Thanksgiving had been uneventful. The dread I had built up over going home disappeared when he told me I couldn't fix my parents. It wasn't my responsibility. All I could do was show them my love. Haley had her own conversation with them, but I stayed out of it, giving myself permission to not get involved. Healthy boundaries were what it was called. Progress was faster than I expected, but a part of me had a hard time accepting it as reality. My self-doubt and criticisms were so ingrained, but each day was better than the last. I was scared to ruin that trend. I was scared to step back into my life. Would that undo everything I'd worked so hard on? Would I slip back into the person I'd been? It was terrifying, but it was time.
Chapter 25, Kennedy. My gown hung on the back of my door. It was almost time. I was almost done. Did your last score come in yet? I called out. Lo was waiting on one class to upload her final grade and she was losing her mind. There was no risk of her failing. She had a solid A in the class, so even if she failed her final it would end up being a B at worst. She didn't care though. She was convinced she wouldn't be walking tomorrow if the grade wasn't finalized. No, she screamed back. I was still waiting on 2 classes, but I wasn't too concerned. Everything would work out. We'd come too far for things to fall to pieces the day before. I refreshed the page and did a little dance when the grade for history of photography appeared. A. We did it. I clicked in and saw the professor left a note. I opened it and sucked in a breath. Ethan titled our project 2 Minds, 1 Heart. It was the first time I could see it since the assignment automatically locked when he submitted it. I scrolled through the pictures. It started off with random pictures he took of the 16th Street Bridge. Beautiful, but no real direction. There was no story I could decipher. Then I saw his last shot. The end of the bridge, looking toward downtown. A destination, even though the journey was messy. The next images were the ones he took walking toward me. They were perfect. Just what I imagined, but he focused on me more than I would have liked. I was meant to be an unidentifiable figure. Anonymous, general. But that's not the way he saw me. Each image got closer and closer until it was me standing in front of him with a small smile, my future city behind me. I swallowed before continuing. The lock would be next. The symbol of love standing out. The background was a blur. You couldn't see enough detail to know where we were. What was happening at the moment? What came next? That was the end. It was beautiful. I loved the way he ordered them, but the title stung. In a bittersweet way. When he submitted this, did he think we were 1 heart? 1 soul? I used to think that way before. Now I knew better. We were 2 very different people. Entirely separate. On opposite paths. Professor Clements loved it. Of course, he did. It was stunning. It came together better than I imagined. It would be featured in the art building. Not that I would ever see it. But others would. Maybe they would be inspired. Maybe they would understand. A shriek came from Lo's room. I passed. I laughed and closed my computer to go celebrate with her. Of course you did. We danced around her room until we collapsed on her bed, both staring up at the ceiling. We're leaving in 2 days, she said. Yup. Are you sad? I couldn't even imagine her asking me that a few months ago. She would have known the answer. Things were different now. I sucked in a breath and let myself think it over. No. I don't think I am. Have you heard from him? Nope. The biggest miracle was how Lo had softened toward Ethan since he told me he needed to work on himself. I think it made him human in her eyes. She didn't refer to him as Lucifer anymore, but she didn't say his name either. We just knew who we were talking about. Are you sad? I asked. Lo came and got what she wanted. A degree in something that would give her a stable income. Neither of us ever fell under the spell of campus or school pride. We were here for a purpose, and that was it. She dated but never seriously. She had fun, but not too much. Not at all. She rolled over so I faced her. I know college is supposed to be the time we screw up and party and let loose, but I worked too hard to waste time. I didn't have extra money in case I flunked a class and had to retake it. I put my head down and did what I had to. I'm so grateful I found you freshman year. I'm glad we pushed each other and are getting out of here early. But I feel like my life can finally begin. When we walk into our apartment tomorrow, we'll be free. That's when I'll let myself breathe. This was one of the things that bonded us together, but I loved hearing her say it. After all the work we put in, we deserved the break. Happy hours and men in suits and rooftop parties on the weekends? She beamed. It's why we gave up all the frat parties and flat beer for 4 years. I scrunched my nose. I'll never understand the appeal. You know I love you, right? I found her hand. I love you too. She turned back to look up at the ceiling. It's okay, if you love him too. I won't hold it against you. I squeezed her fingers. I'm not waiting for him. I told him I wouldn't, and it's the right thing for me to do. We'll see, she said, and I let the conversation end. We had our whole lives to look forward to. Us against the world. 2 professional women making their way and leaving their mark. It was all we ever wanted. Our plans were coming true, and I refused to let myself think about what I was leaving behind. Since we weren't in the same college, Lo and I wouldn't be walking together. We wouldn't even be able to see each other because of the scheduling. My college was using the basketball arena, and hers was out in the football stadium. We made plans to meet up after with our parents and go to lunch together to celebrate. Knowing Whit and my parents were in the stand was all I needed. I reached this moment with their love and support, but on my own. I was ready to stand up in front of them and show them that this was just the beginning of what I planned on achieving. As I crossed the stage and shook hands with the dean of my college and my professors, I couldn't keep the wide grin off my face. I did it. I was done. I survived. I proved to myself that I could do it. I could be my own person. I could face my mistakes and not let them define me. I could make the best of a messy situation. I could forgive and move on. This wasn't what I pictured when I graduated high school. I wasn't leaving an Ivy League. I wasn't on my way to New York to work at a world-renowned museum. I found a different path. One that still made me happy and proud. The speeches melted together until it was time to throw my cap in the air. I closed my eyes and took a mental snapshot to always remember how I felt in this exact moment. Then I looked around and realized it was over. I was free. It took several minutes to find my family, and Whit was the first to make it to me, lifting me in the air and spinning us around. I'm so proud of you. I laughed as my feet hit the ground again. Thank you. I really appreciate you being here. I know it's hard. He waved me off. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Mom pushed him out of the way and kissed my cheek. I'm so proud of you, baby. Thanks, Mom. Dad grinned behind her. You're exceptional. I waved my hand in front of my face. Stop, you'll make me cry. They shared a smile before turning to me, and Dad wrapped me up in his arms. There are no words, Kennedy. Pride doesn't seem sufficient. I love you so much, and I am amazed by you. Thank you, I told both of them. I couldn't have done it without you. Yes, you could have. You would have found a way, Dad said. But I'm glad I didn't have to. My parents paying for my schooling was a blessing I'd never take for granted. It was allowing me to start my adult life without a cloud of debt hanging over me. You did the work on your own. You earned this, Mom said. What are you doing here? Whit said to someone behind me. My parents and I turned, and I caught Ethan coming through the crowd. I'm here to congratulate Kennedy, he answered calmly before turning his attention on me. His eyes lit up when he saw my parents. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, good to see you. It felt like the world stopped spinning as my parents stared back at him. I had no idea how they would react. Should I jump in? Whit wasn't going to be any help. Oh, Ethan. Mom shoved Dad out of the way and pulled a very stunned Ethan into her arms. She said something I couldn't hear, and he immediately relaxed and wrapped his arms around her. I looked to Dad, who had an easy smile on his face. When Mom pulled back, he stepped in to replace her, giving Ethan a hug and patting his back. I caught the word son but nothing else. Whit moved to my side with a deep frown. What's happening? I shook my head. I have no idea. Mom and Dad ushered Ethan closer to us. Ethan will be joining us for lunch with the Michaels. Whit smirked, probably assuming Lo would freak out. Little did he know, she'd switched sides. If that's okay? Ethan asked me. I didn't know what to say. I had so many questions. Was this his coming back or just being supportive? I mean, an exception for graduation made sense, but not coming out with my family. And what had my parents said to him? I assumed they were on the same page as Whit. Sure. It definitely came out as more of a question. I'll call ahead and have them add a seat to our reservation, Dad said while Mom tugged at Whit's arm and led us to the next exit and into the madness of the parking lot. I fell into step with Ethan and glanced up at him. He was grinning, but his attention was straight ahead. What did they say? I whispered. His smile grew. Hold on. I narrowed my eyes at him until Whit jerked to a stop. What? He was looking at Mom like she'd grown another head. You can't be serious. You know what he put her through. She leveled him with one of her signature looks that used to make us stop dead in our tracks as kids. He was doing what he felt was best for both of them. He might have gone about it the wrong way, but it was done out of love and respect. He's been nothing but a good, respectable man since. We've supported him from afar and hoped for the best. She smiled, and we're glad he proved everyone wrong. Ethan was practically radiating, glowing under the praise and likely enjoying Whit's anger too much. But no, son, Dad cut him off. We all make mistakes, but nothing Ethan did was unforgivable. He was put in a very difficult position and did the best he could. Can you condemn him because you might have chosen differently? Whit's eyes blazed. You guys weren't there. You didn't see her. No, and we're so grateful you stepped in, but she's strong too, Mom said. Look at her, look at the beautiful, amazing woman she is. Part of that is because Ethan gave her the space to grow and become her own person. Ethan puffed out his chest, and I nearly smacked him. She was right, but he still broke my heart. Can't forget that part. Whit groaned. Fine. You're both positively unwell. I should have your doctors do a more thorough checkup next time. Mom chuckled and Dad smacked him on the back. Nice try, son. Whit shot a glare at Ethan. I don't give second chances often. Do not screw this up. Ethan nodded, and Whit turned and went to find his car. Here, why don't you two ride with us? Mom offered. This was turning into something bizarre, but I was still too happy to care. Once we were in the back seat and on our way, I leaned over. What did they say? Ethan winked at me. Your dad said he's been rooting for me since day one, and your mom said she missed her other son and it was good to have us all back together again. I let out a laugh and leaned back against the headrest. So much for loyalty.
Chapter 26 Ethan. Never in a million years did I expect the welcome I received from Kennedy's parents. I spotted them several rows away while I was watching her walk across the stage and accept her diploma, but I decided to wait until after the ceremony in case any of them decided to cause a scene. Not that I would have blamed them. But a hug from her mom and dad? Words of love and support? I didn't even get that from my own parents. My first reaction was that I didn't deserve it. I didn't deserve their kindness or forgiveness, but those were my own issues talking. I knew better now. I was worthy of their praise and acceptance. If they were willing to give it, I'd accept it. Plus, watching Whit lose his mind made it all worth it. We might not ever get back to who we were before. He might not ever let me in again. That was fine. But I hoped he would. He was the big brother I desperately wanted. "Coach wants to see you," Benjamin said as he passed me on his way to his locker. We finished our last practice until after the holidays. We'd be back on the 27th to get ready for our game on the 29th, but at least we had a few days off. "Thanks." I picked up my bag so I could head out once we were done. I didn't freak out as I walked down the hall. No racing mind of all the possible things I'd done wrong. I could handle whatever came next. "Come on in, Clarkson." Coach Weston waved me in when I got to the open door. I sat across from him and waited. I debated having this conversation. I don't want to distract you during your break, but at the same time, I believe you deserve to know. My stomach dropped. "No. I could handle this. Congratulations." I shook my head. "What?" He grinned like he pulled off the best prank. "There have been 3 scouts here to watch you, and they're all very interested." My head was spinning. 3? And they've been here? Yeah, I realized I made a mistake by telling you beforehand with Rodriguez. It got in your head, and that was on me. I decided to simply let them see you play, rather than meeting with you. Not until they expressed genuine interest. So that meant they're interested? Yes, they're impressed and are coming back to see more. They want to set up meetings with you as well. Who? It shouldn't matter, but I had to know. Nashville, Calgary, and, his eyes brightened. Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh? There was no way. No. I couldn't allow myself to believe that. No. My dream team. The one I didn't let myself think about, the one I pushed down any time someone asked me who I wanted to play for. It was stupid. Insane. No chance. But they were interested. They wanted to meet me. Kennedy. I let out a laugh. I could end up in the same city. I could follow her this time. I don't want you obsessing about the meetings or worrying at all. Hiller and I will make sure you're ready and comfortable before anything happens. We'll be with you along the way. Thank you, Coach. I stood as he did, and he went to offer me a handshake, but I ignored it and pulled him in for a hug. "Thanks for believing in me," I said, and he patted my back. "Right back at you." I stepped back and rubbed my face. "This is unbelievable." "I know, but remember, nothing's a done deal. I wanted to give you some good news before you left. It's the best news. Merry Christmas." He winked, and I laughed. "Happy Hanukkah, Coach." I left feeling like I was floating. I didn't remember the walk back to my dorm or how I ended up on my bed. This was all too good to be real. "Hey, man," Reed called, bringing me back down to earth. I lifted my head enough to see him and Haley in the doorway. "Hey." Things had been tense between us when I first found out what they did, but that was all in the past. They'd done it out of love and concern, and I couldn't hold a grudge against them for that. "What did Coach want?" Reed asked once they were both sitting on his bed across from me. I couldn't hide my smile. 3 scouts have been by, and they all want to meet with me." "No way." Haley cheered and slid off the bed to hug me. "That's amazing." "It really is," Reed agreed. "What teams?" "Nashville, Calgary, and Pittsburgh." Haley's eyes widened. "No way." I nodded. She knew. She was the only other person. I never even told her, she just knew. Maybe I gave myself away at one point. Or my sister watched me more than I thought. Reed was shaking his head. "Man. Those are all great teams." "I know. I can't believe it. Has Coach mentioned anything to you? He shrugged. New York, Seattle, and Utah have shown interested. Haley's head switched back and forth like she was watching a tennis match. Can we pause and relish this moment? Her smile was contagious. I know this is what you guys have worked for all your lives and we all hoped and prayed it would come, but listen to what you guys are saying. You have NHL teams interested in you. Plural. You have scouts that have come to watch you play and want to meet. It's happening. This is really happening. Reed and I locked eyes as her words sunk in. She was right. This was all we ever wanted. All the blood and broken bones and bruises. The normal kid things we missed out on. Everything we sacrificed led to this. We were months away from having our worlds change forever. This was the first step. We were further than most guys ever get. Closer than most could dream of. This is surreal, he finally said. We need to celebrate. What about Hunter and Benjamin? Have they had any scouts come? I was a bit embarrassed to admit I didn't know. I'd been too focused on myself to ask. Then again, I wasn't even aware there were any scouts interested in me, so how could I have known about the others? There has been a handful around recently, but I never asked Coach to tell me who they were or who they were there to see. Well, call them. They'll be around, right? They didn't leave yet, Haley asked. No, I think most of the guys were going to head out in the morning, I said, fairly confident that's what I heard. I'll call them, Reed said, and I lay back with my arm draped over my face. Was this really happening? Good news? A possible future in the NHL? My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I pulled it out while Reed was talking. It was an email from my tutor. I opened it then immediately closed the app. Did I want to know? What if it ruined the night? I wanted to celebrate, and if it was bad news, I wasn't sure I could get over it. But if it was good news, then I'd have even more to be grateful for. Haley? I asked. Yup. She appeared over me. Can you read this, and if it's bad, close it. I handed her my phone. And if it's good? Then you can tell me. And what am I looking at? Oh, my email. She tapped on the screen, and I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see her expression. Ethan, she whispered. Crap. It was bad. I knew it. I looked at her and waited. You got an A, B, and 3 CS. Your GPA is a full point over the minimum. No way. I sat up and took the phone back, reading over the message. She was right. I got an A in history of photography, A, B in current events, and CS in the rest of my classes. I did it. There was only one person I wanted to tell. But I hadn't spoken to her since I helped her load her car with boxes. She and Lauren left 2 days ago, and I was giving her space to settle in, hoping she would call me first. I couldn't wait any longer. She answered on the third ring. Hi, Ethan. 1A, 1B, 3 CS. She gasped. That's amazing. Can you believe it? Yes, I can. You worked so hard. You deserve those grades. I'm so proud of you. Thanks. I was proud too. I proved to myself I could do it. That I wasn't my limitations or diagnosis. Is that Kennedy? Haley asked. I nodded. Invite her, she whisper-yelled. Invite me to what? Kennedy asked. I have some other news. We're going out to celebrate, and she wants me to invite you. As if that wasn't why I was calling. Haley stuck out her tongue. Oh. There was a long pause, and I prepped myself for her rejection. Okay, yeah. Let me know where and when. I held the phone away. What's the plan? Haley and Reed shared a look then shrugged. So helpful. Pizza in an hour? I suggested. That works for me. I'll head up in a few, Kennedy replied. Great, see you soon. I hung up, and Haley eyed me. You didn't tell her about the Pittsburgh scout. No, I didn't. She crossed her arms. Why not? I want to tell her in person. I want to see her reaction. Fine. She pointed toward the closets. You guys need to change so we can go. I looked down at my sweats and agreed, grateful for the distraction. She and I both knew there was more behind my reason for holding back. Nothing in life was guaranteed, but even more so in the NHL. Even if Pittsburgh was interested and picked me up in the draft, I could end up getting traded before ever stepping foot in their training center. I could end up at their farm team in Scranton for the next 2 or 3 or more years. Was there a point in telling Kenny when so much was unknown? I didn't want to get my hopes up, but how would she take it? Would she be excited it was even a possibility, or would she think I was following her? No, she understood how little control I had. I could get on my knees and beg the scout to choose me, and it wouldn't make the slightest difference. At the end of the day, nothing was personal. They cared about what would be best for the team. What would bring in fans and money? What would help them get another championship? All I could do was play my very best and hope it was what they were looking for. They might not even need a left wing on their roster for years. I didn't let myself dig too deeply into any of the teams since sophomore year. I kept up with the league and top players, but I used to spend hours analyzing what teams would be looking for my position by the time my year came up. It was too much. Wasted time and mental games. At the end of the day, there was no way to know what their plans were. You ready? Reed called from the bedroom. I buttoned up the shirt Haley had tossed at me and made sure my pants weren't too wrinkled before I stepped out. Yeah, let's go. Only good news tonight. Haley commanded when we met Hunter and Benjamin in the hall. She pointed at each of them, trying to intimidate them, but Hunter laughed and stepped around her. Benjamin ruffled her hair, and she growled deep in her throat. Sure, little one. I chuckled and held her back so she didn't attack. They all knew exactly how to press her buttons. An entire team of older brothers. I was grateful, not only for my friends, but for the others on the team that I knew would watch out for her when we were gone. I didn't like thinking about that. We only had one more semester together. Me and Haley. Me and the guys. None of that tonight. Good news only.
Chapter 27, Kennedy. Walking up to the table with Ethan's teammates watching me was more than a little uncomfortable. I knew who Hunter and Benjamin were, but I'd never actually met them. Did they know about our past? Who was I kidding? Of course they did. Hey. I smiled at Haley since she was the safest option at the moment. You're here. Ethan jumped up and pulled me into a tight hug that lifted me off the ground. Oh. I grunted. Hi. I think he missed you. Reed chuckled from behind me. It's been 2 days, I said as Ethan put me down. A very long 2 days, he replied and pulled out a chair for me. I couldn't remember the last time he was this excited. Was this all because of his grades? It was a huge relief, but what did that have to do with the rest of the guys? How are you settling in? Haley asked. I really like it, I admitted. I was worried at first. It didn't seem like the best location, but it's a lot more convenient for me and Lauren than I expected. There's more shopping than I realized too. We won't have to venture too far to get everything we need. That's so nice. Are you able to take the bus to work, or do you have to drive? The bus. It's only a few stops actually, so I can walk if I ever need or want to. She grinned, and Ethan leaned toward me. I thought you hadn't decided on what job you were going to take. That was true. When I left, I had 2 great offers I was considering. That was before I got the call on Monday. The table was silent, and I glanced around to see everyone waiting for my answer. The company I interned for each summer was bought recently, and the majority of the people I worked with either left or were let go. I assumed that was a lost cause, which sucked because I built up a rapport with them. Anyway, the woman that headed the design and marketing department left and started her own company. She remembered I was graduating this semester and offered me a job. Ethan reached for my hand under the table, and I gripped it back waiting for his response. That's amazing. So that's what you went with?
Yeah.
I'm her third employee, so that part is crazy, but I'll be in a really great position as the company grows. That's so exciting. Haley beamed. I'm so happy for you. Me too, Ethan said, pride shining in his eyes. To Kennedy. Hunter held up his glass of water, and everyone followed. Thank you, guys. This wasn't how I expected dinner to go. At all. No tension. No drama. It was so easy and comfortable. Like I fit.
Ugh.
No thinking like that. I didn't know where Ethan and I stood. He came to me on graduation day and helped me move, but he never said anything about what that meant. We were okay to talk again? He did invite me tonight. We needed to have a serious conversation. Do you want to get 2 or 3 pizzas and share? Benjamin asked. Sure, pepperoni, meat lovers, and barbecue chicken? Reed offered. Everyone agreed, and Benjamin went to the counter to order. When he got back, Haley leaned forward and looked at the guys. So, are you all going to start talking, or do I have to pull it from each of you? I glanced at Ethan and his smile grew and he tightened his grip on my hand. Reed, you go first. He straightened. Coach told me Utah, New York, and Seattle are interested. Everyone clapped and cheered, but I remained silent, and once they calmed down, I turned to him. I think I missed something. What's going on? He laughed. Sorry, Coach Weston told us that there have been scouts that have been coming to the games and a few have asked to set up meetings. We're sharing what teams he's heard from. So far. Haley was practically bouncing in her chair. I held up a hand. Are you serious? Those 3 are looking into you? Reed's smile could have lit up the restaurant.
Yeah.
Nothing's in writing or anything, but they've seen me play and are interested. It's a really big step. No, I know. I know. I shook my head. I can't believe it. That's amazing. Wow. Congratulations. This was surreal. Life-altering. Probably the biggest news any of them had ever had, and they invited me to share in it. I was honored. Thanks, but I'm not the only one. I looked around. All of you? The guys nodded. Benji, you go next, Hunter said, earning him a punch in the arm. Don't call me that. Benjamin glared at him before turning to us. Tampa Bay, Boston, and Los Angeles. Wow. Those were some big teams. I mean, interest from anyone was a huge deal, but I was impressed. Dang, man. That's incredible. Reed grinned. I guess we should have tried harder to push you out of the captain spot. Benjamin rolled his eyes.
Yeah.
Because that's the only reason they want me. It's true, Hunter said. I giggled. What about you? He sat up. Vancouver and Edmonton. Oh, Canada, Haley sang before trailing off. I don't know any other words. Hunter chuckled. I'll teach you the rest if that's where I end up. I squeezed Ethan's hand. And what about you? He glanced around before meeting my eyes. Nashville. I fought to keep my expression blank. Tennessee. That wasn't too far. Calgary. Okay. That was a bit more complicated. And Pittsburgh. The table let out a gasp, and I stared at him. Did I hear that right, or was it what I wanted to hear? Pittsburgh? I repeated. A slow grin spread across his lips. Like, here. I tapped the table. He moved my finger down a little. More like here, but only by 20 minutes. I blinked. Dude. That's amazing. Benjamin reached over and clapped his shoulder. Really great options. Hunter held out his fist, and Ethan bumped it. Thanks, Ethan said to them before turning back to me. What do you think? A million things. Nashville's pretty. He burst out laughing, and the rest of the table joined in. Come on, really? I shook my head. Pittsburgh would be incredible. I would really like that to happen, but you guys already said nothing's concrete. Things could change. He nodded. I could end up in Scranton for a few years. Right. Farm teams. It would make sense for him, any of them, to spend a year or two training with them before moving up to the NHL. That's a lot closer than Calgary. That's true. So you would be okay with me here? I didn't need to look over to know everyone was watching and listening. I would. His smile grew, making the corner of his eyes crinkle. Our pizzas were delivered then, breaking the spell I was under. What did this all mean? Would I be okay with him in Pittsburgh? Of course. It was a big enough city we could share. It didn't mean anything. It didn't mean anything for us. Right? Ethan put a slice of pepperoni on a plate and sat it in front of me before taking a slice of meat lovers for himself. They started eating and talking about plans for the holidays while I picked at my food. This uncertainty. The not knowing what was coming. I went through this once already while we were waiting to hear back from colleges. It felt different now though. I knew where I was going to be. I wasn't changing my plans for him. Not this time. What if he ended up in Canada or on the other side of the country? Would he want to stay in contact? What did that look like? A few calls and texts throughout the week? Maybe one video call when he had a free second between training sessions? What did I want? That wasn't something I stopped to think about often enough. What did I want my future to look like? A long-distance relationship? Dating a professional athlete? Opposite schedules and endless traveling? Were we pushing this too far? Hanging on to the opportunity we had to reconnect and dragging it out? Maybe we were only meant to forgive and let the past go. Nothing more. Hey, he whispered, and I slowly pulled my eyes up to meet his. Do you want to go for a walk? In the cold? Not really, but I had to talk to him.
Yeah.
We'll be right back, he said as he stood, then pulled out my chair and helped me back into my coat. We made it 2 steps outside before he pulled me to the side, out of view of the restaurant's windows. What's going on? I shook my head. I had no idea where to start. You went from being excited to shutting down. Please, talk to me. I shoved my hands into my pockets, digging for my gloves for something to do. Kenny, please? I don't know what any of this means. I gave up my search and dropped my shoulders along with my head. The teams and scouts? I know it's frustrating. We can all get excited now, but it might turn into a contract or nothing at all. We won't know for months. I nodded. I know. I get that. I don't know what this is. I pointed to him with my hand still in my pocket. You and me?
Yeah.
What did it mean when you came to my graduation? Or helped me load my car? Or invited me tonight? Are we talking? Was that you coming to me? Do you still need time? He wiped the back of his hand over his lips and cheek. I couldn't even consider not showing up to your graduation. I wanted you to know I was supporting you. Getting invited out to lunch was unexpected. I helped you with the boxes because I could, and I wanted to see you off. I called you tonight because when I found out about the scouts, you were the first person I wanted to tell. I sucked in a breath. So what does that mean? He shrugged. It means that I want you in my life. That was it? To what extent? That's what we need to decide, together. This could be it, I offered. This could be the end. The closure we both needed. We can end on a good note and let each other go. He waited a few seconds before nodding slowly. Or we could keep talking and seeing each other occasionally, as our schedules allow us. We could take it a week, or day, at a time and see what happens this summer. Huh. This was it. Did I put it all on the line or cling to what was left of my brittle walls? I stared up at his blue eyes and knew. Or do we give this all we have? No more holding back. No more lies or secrets. No more deciding things without talking to each other first. A relationship that we let develop and see what happens? I thought back to the pictures from our project. I could see our love, our relationship, but the future was unclear. The best we could do was work hard together. Fight for each other. Support one another. What was meant to be, would be. I pick that one, he said with a gleam in his eyes. My heart was racing, but I refused to regret any of this. Me too. His hands went to my neck and pulled me toward him. I pulled my hands out of my pockets in time to slide them up his shoulders before his lips met mine. This was a promise. A commitment to try our best. To learn to love each other again and let go of the past. To support each other's dreams and believe in us.
Epilogue. Ethan. Did we have a week off or months? Reed asked as he dropped next to me on the bench in front of our lockers. Do you think we should ask Haley and Kennedy if we can change date night to something more low-key? I held up a thumb, hoping he knew without me saying that I agreed, and covered my mouth with the other. I was one wrong move away from throwing up. Again. I've never hurt this bad, Benjamin grumbled from the ground. Everything. Every single muscle aches. Coach is trying to kill us, I confirmed. So many sprints. So many laps. So many drills. It wasn't just my legs or arms or abs that hurt. It was my teeth. My eyes. My beard. Pain. The doors from the training room burst open, but I didn't have the energy to look. They're here. Hunter growled before sinking to the ground next to us. Who? Benjamin whispered. And stop yelling. That hurts too. The women's team. They're here, and they're taking ice baths. One little practice, and they're all too sore. What about us? We were put through a meat grinder, then brought back to life so we could do it all 3 more times. I couldn't even get to the tubs right now if I wanted to, Reed groaned. Do they have gurneys in the area? I asked. Can they drag us out and lay us in the snow? They should be ours, Hunter muttered. We can share, Benjamin said with his eyes closed. He was going to fall asleep on the ground. That was a good idea. I don't want to, Hunter countered. They should have their own training room. They will, Reed said. But it's not ready yet. Wait? They're getting new stuff? Hunter asked with renewed energy. That's what I heard. We complained about sharing, so they're giving them their own, Reed answered. Why don't we get new stuff? We should have new stuff. We're the ones that brought money in for the school. The women's team should get our old stuff until they earn their keep. I would roll my eyes, but that required too much energy. What's with you? Maybe we will get a new room. Calm down. Are you sexist? You don't want a women's team around? Reed pressed. No, of course not. Hunter sounded genuinely offended. I love that we have a women's team. The more attention to hockey the better. I don't like that they came in and took over. It would be the same if any team did that. Basketball or swimming or anything. Men or women. So he never learned to share, I summarized. Reed chuckled. Send him back to kindergarten. Shoo. Benjamin lifted one hand and motioned him away before letting it drop back on his chest. Whatever. Hunter dropped his head back on the bench next to me. Wake me up in time for practice tomorrow.
Thank you for listening to Trick Play. A West Penn hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2021 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner.